Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Congratulations to the host, the task is completed, and you will get 2 points of origin. Looking at Chen and Scott who passed out, Storm and Wolverine, who had just arrived, met face to face. There is a feeling that I am here to make soy sauce. Storm looked at the weightless gravel suspended around him, as well as the big pit more than 10 meters tall, and said in shock, "West, your move just now, so strong. Chen Tian's strength is not weak, they know it. But he didn't expect that he could actually burst out such huge amounts of destructive power. The blow just now made her feel a strong sense of danger, and she felt like she would be beaten to death if she faced it head-on, and it would be shattered to pieces. Cough? Chen Tian coughed weakly and smiled bitterly. Mr. Orlo, don't talk about this for now. If you don't bring them back for treatment, I'm afraid that Mr. Scott will die. Yes, save people first. The two who reacted quickly one by one, hugging Chen and Scott. Just as Wolverine, who was holding Scott, looked at Chen Tian, he waved his hands again and again. Mr. Logan, I can still walk by myself. He didn't want to be hugged by a big man. Whoosh! The two Wolverine exploded in speed and ran towards the fighter plane that landed in the distance. They wanted to bring Scott and the two back for treatment as soon as possible. Behind, Chen Tian followed weakly. The power of the move just now was very powerful, but it was also a bit scary to consume a lot of his body. Boom! With the roar of a powerful airflow, the black fighter slowly lifted into the air, and then the tail engine spewed hot fire and accelerated, flying towards the sky. On the fighter plane, Chen Tian sat weakly on the seat, closed his eyes and rested. Seeing this, Logan, who had a lot to say, could only shut up. However, at the moment Chen Tian seemed weak, but in fact he had recovered a bit, and was calling up the attribute page to check the quest rewards and ability changes he just completed. Host, Chen Tian West.Chen. Race, human. Level, 1 star. Bloodline, Krypton Superman Bronze Age. Constitution, 1680. Spirit, 872. Strength, 1820. Grip strength 25 tons. Agility, 1752. Running speed per second, 204.10. Ability, heat ray characteristic, 1500-3500 degrees Celsius high temperature, with impact flight floating movement. Axe gene ability, energy fission secondary, ability fission in the body, with explosive characteristics. Origin, 2. Function, virtual battlefield, storage space 1x1. It has only been 2 days since the Institute's action, and one of them was still cloudy, so Chen Tian's attributes did not change much, and only increased his physique by more than 400 points. Definitely, more than 400 points of physique is equal to more than 40 times that of ordinary people, which is actually quite exaggerated. As for the other little changes, no, the speed span behind Agile seems to be a bit large, becoming 200 to 410 meters. As for the reason, it should refer to the speed in the normal state, and the speed after the second awakening ability burst. Glancing over the attribute change, Chen Tian's attention shifted downwards, falling on the evolved X gene energy. Their ability's name changed from energy rage to energy fission. And just when Chen Tian's consciousness fell on ability, a stream of detailed information about this ability poured into his mind. Ability fission, as the name suggests, is that after activating ability, the energy in his body will undergo fission changes, bursting out dozens of hundreds of times of power. In addition, the energy of these fission is not only more powerful than the first level, but also has substantial explosive characteristics. This was also the reason for the violent explosion when Chen Tian punched out. Recalling the change at that moment, Chen Tian estimated that the second level X gene ability was very strong, and it almost instantly increased 20 times on the basis of the first level Berserk ability. What is the concept of another 20-fold increase? It is equivalent to saying that Chen Tian's power of 50 tons in one punch has increased 5 times in the first level Energy Madness, and it has increased by 20 times to the level of 250 times. It is equivalent to the terrifying level of nearly 10,000 tons, and this is only in terms of power. And after entering the fission, that energy has also undergone a qualitative improvement, almost turning the strength in his body into reality and becoming more domineering. That's why he can blast the guitar's psychokinesis shield with one punch. Chen Tian, who almost instantly increased his strength by 100 times and possessed explosive power, was simply terrifyingly strong. And when confronted with Kinbei, Chen Tian's strength has increased by 30 times at that time, which is 150 times the basic strength plus explosive characteristics. Because the longer this ability is used, the stronger Chen Tian's strength increases. Chen Tian had a hunch at the time that if he continued to use it, on the basis of the original first level increase, the increase would even increase to 40 times, 50 times. As expected of the X gene ability after the second evolution, it is very strong, simply outrageous, and terrifying. From this point, it can be seen how amazing the potential of those high-level mutants is. No wonder Magneto, Professor X, and others can deter the world. However, because it was too powerful, it took only 3 minutes for the fission state to erupt, and Chen Tian felt that his body was being hollowed out, as weak as a serious illness. The reason is that the second level fission ability and the first level ability have different principles. The first level energy frenzy burns his physical strength, that is, the energy and nutrients contained in the cells of the whole body. This kind of burning is still within Chen Tian's tolerance range and can be maintained for a long time. And the second level fission, the fission is the biological energy of the cells in his body, bursting out even more huge amounts of energy. But you must know that although there are tens of trillions of cells in a human body, and they can continue to divide and metabolize, there is a limit in the end, which is irreversible. Therefore, the fission cells of the second X gene ability are equivalent to burning physical energy to burning vitality. So this ability is very powerful. It's very strong, but it's worth it with your life. However, this ability is indeed deadly to ordinary mutants, but for Chen Tian, whose cells can evolve infinitely, it is still within his tolerance. But it can't be used casually in the future. Although the destroyed cells in his body can be recovered by evolution and sorting, using too much will also reduce his potential and the speed of strength improvement. If it is turned on for a long time, once it exceeds his current tolerance limit, it will be life-threatening. Qin's vital signs are stable and there is no danger to her life, but the fluctuations in her consciousness are very weak, and it is uncertain when she will wake up. Scott's life fluctuation is very weak and needs to enter the life capsule for treatment, but he is out of danger, which is a great luck in misfortune. There are many X-Men gathered in the underground base, the medical area, and the White Room. Rax Hasa Enna, Iceman, Colossus, Shadowcat are all there. In front of everyone was Professor X with a heavy expression. JYN and Scott lay quietly on the two mobile beds behind him. Anna looked at the two people lying on the hospital bed, with both the surprise of Qin's resurrection and the hesitation of Scott's accident. Professor, why is Qin? In the end, Anna paused, and didn't say the words why kill Scott. At the moment, most of the X-Men present were similar. After all, Qin and Scott used to be a very loving couple. Everyone knows how much Scott likes Qin. But no one thought that after 3 years of death, the first thing that Jean, who suddenly came back to life, was to kill Scott. Professor X sighed slightly. I hope you don't blame Qin for this. This is actually not her original intention, but driven by instinct. Instinct. Iceman and the others were a little puzzled. Professor X nodded slightly, repeated Chen Tian's speculation, and added his own. It means that Qin exploded to the limit 3 years ago and died at the bottom of the lake with serious injuries. Because of the bond between Scott's ability and her, appearing by the lake awakened her instinct, and she wanted to absorb his energy to replenish herself under the instinct. Several people who didn't understand the situation suddenly looked at each other, but I didn't expect that the accident was because Qin was too hungry. Professor X said mildly. Fortunately, West and the others rushed in time and did not let the tragedy happen. So when Qin wakes up, don't talk about it and avoid provoking her. We understand. Okay, Professor. Everyone nodded. That's it. Everyone go about their own business. West, please help and push Scott to the life bin. It is good. Professor X scattered the crowd, leaving Chen Tian to help. In the corridor, Chen Tian pushed the hospital bed. Professor X walked side by side in a wheelchair, and said in a gentle voice. West, Orlo, and the others said, when you rescued Scott, another golden power exploded, very powerful. Chen Tian nodded slightly. Yes, Professor, although I rushed to the lake at that time, the psychokinesis that Senior Qin inadvertently emitted was too strong, I couldn't even get close. The situation was very urgent at that time, and a little later, Mr. Scott might be swallowed to death. Just when I kept trying to break the shield of psychokinesis and kept pushing the limit of ability to explode, my ability changed and turned into a golden power. This kind of power is very strong and full of explosive properties, and finally blew up the psychokinesis shield of Senior Qin, awakening her consciousness. Professor X said gently, thank you, West, if it weren't for you, Scott would be dead this time. Chen Tian shook his head. Professor, don't say that. If it wasn't for Mr. Scott taking me to Xavier School, I might have been caught as a guinea pig now. And if it wasn't for the careful teaching of professors and teachers after I came to school, I wouldn't be able to master my ability so quickly. According to the Oriental saying, this is the cycle of cause and effect, 1 drink and 1 pack is free. Definitely, Chen Tian's words are just casual, everything is just a task. But if you say good things, you don't need money anyway. Chen Tian's words made Professor X feel very relieved, with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that. West, you still know the cycle of cause and effect. Hey, mainly because there was a time in the past, I liked Xiaoguo Kung Fu very much, and I read a lot of miscellaneous books. Chen Tian made a random excuse. At this time, Professor X suddenly reminded, but West, you have to pay attention. Although the evolution of the X gene ability has greatly improved your strength, it is not necessarily a good thing. Oh, Professor, what do you mean? Chen Tian paused slightly. Professor X seemed to have thought of something, and sighed slightly. Under normal circumstances, after mutant awakening some ability, the ability will be fixed almost forever. After many years of development at most, it has gone further from the main ability, and derived some subsidiary ability, but it still belongs to the original ability extension. But this situation is not 100%, and there are occasional exceptions. For example, there was a gamma-level mutant whose ability was unstable, but the ability has evolved under the danger of life. Originally, its ability was to control the gravitational force within a range of several meters, but it was very weak. It could only pull items of the file size of the TV, which was optional. But after evolution, it can directly control the gravity of the Earth, that is, it can strengthen the gravity to 100 times within a certain range, and it can also make itself fly. It's amazing. Such a change has made it crazy, robbing banks and breaking into the police headquarters because of its weak ability. Cannonballs, bullets, these can't get close to him at a range of 100 meters. He can overturn the Earth within a range of 100 meters, sweeping everything. At that time, the Me side dispatched 2 powerful mutants that belonged to the military, but they were still not opponents and were killed by them. So officials went to the school. According to the original agreement, we have the responsibility to take action. But at that time, Scott and Orlo also had a mission to go out, so I had to rush over. But before I arrived, the mutant was in front of everyone, aging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it would experience decades of years in a minute. Finally turned into fly ash. After years of research, I found that the ability of each mutant is actually locked at the moment of awakening. In other words, the strength of each mutant awakening's ability is related to its own potential, that is, ability. A mutant with strong ability, awakening's ability is also very strong, such as Scott, Chen, and Orlo. They are thousands of times more than ordinary mutants. And once there is a rare mutant breaking the upper limit, ability will become very powerful, but at the same time it will exceed its own limit. Using ability is burning one's own vitality. Although the life force is illusory, it does exist objectively. Therefore, once the life force is exhausted, people will die and there is no cure. Professor X's reminder was similar to what Chen Tian had guessed. The X gene ability after the second evolution was very powerful. But only he who has the power of Krypton and can absorb sunlight to evolve infinitely can barely bear it. Once a normal mutant is used, it will burn a lot of life force. When the vitality burns out, naturally there is only death. This is also the reason why those mutant children in the Chris Institute couldn't hold on under constant stimulation. I see. Chen Tian put on a sudden expression on his face. No wonder I felt very weak and empty after I dispelled ability. Then Chen Tian shook his arm and said hesitantly, but I feel that my current body has almost recovered, and there seems to be no sequelae. Professor X nodded slightly. This should be related to West. Your body is too strong, so you can endure the second awakening state for a short time. After all, the body is strong, and the natural resilience is also very strong. Plus you didn't break out for too long and you didn't exceed your recovery limit. Speaking of this, Professor X reminded, but you can't be careless because of this. In the future, when you fight West, it's best not to use the second awakening state. Regarding the professor's advice, Chen Tian nodded earnestly. I understand what the professor means. I will pay attention to it in the future, and I won't break out if I have to. Seeing that Chen Tian could hear his words, Professor X breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that Chen Tian, because he was too young, would appear conceited and arrogant after gaining too much power at this time, and finally ruined himself. After all, young people are full of vigor, and it is easy to act with anger. During the conversation between the two, they went through several levels and finally came to a special white room. In the room, there are several large cabins with special characteristics, and many pipelines are connected around them. In one of the cabins, there was a red-haired figure lying vaguely. Seeing Chen Tian looking at the cabin, Professor X explained, her life force is depleted too much and needs to be repaired slowly with the help of the life medical cabin. And the mental awareness is also very unstable. I need to use my spiritual power to comfort and slowly adjust. Chen Tian admired, Professor has worked hard. Professor X smiled gently, these are what I should do. Then under the instruction of the professor, Chen Tian carried Scott into the cabin on the left, and plugged some medical and life-sustaining lines into him. In the dim virtual battlefield, as Chen Tian chose the simple mode, the middle-aged man who had killed him dozens of times reappeared, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. It's just that Chen Tian, at the moment, has the confidence to defeat him, so he said directly, start. Boom! At the moment when Chen Tian decided to start, the mud under the dumb middle-aged man's feet exploded, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and shot out with a punch. In an instant, the air exploded, and the strong wind roared, and the momentum was astonishing. And at the moment when the middle-aged man made his move, Chen Tian stepped forward, releasing the muscle strength of his whole body, starting with his feet, and converging through his whole body into his fists. But this time, the strength of the invisible substance in Chen Tian's body has an extra touch of gold. At the moment when the two fists with the gust of wind roared together, Chen Tian's fist was domineering, and the astonishing power of condensed erupted. Boom! The middle-aged man's fist and entire arm were shattered by that domineering force. Immediately after Chen Tian took advantage of the victory to pursue, he stepped forward and punched the middle-aged man's chest. The violent power exploded, and the dull middle-aged man exploded instantly. Boom! The brilliance of the sky dissipated, and the middle-aged man who had killed Chen Tian dozens of times was killed by him with 2 punches. Congratulations to the host, clearing the simple mode virtual battlefield, getting rewards, the essentials of boxing. Huh? There are rewards. Chen Tian was a little surprised. At this moment, a stream of information about the snake-shaped fist, the grabbing fist, and the arm fist poured into his mind. It was the 3 kinds of boxing that the middle-aged man knew. After a long time, Chen Tian exhaled. Then his eyes condensed, and his whole body was shocked with a heavy will. In an instant, under the guidance of this will, all the strengths of his limbs and body were unified, condensed into a force, and completely reached the realm of force through the whole body. Yes, at the moment Chen Tian used that wave of boxing experience to condense his will, and his whole body strength penetrated the unique. However, at the moment is all over the body, and the improvement to him is actually not that obvious. Because after the power of the X gene was advanced into energy fission, the invisible strength in his body turned into a tangible real power. And this power is very condensed and pure. Although it is not as powerful as when the second awakening is fully activated, it is still no problem to punch a big hole. This is also the reason why he can beat the middle-aged man with one punch. Killing the opponent who had killed him many times with one punch made Chen Tian high-spirited. Looking at the selection page that popped up in front of me, I directly chose the hard mode. Roar! Not far away, the dull middle-aged man reappeared and turned into two. The attributes on his head were still the same as Chen Tian, but he had a long knife in his hand. At the same time, a sharp long knife also appeared in front of Chen Tian. Obviously, hard mode is weapon warfare. I don't know how to use weapons. Chen Tian felt a little pained. However, having never used a weapon does not mean that he is not an opponent. Thinking of this, Chen Tian smiled confidently and then chose to start. Whizzing! In an instant, the slight wind sounded, and the two middle-aged people appeared around Chen Tian like ghosts. A long knife slashed in their hands, and two dazzling knife lights ripped apart the sky. Under Chen Tian's dynamic vision, he could clearly see that the two dazzling sword lights seemed to be chopped down in an instant, but in fact they were oscillating at a high speed every moment. Then, Chen Tian's last consciousness was that the two sword lights surpassed time and drowned him in an instant. Roar! The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon, and on the rooftop, Chen Tian, who had closed his eyes and basking in the sun, suddenly sat up, his face pale, and he was panting heavily. I actually didn't block a single move. Chen Tian couldn't believe it. Compared to a few days ago, his strength can be said to have improved qualitatively, which can be seen from his punch to kill the middle-aged man. But with such strength, when facing two middle-aged men with the same attributes and holding weapons, he was actually killed in seconds. Could it be that weapons have such a strong boost to strength? Just when Chen Tian was puzzled, not far behind him, Clarissa's caring voice came. West, are you having nightmares again? In the shadow of the entrance to the rooftop, the black-haired girl sat with her legs bent, holding a cartoon in her hand. At the moment, he looked up slightly, and there was curiosity in his beautiful eyes. In her opinion, Chen Tian is so powerful. Shouldn't he always have nightmares? Facing the girl's concern, Chen Tian sighed. Yeah, I dreamed just now that two people were chasing me with knives and chasing them for 3 streets. Unexpectedly, he actually had a nightmare. Clarisse blinked, a little confused. But at this time, Chen Tian hummed, no, I'm not convinced. I want to go in and chop it back. After finishing speaking, Chen Tian was lying on the chair again, closing his eyes and entering the virtual battlefield again. In the afternoon, when Chen Tian died 5 times in a row, he had to admit that he couldn't beat those two people with knives. Lying weakly on the rooftop, Chen Tian looked up at the sky. Although his face was pale, he did not feel any disappointment, and there was a look of thought in his eyes. He was analyzing the first 5 fights. From being instantly killed at the very beginning, to the 5th battle with more than a dozen moves, and even to the death of a middle-aged man after smashing his weapon, his progress has actually been great. And the knife in the middle-aged man's hand is not an ordinary knife, or the knife technique used is not an ordinary knife technique. With his speed, reflexes, and physical strength, ordinary swords couldn't hurt him at all, let alone cut through fists that contained golden power. After a long time, Chen Tian's lips moved slightly and whispered to himself, their knives have been vibrating at high speed, superimposed, and finally burst out with extreme destructive power. Unfortunately, it is useless to discover the reason, because he does not know this special sword technique. But it won't be fine. If he finds a way to kill a middle-aged man, there should be something to gain, such as gaining experience in that kind of swordsmanship. However, in the virtual battlefield, his X-gene ability cannot be used, and it is a bit difficult to kill one person. Just when Chen Tian was thinking, a touch of red light entered his eyes. Is it so late? Looking at the setting sun and rendering the sky an orange-red picture, Chen Tian was slightly ecstatic. Chen Tian came back to his senses, feeling the strength in his body has increased a lot. With a smile on his face, got up and looked at the girl who had been with him for the afternoon not far away. Clarisse, let's go down. Yeah, the black-haired woman responded, very well behaved. Today's Clarisse seemed to have something to do. When she went downstairs, she jumped in front of Chen Tian and whispered, West, can the 7 Dragon Balls be copied to others? Noticing the cautiousness in her tone, Chen Tian smiled and said casually, don't ask me about this, after the comic is given to you, you can do whatever you want. Oh, Clarisse nodded. Why, does anyone like to watch it? The black-haired girl said obediently, well, it's Kayla and the others in the dormitory. I read the comics while I was taking a shower yesterday, and then I also fell in love with Dragon Ball. You've been telling me this morning that you want to borrow it to see it. But I don't want to lend them this comic book, so if they feel like they want to read it, they can make a few copies for them. As for why he didn't want to borrow the comic book in his hand, it was definitely because Chen Tian drew it himself and for her. The natural meaning is different. If it wasn't for the female student in the dormitory who had read the comics and kept begging, she wouldn't want to copy it to others. Chen Tian stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair. Copy as many copies as you want, just right. You can also make some friends with this. After saying this, looking at the well-behaved and sensible black-haired girl, Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was a little heavy. Because of Jean's return, it means that the outbreak of X-Men's third battle is getting closer. I don't know how long the mutant students in this school can keep their smiles on their faces. In fact, Chen Tian hoped that the sooner the war broke out, the better. In this way, he will have more time to develop. After all, he is not strong enough now. In Chen Tian's worries, the next 3 days were calm and there were no accidents. And the weather is also good, the sun is shining every day. In this case, Chen Tian's strength has also been greatly improved, his physique has reached 2,600, and his spiritual attributes have finally approached 1,000. The grip strength has increased to 41 tons, and the growth rate is even more amazing. At this time, Chen Tian didn't need an ability boost, and with a single punch, he was close to 100 tons of power, and he could overturn a big truck at will with one hand. This is the day I want. In the sight, Chen Tian lay lazily on the table, letting the sunlight outside the window fall on his body, and there was a sense of comfort that his body became stronger. On the podium, the Mediterranean teacher mutant was talking about the principles of physics. Below, there are more than a dozen mutant students sitting quietly in a relaxed atmosphere. Even though Chen Tian is already a Superman with a punch and 100 tons, he still has to squat in the classroom honestly. No way, who made him a 15-year-old junior high student? If he doesn't want to attract too much attention, he needs to follow the trend. Whenever Chen Tian thinks of this, he feels very painful. It would be great if he was a college student, or an adult. In this way, he doesn't have to learn these things that he doesn't have, and he doesn't want to be a scientist. In boredom, Chen Tian took out his phone, flipped through it, and then put it down again bored. It is only 2006, and the smartphone has not yet been developed. The mobile phone used is still a camera phone with only ringtones, and the internet is not yet available. As for smartphones, after the IP came out in 2007, the implementation of touchscreen and application will completely detonate a new era. Accustomed to the future mobile information age, there is no mobile phone to watch videos, chat, brag, and play games, so you can imagine how boring Chen Tian is. Okay, that's it for today's content. While Chen Tian was in a drowsy state, the teacher on the podium finally announced that the get out of class was dismissed, and the classroom suddenly became noisy. However, it was different from going out to play after class. Some mutant students took out a comic from the drawer, and some mutant students gathered around excitedly and discussed something. There were also a few junior high school students who came directly to Chen Tian and said excitedly, "West, you are amazing, you actually drew such a beautiful cartoon. West, when will Dragon Ball Volume 6 be drawn? West, why did Lord Oolong's subordinate turn into a cow? Because he is also a mutant. West, after collecting 7 Dragon Balls, can you really summon a dragon?" Suddenly Chen Tian's head was big when asked. But in the face of these excited junior high school girls, he couldn't beat them, he could only smile. "I don't have any inspiration yet, I'll draw when I think about it." According to the settings, after collecting the Dragon Balls, you can indeed summon the dragon. The summoned dragon, can any wish really come true? Can. After taking the trouble to answer some questions, the mutant girls left with satisfaction and joined the comic discussion group in the class. Roar! Chen Tian let out a sigh of relief, looked at the blinking eyes in front of his eyes, and was speechless when he pretended to be an innocent black-haired girl. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't allow her to copy comics for her classmates that day. For these mutant students who can't go out at will, can only play balls and watch TV animations, the Dragon Balls in the 5 volumes before and after are very interesting. Therefore, I just made 3 copies for Clarissa's dormitory classmates. Who knows how to pass 2 and 4? 3 days later, all the elementary and junior high school students in the school had a Dragon Ball comic. Now Chen Tian is a celebrity in the school. The reason is not that he became the X-Men, nor that he saved Scott, but that he is the author of the Dragon Ball comics. Hi, West. Hello, West. West, you go to the dining room too. West, what kind of burger do you like? West, what color underwear do you think girls wear? At noon, on the way to the cafeteria, Mutant, a primary school student and a junior high school student, constantly greeted Chen Tian, and the question of greeting became more and more strange. Chen Tian rubbed the slightly stiff smile on his face, and then said angrily to the black-haired girl on the side, "Stop laughing, laugh again, and I won't give you extra lessons at night." Suddenly Clarisse stuck out her tongue cutely. In the past 2 days, because of the comics, she has a good relationship with the classmates in the dormitory, and her personality has become a little more cheerful and lively. While Chen Tian was having lunch, outside, a well-known pharmaceutical company was holding a press conference. "Hello everyone, welcome everyone to this conference, I'm Worthington Kedders. Recently, my company's laboratory has developed a surprising result, a drug that can cure mutant." "What? The potion to cure mutant?" a reporter below said in surprise. "Yes, cured." The white-haired middle-aged man on the stage nodded. "I always thought mutant wasn't actually a mutation, it was a disease, so I've been working on treatments in related fields over the years. Finally, recently, our company's research has made a breakthrough, and we have developed a drug that can permanently suppress mutant genes and turn mutant back into ordinary people. There was an uproar below, and then the news spread at an alarming speed. In the afternoon, Chen Tian did not go to the classroom, but prepared a place to continue to bask in the sun and sleep to replenish his energy. At the top of the canopy of a large tree with a height of more than 10 meters and a dense canopy, Chen Tian's body lay on it as if he had no weight, and his body swayed slightly with the breeze. Just when Chen Tian thought there was nothing to do today, the weather around him changed and the wind roared. Then Storm in a black battlesuit flew up. Chen Tian opened his eyes and said helplessly, "Teacher Orlo, your appearance is still so imposing." Storm smiled slightly. "West, you are also very good. Can you tell me how you lay on the tree and didn't let yourself fall?" Saying that, Orlo glanced at the branches and leaves under him curiously. From those leaves, she didn't feel the ability attached, so she was a little puzzled. Chen Tian sat up. "It's very simple, just make yourself lighter." "I see. That's why you can jump from 10,000 meters. Storm nodded. "Can't affect external substances, but can make oneself lighter. This ability is also a side effect of body strengthening?" Thoughtfully, Storm talked about the topic this time. "Professor X asked me to gather everyone and go to the renovated training base for a simulated battle." Simulated battle? Chen Tian raised his brows. "Yes, the purpose of this training is to improve the team cooperation of X-Men. After all, each of us has different abilities. As the saying goes, take people's money and eliminate disasters with others." Although he felt that his actual combat experience was not weak, Chen Tian still followed Storm to the underground base. It was the same spacious training room, but this time the scene turned into a street at night. And these buildings give Chen Tian a very real feeling. Chen Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful on the wall of the shop next to him. In his hand, the hard cement shattered like tofu, and there was a real touch. Suddenly Chen Tian exclaimed, "What a strong ability." He can be sure that the buildings in front of him are real, but the dim sky is a simulation of the scene, and some distant vistas are also fake. The problem is that the last time he came in, the venue layout here was not like this. Under normal circumstances, if you want to build a huge underground base like this, you can't do it in a short time, unless it is super ability. In this training, the participants are only X-Men, so only Shadowcat, Colossus, Iceman, Rakshasa Enna, and Storm Wolverine. "Okay, everyone is here," Storm introduced. The training content this time is to fight with a group of mechanical soldiers. According to the setting, these mechanical soldiers will also have mutant ability and be equipped with modern weapons. Our goal is to destroy these mechanical soldiers and complete the mission under coordinated operations. As soon as Storm finished speaking, Colossus wondered, "Mechanical soldiers with mutant ability, there is such a thing?" Iceman Poppy shrugged and said indifferently, "Professor should have come up with it, maybe because we feel that our daily training is too simple." "Very well, wait and see how I freeze those machines." The X-Men present seemed very relaxed, and did not take this training opponent seriously at all. Only Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. A mechanical soldier with mutant ability, could it be Sentry? "In a minute, the battle will begin, everyone is ready." With Storm's reminder, everyone is separated by a certain distance on the street. This lineup can support at any time, and will not be wiped out by the enemy. As for Chen Tian, he directly smashed the ground, jumped dozens of meters high in the envious eyes of Colossus and others, and landed on the top of the tall building next to him. The spatial height of the training room has also been changed. Chen Tian thought thoughtfully. In his perception, he would only touch the wall with a few dozen meters above his head. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a roar and vibration of the air in the distance, and then more than a dozen rockets burst into the crowd with fire, which shocked everyone in an instant. "Be careful, find a place to hide." The first wave of offensive was so strong, it was the first time they met. However, some people dodged, and some people stood there confidently. For example, Iceman in the middle of the street, looking at the two rockets flying towards him, stretched out his hands directly. Roar! In his palm, an amazingly chilling blue air spurted out, bursting out like two high-pressure water taps, submerging the two rockets that fell in the air. Under the cold air of freezing water molecules, the rockets that were enough to destroy more than 10 square meters were directly frozen, and then fell from the air and shattered. The Shadowcat on the other side did not evade either, entering a state of nothingness, allowing the rockets to pass through and explode on the ground a few meters behind. The fire from the explosion rolled around behind her, but it couldn't hurt her in the slightest. This scene is very handsome, and it can be said that the momentum is very good. Definitely, there are those who deal with it calmly, and there are those who dodge quickly. For example, the Rakshasa girl Anna rushed into the building and avoided the explosion. There are also Colossus and Storm, who also chose to avoid. As for Chen Tian on the top of the building, because he was standing high and seeing far away, he had the most rockets fired at him, 3 at all. However, when the 3 rockets entered Chen Tian's 30-meter range, the red light in his eyes lit up, and 2 fiery heat rays burst out in an instant. Boom boom boom! At a maximum temperature of 5,000 degrees Celsius, 3 rocket warheads were continuously detonated and exploded in the air under the heat ray with shockwave. In the firelight in the sky, 3 humanoid robots with a height of 10 meters and their bodies painted purple appeared in the air, exuding icy killing intent. Sure enough, the professor has long known about Sentry's existence. When the 3 first-generation sentry appeared in the air, Chen Tian understood the purpose of this training. Apparently, Professor X knew about the United States secret sentry plan. After all, he is the strongest telepathy. As long as you want to know, ordinary people have no secrets in front of him. However, the sentry technology at this time was not perfect, and it was not very strong. Professor X was supposed to avoid a complete break with humans, so he didn't try to stop it. Or maybe he knew he couldn't stop it. Even if he stops the sentry plan, other plans will follow. The root cause of these plans is the fear of those in power for the mutants who possess extraordinary powers. But not being able to stop it doesn't mean sitting still. Therefore, according to the existing sentry data, the professor thought of targeted confrontation training. In the future, X-Men will not be unprepared and be caught off guard when faced with the sudden appearance of sentry. It's just that no one can imagine whether it's Professor X or humans, that these sentry will evolve to an almost invincible state in the future. Not only did he slaughter the mutants within 10 years, but he also slaughtered most of the humans who contained the X-invisible gene, turning the whole world into a silent apocalypse. Definitely, this invincibility refers to normal mutants. One-on-one, even in the future, a small number of mutants can destroy sentry with cooperation. But the problem is that there are too many sentry. And the mutant will cooperate, and the sentry that shares the ability and information vision cooperates better. When you destroy one, a dozen will pop up. In this case, there is absolutely no solution, unless you have absolute power to destroy all sentry. In Chen Tian's emotion, the 3 sentry in the air were divided into 3. 2 flew down Wolverine and the other flew towards him. I saw that it was placed on the shoulder of sentry, a modern weapon. The mechanical arm of a machine gun emerged. The 20mm caliber barrel was aimed at Chen Tian, and the fire exploded. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the sound of gunfire was loud, and countless bullets burst out at a terrifying speed of kilometers per second, forming a fire channel that tore everything apart. And at the moment when the machine gun fired, Chen Tian's figure disappeared in place. Immediately, a bullet capable of piercing a 40mm steel plate landed on the roof, blasting the hard cement into deep pits the size of a water basin, with amazing power. If this kind of power falls on ordinary people, it will directly tear people into pieces. Even the current Chen Tian didn't dare to pick it up hard, so he took advantage of the edge and jumped on each building at an astonishing speed. Similarly, the 2 sentry below are also the beginning of the cannon, and the Wolverine and others who shot are constantly dodging, and there is no chance of a frontal shot at all. Sentry also had a howitzer shot out of his body as he suppressed them with the cannon for the first time. Continuing to fall on the surrounding buildings and streets, the bummed Iceman and others were very embarrassed. However, this kind of fire suppression could not last. After a minute, the 2,000 rounds of bullets carried by sentry were set to be fired, and the fire barrage disappeared immediately. At the moment when the fire suppression disappeared, the Sentinel side, which had already landed on the ground, shattered the walls of the building. Colossus, transformed into steel, rushed out violently. Boom! A punch with an impact force landed on Sentry's chest, and the armor on the robot's chest was smashed into a big hole under the instant huge force. At the same time, at the moment when Sentry was attracted by Colossus, Storm appeared in the distance, surrounded by the wind, and floated up. Both hands waved at Sentry. Click click. Lightning bolts fell from the sky, slashing Sentry's body, and sparks of electricity splashed all over his body. Seeing this scene, Colossus fell to the ground, and Storm in the distance showed a smile on his face. After all, metal conducts electricity, and as long as the circuit inside the robot is destroyed, these robots will naturally lose their danger. However, just as the Sentry was splashed with electric sparks, suddenly, the color of its body surface changed, turning into a silver-black color similar to Colossus at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impressively, at the moment of contact, ability was simulated by Sentry. Although Colossus is called Colossus, the substance he transforms is actually carbon steel similar to osmium, and its strength is second only to adamantium and vibranium, and has high-strength insulating properties. So the lightning on Sentry's body dissipated immediately. The sudden change surprised both of Storm, and Colossus was slapped by a huge amount of robot and slammed into a building dozens of meters away. Then, the robot looked at Storm in the distance, and the silver-black metal eyes turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, faintly emitting an aura similar to Storm's energy. Bang! But suddenly, sparks exploded from the robot's head, then lost its response, and fell to the ground with a bang. With this change, Storm and Colossus looked at each other, a little confused. I never thought that this robot would fail to copy Storm ability and kill itself. The Sentry, who was chasing Wolverine and the others, landed on the ground when Katie, who suddenly appeared on the ground, grabbed her left leg. In an instant, the whole body was blurred, sinking, and the lower body was sealed in the ground in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Iceman, who found the opportunity, rushed out of the street, sprayed cold air like a high-pressure water gun from his hands, drowned it, and turned into a frozen object in the blink of an eye. Katie, who suddenly appeared in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the huge amounts of frozen objects, Iceman Poppy showed a relaxed smile. It seems that this robot is not very powerful. But upstairs to the side, Wolverine frowned, because his intuition told him that the sense of danger was still there. Suddenly Wolverine's eyes narrowed, and she noticed that the color of the robot's body under the ice was turning red, and she couldn't help shouting, "Be careful, it's not dead." Boom! The frozen sentry suddenly burst into flames and turned into a huge burning man, melting the ice on his body and destroying it. But after melting the ice on the body, the energy on the robot also seemed to consume a lot, and the flames on the body disappeared, revealing a dark red body surface similar to the extinction of magma. Then, puff! The robot's head fell. Just when it felt wrong in front of him, Wolverine had already run and borrowed strength, jumped high from the upstairs, and appeared behind the robot's head. Taking advantage of the moment when it broke free from the ice, its indestructible claws chopped off its head and killed it dead in the air. The moment Sentinel finished firing the bullet, Chen Tian smashed the roof, as if a black line appeared on its side across the sky. Just as Sentinel turned around and wanted to react, Chen Tian's fist with golden rays of light was already punched out. Boom! Under Chen Tian's pure and domineering punch, Sentry's left arm snapped, and then his huge body was smashed to the ground with tremendous force. Suddenly the ground shattered, and shockwave set off a gust of wind and rushed out more than 10 meters. At the moment when the robot on the ground landed, before it could react, Chen Tian had already descended from the sky and landed on its right arm with a ruthless kick. Boom! Sentry's hard metal arm was also smashed under the huge amount of force. And the current Chen Tian has a strong control of power. Although he smashed Sentry's arm with one foot, the shoes on his feet are not broken. This is very important. Whoosh! Chen Tian's figure disappeared instantly, and a string of afterimages appeared behind Sentry. His hands were like claws, he grabbed huge amounts of his left leg, and the strength of his arms exploded. Boom! Sentinel's left leg was forcibly torn off by Chen Tian, and the silk thread that was broken inside emitted fire and made a rustling noise. Next is its right leg. At this moment, Sentinel, who finally reacted, radiated red light in his eyes, and he was about to shoot back with an energy beam. But in an instant, a pale golden fist appeared on the side of its head and landed on its head. Boom! Hundreds of tons of power exploded, and Sentry's head suddenly exploded with countless sparks, and then huge amounts of metal heads flew away, smashing hard on buildings in the distance. There was a splash of smoke and fire. In front of Chen Tian, this Sentinel was weak and almost vulnerable. And not long after Chen Tian solved this sentry, the battle there stopped. For a time, only the surrounding collapsed buildings, the broken ground, and the burning fire proved what had just happened. The people will reconcile. Storm nodded and said, although this combat training was short, everyone performed very well, and they cooperated with each other to easily deal with the enemy. Standing in front of the corpse of the robot beheaded by Wolverine, Iceman exclaimed, this robot is indeed a bit strong. It is equipped with modern weapons and can use mutant ability. But fortunately, these things are just training items that the professor came up with. Shadowcat and the Rakshasa girl Anna smiled bitterly. Yeah, if humans really research this kind of thing, it will be a disaster for mutant. Chen Tian's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't speak, looking a little low-key. After the training, everyone walked out of the training room. In the bright corridor, Katie stepped forward and patted Chen Tian on the shoulder and praised, West, your strength is getting stronger and stronger now. Just by one person, I easily solved a robot. Chen Tian smiled and said humbly, it's okay, you guys are also very good. Anna next to him shook his head, West, don't be humble, your strength is obvious to all, but it's me, who didn't do much. Speaking of which, Anna's face was not very good looking. Her ability is to briefly copy other mutant abilities through touch, but it will cause great harm to the person being copied, even life-threatening. Although after years of exploration and control, this kind of injury is no longer life-threatening, but most of the time she can't show any combat power. Sister Anna, don't think too much. Noticing that Anna's expression was wrong, Katie comforted. The professor said that there is no useless ability. It mainly depends on how the person who has it uses it. Facing Katie's consolation, Anna forced a smile. At this time, Wolverine and Storm who were walking in the front were also talking, and Wolverine seemed to be in a bad mood. I don't understand, what's the point of this training? Would you like to tell us that war could break out at any time, and keep these children in a tense state of fighting? Storm frowned slightly. Logan, this is just a simple training. No, I don't think it was an ordinary training session. Logan said coldly, from what I know about Charles, he never does anything useless. Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with being nervous. Storm said lightly, don't forget Logan, we only destroyed Chris Labs last week, and our situation is not as good as we imagined. You want to fight so much. Scott has been training the seniors, training them how to fight, and now Charles is training the X-Men. Logan was a little displeased. Having experienced countless battles in his life and lost many important people, Logan is very disgusted with war. I don't want this mutant school to be warlike as well. In the face of Logan's complaints, Storm's eyes were cold and he said indifferently, I don't want to fight, but many people don't want to give us a chance for peace. Logan glanced at her. When you're armed as a quill, people are afraid of being stabbed if they want to touch you. Eventually the two parted ways. In fact, Logan is not against Professor X, but is dissatisfied with some of his current radical practices, for fear that he will bring the school into war again. As a mutant who has experienced too much, although Wolverine has been cruel, killing countless people over the years, he still maintains a kindness in his heart. Big brother. As soon as Chen Tian walked out of the underground base and appeared in the classroom building, a little girl who rushed out grabbed his pants tightly and couldn't help but stop. This is a little girl with blonde hair, about 7 years old, very cute, but her face is a little bad. At the moment is holding Chen Tian's thigh tightly. Behind, the professor in a wheelchair moved over and said in a gentle voice, West, this is Vera Katie, you should remember her. Katie in the back paused for a while, and then said in surprise, it's Xiao Wei'er, has she recovered so soon? The professor smiled and said, Xiao Wei'er's injury is the least, so she should recover quickly. Sister, you are fine too. Uncle bearded, thank you, and the white-haired sister. The little girl was very well behaved and thanked everyone with big eyes. Facing such a well-behaved little girl, Wolverine couldn't help showing a soft look in her eyes. Xiao Wei'er's appearance surprised everyone, but she was soon taken away by the nurse. Although her injuries are almost healed, she is still a little weak and can't run around outside for the time being. Looking at Chen Tian and the others, Professor X smiled slightly and said gently, just in time, I'm going to teach senior students a lesson, everyone can go and listen. Professor X is the principal and also the school teacher. But he is very busy, and occasionally has time to teach everyone. The content of the subject is not ordinary mathematical physics, but some topics that guide students to establish correct three views, which are simply ideological and moral. It is said to be a classroom, more like an office room, with more than a dozen senior students sitting scattered under the stage. On the stage, Professor X was sitting in a wheelchair, exuding the breath of an elderly person, and his eyes full of wisdom showed a gentle color, and said slowly, Classmates, when a person has power that surpasses that of ordinary people, a little use will have a huge impact on the surrounding. You think this person will choose to use ability to promote the development of human society and become a hero to protect the weak? Or will it be driven by desire, choose to rule society, be above hundreds of millions of people, or even destroy the world for selfish interests? With that said, the professor's gaze fell on Chen Tian, who was behind the crowd, and said gently, we have to think about this, because that person is us. As we who master extraordinary power, we must clear the boundaries between when ability is used correctly and when it is used incorrectly. And this limit is the morality in our hearts. When a powerful mutant has no moral restraint in his heart, is driven by desire, and uses his power indiscriminately, he becomes a tyrant. At this time, the Colossus cat raised his hand and said suspiciously, but Professor, you once said that morality is a kind of social consciousness, and there is no clear standard. And we mutants are excluded from mainstream society. What are the morals we need to abide by? That's a good question. What are the specific standards of ethics? The professor smiled slightly. In my opinion, the specific standard of morality is that there is no standard, and it will continue to change with the development of the times. If you want to find a specific measure, it is law, because law is the bottom line of morality, and morality is also an extension of law. As long as you are within legal boundaries, what you do is still within the moral boundaries. If you violate the law, such as using ability to steal, rob, or even kill and plunder other people's property, these actions must also cross the moral line. And that's why we're excluded from mainstream society. Because of the power we have, we can easily avoid the law, and we will not be discovered and punished if we do illegal things. And most ordinary people who have no power can only abide by the legal circle. Once you cross the circle, you will be crushed by a force called the law. Even the most powerful country in the world, the president with the most power, is still bound by the law, but the binding file size is different. A student raised his hand and said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, Professor, but our mutants are obviously very strong. Why should we obey the legal standards of ordinary people? Professor X smiled slightly. The reason is very simple. Our mutants' ability is indeed strong, but the power of ordinary people who occupy the mainstream society is stronger. And we are just genetic awakening, gaining great power, but still human in essence. If you have the heart to see ordinary people as slaves and low-level creatures, then in the eyes of the stronger, you will also be a slave and an inferior creature. The so-called murderers, people will kill them forever, that's what it means, so we must stick to our own moral bottom line and self-discipline, because we are humans. The words of Professor X, let the students below ponder. At this time, Chen Tian raised his hand. Professor, I heard someone say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and I hope that those with power will take on more social responsibilities. But I don't think this sentence is right. Why do I need to take more responsibility when I am powerful? Can't I choose to be simpler and ordinary after I have power? Professor X was silent for a while, and then said, yes, this sentence is indeed wrong. The correct statement should be that the greater the ability, the greater the rights, and then the greater the responsibility. If you have acquired rights, you should shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. This is your return to those who gave you rights, and it is an equivalent exchange. And when you choose not to have rights, there is no reason to assume responsibilities that do not belong to you. Speaking of which, Professor X said slowly, but human is a social creature. To use an old saying in the East, it's called under the nest, how can there be an egg? If one day, the world suffers a devastating disaster, those strong people who did not want to take responsibility must stand up. The purpose of standing up is not for any responsibility, nor for any ethnic group, but for yourself. Because when the world is destroyed and the ethnic group is erased, then your existence as a human is also erased. You were human at that time, and you are no longer human. Just a lonely wanderer. Professor X's class is more like an academic seminar, with a relaxed atmosphere, but the content is thought-provoking. Just when everyone fell into deep thought because of the professor's words. Outside the door, a staff member knocked on the door. After being signaled by the professor, the staff walked in and whispered, "Professor, Mr. Hank is here and is waiting for you in your office." Hank, isn't he working in the White House? Professor X was a little surprised. Hank McCoy, one of the first X-Men, but more adept at scientific research, met Professor X decades ago. But now he is no longer X-Men, but in the official United States, as the Minister of Mutant Affairs, responsible for dealing with mutant affairs in the society. A simple analogy is the cabinet minister. Knowing that Hank will come without incident, Professor X gave a slight pause and announced the end of the project. Then he went to the office with the push of the staff. Watching the professor leave, Chen Tian rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. It's only been 3 days of peace. He knew that the purpose of Hank's visit this time was to persuade the professor, and the X-Men, to support the official mutant cure bill that the United States was about to start. For the countless mutants around the world who are hidden in the dark, or exposed on the bright side. Professor X, who has always been committed to protecting mutant and helping mutant fight for a living space, X-Men is their spiritual pillar. If they can be persuaded, then the mutant medicine will be launched smoothly this time. What made Chen Tian painful was that he didn't want the situation to develop so fast, and he wanted the so-called antidote to be researched later. In this way, the biggest conflict between mutant and ordinary people will not break out, and he will have more time to develop in a low-key manner. In the professor's office, the joy of not seeing good friends for a long time also disappeared with the appearance of Hank's mutant potion. "There is a pharmaceutical company that has developed antibodies that can inhibit the mutant gene," said Hank, a burly man in a suit with blue skin and hair. "And it claims to be permanent, known as the mutant antidote." In an instant, everyone's faces changed, including Professor X, because everyone knew that things were serious. Storm's eyes turned cold. "An antidote? It's ridiculous. When did we become sick?" Because he has been oppressed because of mutants since he was a child, Storm actually has a vague hostility and rejection to ordinary society. He is very concerned about his identity as a mutant and his fellow mutants. So she was a little angry and agitated when she learned that those people saw them as patients who needed to be treated. But unfortunately, Professor X is very clear that this time Hank was sent by the President of the United States to seek their opinions, more of a notification. Because they agree or disagree, they can't stop the drug from being marketed. The final office meeting broke up. It didn't take long for the school to spread the news of mutants' potion, and the school suddenly became noisy. This news means a lot to all mutants. Some students who had been unhappy because of their mutant status were delighted when they learned that they could become ordinary people through medicine. Some students, who are accustomed to the power of mutant and have been hurt, are afraid that once they are enforced, they will lose their strength to rely on. At the side of the venue, Clarice said with some concern, "West, are you saying that potion is real?" Chen Tian, who folded his arms and basked in the sun on a chair, said lazily, "It should be true. As for whether it will be permanent or not, I am not sure. Anyway, I don't believe it." The brunette girl was a little nervous. "Then, will you choose to use it?" "Why use it?" Chen Tian looked at her strangely. "Are you dissatisfied with your mutant ability?" The black-haired girl was silent for a while, and then whispered, "Although my ability is not strong, I like it very much, but my identity as a mutant also makes me rejected by everyone." Seeing that she was a little tangled, Chen Tian couldn't help asking, "Clarice, do you think I reject you?" "No." The girl shook her head. "Do your classmates reject you?" The girl continued to shake her head. Chen Tian shrugged. "That's not right. Since the friends around you don't reject you, why should you care about the opinions of those irrelevant people in the world? And even after taking the mutant potion and turning back into ordinary people, mutants are still different from ordinary people because they once had power. As long as you are human, you have selfishness, greed, and inferiority. I'm ashamed. So we chase power, money, and naturally superpower. When these once powerful mutants lose their power to protect themselves, it is very likely that they will become a research target for some people. The results speak for themselves." Chen Tian's words made Clarice pale. In fact, for Chen Tian, mutant's ability did not affect him too much. His core is still the power of Krypton that can be strengthened by the sun. But he never believed in the promises of others, and his fate must be in his own hands so that he would not be controlled by others. Just when the Xavier Academy became a little chaotic because of the mutant drug, with the release of the antidote news, the whole world was buzzing. Especially many people who are proud of the power of mutant have become even more uneasy. Because it means that the United States has the means to take their power away. Not all mutants hate their mutant identity and power. Instead, many mutants enjoy and are proud of the convenience brought to them by supernatural powers. Just as Hank left the mutant school, mutants all over the United States were moving. Under the guidance of a force, in the United States, many hidden underground mutants with certain strengths converged towards the city of Dewar, near Miami. Whether it is big or small, it is relatively mediocre in the surrounding cities. In this place, it is famous that the local security is relatively poor, and many local people are Christians, so there are many churches built. At night, the interior of Mox Cathedral is brightly lit. It's just that the people gathered this evening are not religious, but mutants, and there is a sign outside the door saying that the community meeting is forbidden for ordinary people to enter. Everyone knows the news of the antidote. I can confirm that the antidote really exists through some channels. But they don't know us, they don't know mutant, they don't know we're not sick at all, and we don't want to be cured. In the chaotic church, a tall and thin middle-aged man stood on the podium, looked at the people below and said loudly, "So we have to organize and not let the sand go down in a mess. We're going to form a group and make our voices heard. We're going to protest and let those in power know our demands. Even if we're going to show a lot of power and tell them we're not to be messed with." Under the speeches of the middle-aged people, the atmosphere below became lively, and many mutants shouted protest. "We have to teach them a lesson. Yes, protest. We're not sick. We don't want to lose strength." Looking at the frenzied atmosphere below, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. At this time, several special voices sounded below. "They don't really want to accept us, they just fear our power. Yes, their purpose is to exterminate us." Suddenly a female mutant objected loudly, "No, you are not right. Cure or not depends on our choices, and they didn't say they want to exterminate us." Seeing that there was some confusion below, the middle-aged man hurriedly stretched out his hand, trying to comfort him. "Wait, I didn't say someone was going to exterminate us." But at this time, the old but powerful voice sounded again, and said in a positive tone, "No, their purpose is to exterminate us." Suddenly the audience fell silent, and everyone subconsciously looked behind. There were a few people sitting quietly, and in the center was a white-haired old man in black clothes and a red cloak, and they were vaguely headed by him. Facing the eyes of everyone, the old man stood up in a hurry. In him, invisible exudes a touch of coercion, and his sharp eyes make everyone dare not look at him. Magneto got up and stepped onto the podium as everyone watched, looking down at the mutants who were somewhat helpless below, and said lightly, "While you were hesitating about this news, they were already in action. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after, a group of people will rush into your hiding place and force you to receive treatment. No, you are threatening." Just as the middle-aged man who had been deprived of the right to speak was about to speak, he was grabbed by the neck of the fireman who followed along, and the words in his mouth were immediately blocked. Magneto turned his head and looked indifferently at the middle-aged man who wanted to take advantage of the chaos for profit, then turned his head and looked at the mutants below. "You know whether what I said is true or not. Right now, I just want to know if you guys want to sit still or join me against the authorities. Do you want to be on the side of the humans, or are we mutants?" Magneto's deep and provocative words caused a commotion in the mutants below, and the expressions on their faces changed. After saying this, Magneto walked off the high platform and walked towards the door on one side with John the Burning Man, exuding invisible domineering all over his body. Unlike Professor X, who believes that humans are not enemies and that two races can coexist peacefully on Earth, Magneto's philosophy is at the other extreme. He believed that mutant could not coexist peacefully with human beings. If the mutants want to live on Earth with integrity and peace of mind, they need to eliminate human beings. So Magneto has been fighting for this idea for decades, even taking control of the Hellfire Club for a while when he first eliminated the Black Emperor Shaw. Coupled with rumors that he also assassinated the President of the United States, fought several battles with the X-Men, thwarted Stryker's mutant extermination plan a few years ago, and more. All these gave him great prestige among the rebellious mutants. Although Magneto did not identify himself today, many people have vaguely guessed who he is. Therefore, when they finally left the church, some people chose to leave with him. However, most of these mutants have average abilities, and only a few are not weak. One of them is called Callisto, nicknamed Night Girl. In addition to short-distance flash-like movement, ability is very agile, and it can also perceive the number and level of mutants within a certain range, which is very special. In addition to the Night Girl, there is also a female mutant who looks like a man, but is just a bit of AMR. Codenamed Arclight, ability is able to emit huge amounts of shockwaves through both hands, which is very powerful. In addition, there are several people who are not weak. One of them is called Psylocke, who can control spiritual power and condense it into weapons. This harvest made Magneto, who had just returned and had few capable subordinates, very satisfied. Immediately, the next step was determined. The next day is Monday. But because of Mutant's antidote, many people didn't sleep all night last night, and they are not in the mood for class today. The professor and others also understand this, so they announced that they will continue to rest today. In the morning of mutant school, on the playground, lawn, and corridors, the mutant students could be seen everywhere, discussing the antidote. And compared to these people who are anxious in the atmosphere, Chen Tian's expression is very relaxed. After breakfast, he was walking in the corridor of the teaching building, looking for a quiet place to continue basking in the sun. West. At this time, Shadowcat's voice came from behind Chen Tian, and then the petite and lovely girl caught up and walked side by side with him. "West, where are you going?" Chen Tian smiled and said, "It's rare that I don't have to go to class today. I definitely need to find a place to bask in the sun." "Well, I knew it." Shadowcat was speechless. Regarding Chen Tian's hobby of basking in the sun, what else can she say other than shrugging? At this moment, the Raxhasa female Anna came over not far away, followed by Iceman Poppy, and the two seemed to have an argument over something. "Anna, listen to me, I don't think the antidote is that simple. Don't make a decision so quickly," Iceman advised Anna. Just in the face of Iceman's persuasion, Anna was determined, no matter what purpose they have, as long as they can help me eliminate mutant ability, I've had enough of this damn ability. My boyfriend can touch anyone but me. Anna, listen to me. Anna, wait. West, Katie, good morning. Poppy called Roar as he passed the two of them. Chen Tian smiled and nodded. Bobby, early. Watching the two disappear in the corridor, Chen Tian continued to walk outside. When Chen Tian and Katie passed by the hall of the teaching building, a news accident was playing on the TV, and a female reporter sat on the helicopter and shouted loudly. Just yesterday, the announcement of the mutant antidote sparked a mutant revolt. A convoy of mutant prisoners was attacked early this morning. We can see that the attacker was powerful this time, so the vehicles were destroyed by an unknown powerful force, and the casualties are still unclear. On the TV, you can see from the helicopter's top-down perspective that the blocked site is full of destroyed shape-shifting vehicles. Many official staff are handling the aftermath. Glancing across the TV, Chen Tian's expression did not change, his demeanor was relaxed, which was in great contrast to the current overall serious atmosphere. Shadowcat said curiously, West, you don't seem to be very nervous. Why should I be nervous? Chen Tian asked back. Shadowcat blinked. West, if this antidote really works so well, are you going to use it or reject it? Chen Tian definitely said. Definitely refuse. Do you want to lose ability? No, it's just that things are really that simple. Katie replied without thinking, and then said a little worriedly. I'm afraid that many mutants will choose to use the antidote at that time, and at that time, mutants like us will become a minority. So what if they end up forcing us to use the antidote? Facing Shadowcat's worries, Chen Tian didn't tell her the truth, and didn't say that this matter would subside soon, but smiled indifferently. If there is such a day, they will regret this choice. Okay. Shadowcat paused, and did not understand where Chen Tian's self-confidence came from. Didn't he know that the enemy he faced at that time might be the whole world? Suddenly, both felt a terrifying burst of psychokinesis below. Boom! In an instant, the whole school was shocked, and then, the basketball court where boys played basketball in the distance exploded, and countless mud and stones splashed. The exploding shockwave set off smoke and dust in the sky, and the sound was terrifying. The sudden change shocked everyone, and several mutants near the basketball court were blown away by shockwave and screamed. As for Chen Tian and Shadowcat, who had just walked out of the teaching building, they saw a figure rising from the sky and disappearing into the sky at an astonishing speed. On that figure, there was a terrifying and shocking psychokinesis fluctuation. Looking at Chen, who disappeared into the sky, Chen Tian's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that she would suddenly wake up at this time. It seems that even with my interference, some destined things will still happen. At this moment, a powerful spiritual force spread out, covering all the panicked mutant students. Professor X's voice resounded in their hearts. Don't panic everyone, the one just now wasn't the enemy, it was Chen. Chen didn't actually die back then, but she was injured too badly and has been receiving treatment. Today, she regained consciousness, but the power in her body was out of control. In order to avoid hurting everyone, she left immediately. The professor's words made those mutant students breathe a sigh of relief. Then many people showed surprises on their faces. They didn't expect that teacher Chen didn't die. However, compared to those students, those X-Men who knew the truth were very dignified and rushed to the underground base. In the messy underground base, Professor X sat in a wheelchair with a dignified expression. Not far away, Wolverine looked shocked with a hint of guilt. When Chen Tian and others arrived, they saw this scene. Iceman was a little nervous. Professor, just now. Professor X let out a sigh of relief and said gently, don't worry, it's just that Chen has just woken up, and her consciousness is affected by the power of awakening in her body, making her a little irritable. Hearing this, Shadowcat exclaimed, that's good, but the power on Chen's body is so strong. Colossus also nodded, I felt it too. I didn't expect that the power inside the piano would become so powerful after awakening. Compared with the original book, this time because Scott didn't die, Storm was calmer. Professor, what should we do now? Go for Chen, or wait for her to come back by herself when she wakes up? Professor X did not answer, but narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously using his psychic power to investigate. After a long time, Professor X's expression froze, and then he sighed, she is rejecting me. Looking at the X-Men present, the professor said slowly, Chen's power is very dangerous. Once it gets out of control, unimaginable disasters may break out. So we have to get her back and help her control herself. But at this moment, Wolverine suddenly spoke and said in a low voice, but Charles, no one likes to be controlled, and the constant suppression will only result in a rebound. Wolverine's words made Professor X silent. Chen Tian, who had been silent all the time, also flickered slightly. He knew what Wolverine meant, to persuade Professor X to stop thinking about controlling the piano. No matter who they are, they don't like others to interfere with their will. Although Professor X's starting point is good intentions may not be accepted. And the so-called I am for your own good, for the client, she may not think that this is really good for her. Just like many parents, they control their children's words and deeds, will and behavior under the guise of being good for their children since childhood. The words that come out of your mouth every day are for your own good. But when these children grow up and have a certain autonomy ability, they will enter the rebellious period and initiate resistance. As long as you are human, you hate being controlled, and you hate being controlled by others, even if those concerns are well-intentioned. At this moment, the silent Professor X shook his head. You guys won't understand how powerful the power inside the piano is, and you won't know what the consequences will be if it gets out of control. Come on, Logan, Aurora. Professor X glanced at many X-Men, but only ordered Wolverine and Storm, and he hesitated for a while when his eyes finally landed on Chen Tian. And West, let's go get Chen, I know she's there. After speaking, the professor controlled the wheelchair to slide towards the elevator. Upon seeing this, Storm followed first, followed by Wolverine who hesitated. As for Chen Tian, when he followed up with his footsteps, the voice of the system sounded in his mind at the same time. Trigger the mission conditions, the main quest is released, please defeat the mutant juggernaut. Task reward, 2 points of origin. In the elevator moving up, Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. When an event related to the original work occurs, the system will issue a task, and Chen Tian has long expected this situation. After all, the Scott thing was already obvious before. What makes him feel weird is that the mission this time is not to save Professor X, but to defeat the mutant juggernaut. Could it be that the system thinks that even if I follow up this time, Professor X will surely die, so there is no such request? Or is it just as long as I participate in major events that affect the direction of the world, it doesn't matter what I do? Originally, Chen Tian guessed that the mission released by the system was to save some characters who died in the plot and disturb the established world line to obtain the origin, such as saving Scott. But now it seems that he thinks too much. Chen Tian's heart is full of doubts. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out, and one day you'll figure it out. But that's fine, otherwise every time the plot-related mission is to save people, he will become a virgin. Only in this way, Professor X seems to be dead this time, even if he is there. Ugh. In a small town not far away, in the underground base, Magneto had just finished discussing the next sabotage action with his subordinates and the others, and the night girl opened her mouth with a shocked expression. Head, I felt a strong magnetic field fluctuation appear. Magneto turned his head slightly and said solemnly, is it very strong? The night girl exclaimed, it's very strong, it's unparalleled, it can be said to be the strongest mutant I have ever perceived, and its level is higher than yours. The night girl's words made Magneto's eyes narrow, and a little girl appeared in his mind subconsciously. 20 years ago, before his relationship with Charles was completely broken, he had traveled to a small town together. There, he was struck by the power of a mutant girl. The psychokinesis, which was as majestic as the sea, and the terrifying aura of annihilating everything, gave him a great sense of oppression. It's a pity that the girl ended up going to the mutant school, and the power in her body was also blocked by Charles, turning into an ordinary mutant. No more pressure on me. Thinking of this, Magneto had already vaguely guessed something, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and he whispered, I said before, you can't control her. Saying that, Magneto stood up with a smile on his face, let's go, and bring that companion back. At the same time, Professor X also drove Wolverine, Storm, and Chen Tian to the town where the Chen family was located. In the business car bound for Andre Township, Storm was in the driver's seat, Wolverine was in the co-pilot's seat, and Chen Tian and the professor sat in the back. The town is not far from the school, just over 2 hours drive. Definitely, the most important thing is that the outbreak of Chen caused some damage to the underground base, and the fighter planes could not take off immediately, so they could only take a car. Looking at the scenery on both sides, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, comparing the strengths of the two sides. The object of comparison is Magneto, and there is also the awakened piano, because he knew that when he went this time, he would meet Magneto and his men without incident. Definitely, with his current strength, even if he encounters Magneto, he doesn't have to be so afraid. After all, he is not Wolverine and was defeated by Magneto. With his current speed, strength, and reflexes, Magneto couldn't do anything about him if he wasn't careful. Or at close range, Magneto will be blasted by his punch. What made Chen Tian feel dignified was that Professor X might be killed by Chen this time. Although at the end of the movie, Professor X completed the transfer of consciousness at the moment he was killed by Chen, and was resurrected through his vegetative twin brother. But now it's the real world, not the movies. Chen Tian is not sure if the professor can successfully complete the consciousness transfer. So when the time comes to save him, otherwise, without Professor X's school, he may not be able to develop quietly. I just don't know if he who entered X Gene's second awakening is the current Chen's opponent. 21 Not bad. Before the battle, Chen Tian was already thinking about the situation where he would explode with all his strength. Because now Chen is not the one who has just woken up by the lake and is still very weak. At this time, with the awakening of another personality, the Phoenix Force also began to recover, and even in normal state, psychokinesis was terrifyingly powerful. And once Chen runs away, don't think too much. How far is the current Chen Tian? If Superman at his peak came, he would naturally not care about owning some Phoenix Force pianos, but unfortunately, he has only developed for more than half a month. So Chen Tian could only sigh in his heart. Chen Tian still respects this elder who has cared about mutant students all his life for the sake of peace between mankind and mutant. Although he does not fully recognize the professor's philosophy, it does not prevent him from admiring the professor's character. That's how it will reveal more power. At least people are in the rivers and lakes and can't help themselves. At this time, the professor on the opposite side turned his head slightly, looked at Chen Tian and said gently, West, I can feel that you have something to say to me. Yes, some words. Chen Tian paused slightly, nodded and said, Professor, Senior Qin's body's power is out of control and he ran away. It should have something to do with you. Hearing this, Storm, who was driving in front of him, moved his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. The professor paused, then nodded, and said, You guessed right. When I first saw Qin when I was a child, I felt the power to destroy everything in her body, full of primitive instinctive desire. 99. And at the time, she couldn't control that power. If she can't do anything, her spiritual consciousness will be affected by that power and eventually become a puppet that destroys everything. So I took action and set up a cage outside her mind to shield and suppress the influence of that power on her. But I didn't expect that power to generate a second personality in her body. That personality is full of desires and negative emotions, and it is very dangerous. The professor's words shocked Storm in front of him, while Wolverine was calmer. He obviously already knew this. Compared to Storm, Chen Tian, who had also known this for a long time, was only trying to raise the topic, but he was not shocked. Definitely, in order to cooperate, he still showed a touch of shock on his face, and said solemnly, Professor, although Senior Qin's personality is awakened now, but it hasn't gotten out of control yet, I don't think you need to take risks. 99. At this time, other people may be fine, but if you go there, you will definitely anger her, and maybe you will. Just when Chen Tian was about to say, maybe you will die, the professor suddenly opened his mouth, interrupted him, and said slowly, because I have to go. Must go. Chen Tian paused. Professor X looked at the receding high-rise buildings outside the car, and said gently, in this world, not only mutant possesses extraordinary power, but there are also some powerful beings. Powerful existence, are you talking about Ancient One? Or who are you talking about? Thinking of these in his heart, the expression on Chen Tian's face remained unchanged, revealing dazed. The professor continued, once, I contacted those powerhouses who were hidden in the human race, and made an agreement about mutants handling. It's called the Peak Protocol. So unless we can't handle it, or mutant gets them, they can't step in and interfere with mutant things. 99. Equally, I can't intervene in events other than those related to mutant. Storm, who was driving the car, looked stunned and dazed. Peak Protocol. Professor, how come we don't know this? Are those powerful beings very strong? 39. Wolverine on the side was also confused by the Peak Protocol. They know that in addition to mutant, there are some people with extraordinary powers in this world, but these people are very few and only active in the local area. I never thought that there are still some peak powerhouses, so powerful that Professor X has to compromise. Don't look at Professor X sitting in a wheelchair all day long, his mental strength can't even pick up a match, and he has no strength to fight back when facing Qin, so he thinks he is weak. This idea is wrong. How strong is Professor X? So powerful that Magneto must wear the helmet that protects against psychic powers when facing him. Powerful enough that if he wants, he can kill mutants all over the world through the brainwave amplifier, or destroy the consciousness of human beings all over the world. Therefore, compared to Magneto, those strong people are more afraid of Professor X. Similarly, Professor X is also afraid of those strong, afraid that they will stand up, so Mutant, who is already at a disadvantage, has no chance of winning. For a time, Chen Tian thought of many things. No wonder every time Magneto makes trouble, no one cares, every time X-Men comes out. At the same time, this also explains why there is no X-Men in the event of the Hulk vs. Abomination, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. The two sides restrain each other and do not interfere with each other. Therefore, even if the back was invaded by aliens, and the battle was broken after Avengers took over, there was no mutant shot. But in this way, it also buried the crisis of mutants genocide. Over the years, there must have been some mutants making trouble under the noses of the strong. Because there is a non-interference agreement, they did not take action. So after the first generation Sentinel was born, these beings also watched from the sidelines, watching the mutant and the official battle. The original Sentinel was average in both quantity and strength, so Professor X and Magneto at that time thought they could handle it. And those powerhouses didn't care, everything was still within their control. But who knows, those Sentinels evolve so fast, and with the arrival of Thanos, the high-end strategy of the Earth will be eliminated in one wave. Then, Sentry, without restrictions, evolved to become stronger and stronger, and in the last 10 years not only destroyed mutant, but also killed all human beings around the world. This is something Thanos has never done. At this moment, countless thoughts turned in Chen Tian's mind, and he thought of a lot through the peak agreement of the professor, linking some of the doubts in his heart. Definitely, these are all his speculations, not necessarily correct. Roar! Chen Tian let out a breath, not knowing what to say for a while. Because of the agreement, even if it is dangerous to go this time, the professor has to go, because this is an internal matter of mutant. If he can't handle it, Qin's runaway will eventually lead to widespread destruction, and experts like Ancient One will definitely take action, then the agreement will be abolished. Wrong? Suddenly, Chen Tian thought of something, and looked at the professor with a look of horror in his eyes. Because he suddenly thought that the professor not only knew that it would be very dangerous this time, but even planned to let Qin kill him and let her vent the resentment she had held for many years. The purpose is to help Qin control the power of 493 in his body. Only with his death will the imprisoned hatred of Qin's dark personality over the years dissipate, and Qin's main personality may regain control. ultimately, master the mighty Phoenix Force. As for why the professor took the risk, it was because mutant was at a disadvantage and needed a strategic powerhouse to deter the world. Just imagine, a mutant who can master Phoenix Force really appears, so who else is her opponent on Earth? Even if Thanos comes, he will kneel. Definitely, if Thanos has 6 gems in his hand, he won't necessarily win if he only has a part of Phoenix Force's piano. Thinking of this, Chen Tian couldn't help looking at Professor X in shock. At the moment Professor X was also a little confused, not knowing what Chen Tian looked at him with a shocked expression. West, what did you think of? Chen Tian forced a smile and shook his head. Nothing. Recalling some details of X-Men's third battle, Chen Tian became more and more sure of his guess. For example, in the movie, when the Professor and Magneto both came out of the piano house, Professor X ordered that no one could enter except him and Magneto. Why give this order? For fear of Wolverine they stopped Jean from killing him. Because the Professor knows that Magneto has been peeping at the power of the piano, and it will definitely destroy him to bring it back. In other words, the moment Professor X knew that JYN wasn't dead and that the runaway almost killed Scott, he made a plan to use his own death to awaken her main character. Because he is sure not to die. No wonder he kept his twin brother in a vegetative state, because that was his other body at all. No wonder, the mission released by the system this time is to defeat Juggernaut, not to save Professor X. Obviously, in the detection of the system, he knew that Professor X would not really die, so Chen Tian did not need to take action. Thinking of this, Chen Tian had a headache, because it would reveal too much information, so that he couldn't tell which ones were real and which ones were faked. The strangeness of Chen Tian made Professor X's eyes move slightly. Suddenly, a gentle voice resounded in Chen Tian's heart. West, did you guess that I will die this time? Don't talk, just think about it mentally. Professor. Chen Tian paused. Sure enough, you guessed it. Professor X, who was opposite Chen Tian, smiled slightly, his voice resounded in Chen Tian's heart, and his eyes showed admiration. Although it is impossible to invade Chen Tian's consciousness and watch his memory, it is not a problem for the professor to communicate with Chen Tian with the power of the mind, because the two sides are talking with the spirit fluctuations. Just like he can perceive some emotional changes in him through some mental fluctuations emanating from Chen Tian. Professor X's voice resounded in Chen Tian's heart, sighing, West, you are very good, strong, smart, and responsible. 35. If only you had appeared 20 years earlier. Chen Tian shook his head slightly, his spirit fluctuated and said, Professor, you are too honorable to me. Professor X smiled slightly, no, I don't see people making mistakes. 35. Although you usually act alone, don't want to cause trouble, and don't want to be in charge, but you are very kind and responsible. Otherwise, when you guessed something happened to Scott, you wouldn't have come to me so eagerly. At that time, you guessed that something would happen to Scott, and you also knew that Jean would go berserk. If you forcibly stop her, you will be in danger. But you went anyway. And the Chris Institute, I said Katie, you hated those who murdered Mutant, and even though it was the first time you fought, you didn't show mercy. Especially on the 5th basement floor, after seeing the tragic state of the imprisoned mutant children, as well as the appearance of Edith Lace, the killing intent was even stronger. In your hands, whether it is those armed personnel, those researchers, whether men or women, you will kill one of them. For this reason, Logan also specifically asked me to tell me that you are too murderous, so that I have time to enlighten you. This. Looking at the opposite Professor X, Chen Tian blinked, not knowing what to say for a while. Is he really that good? At this time, the opposite Professor X continued, but I don't think it's necessary. If a person is neither angry nor empathetic after seeing his own kind being mutilated, then this person can no longer be called a human being. Well, the professor said so, what else can Chen Tian say? Now that the professor has said this, Chen Tian stopped pretending and said with a mental wave, Professor, did you really decide to do that? Are you sure you can complete the transfer of consciousness? 99. A smile appeared on Professor X's face, and his voice sounded in Chen Tian's heart, sure enough, West, you guessed it. Suddenly Chen Tian's eyes widened. He was actually cheated by Professor X. It turned out that he was not sure at all whether he had guessed his purpose this time, it was just cheating him just now. Sure enough, getting old and not dying is a thief, to thief. Chen Tian thought angrily. At the same time, this time also reminded Chen Tian to pay more attention to teaching this trick in the future. Otherwise, one day his old man was deceived and he would never know. At this time, Professor X was slightly silent, and then the voice sounded in Chen Tian's heart, you must have guessed it from the subject of consciousness transfer that I once said. Yes. Chen Tian nodded slightly. But except for a pair of words, he said nothing this time. If you talk too much, you will lose. Since the professor likes to guess, let him guess. It is best to make up his own mind. Professor X said slowly, actually, I'm not 100% sure about the transfer of consciousness, maybe this time I'm dead, I'm really dead. Chen Tian frowned, not expecting Professor X to be unsure. He thought that he had already completed this vision before making this decision. Professor X shook his head slightly, indicating that Chen Tian should not be nervous, with a smile on his face, because some things are destined to be done. Although I'm not 100% sure about the transfer of consciousness, I'm 70% sure. With 70% confidence, I think it's worth it to bet on the original consciousness of the piano to overcome the instinct and become a real Omega mutant. Looking at the determined Professor X, Chen Tian wanted to say that you lost the bet. Although your consciousness was successfully transferred, Chen failed to overcome her instinct this time, and will run away on Devil Island behind. Then he was approached by Wolverine with destruction and healing, awakened a certain consciousness, and killed her in the voice of her shouting to kill her. Thinking of this, Chen Tian didn't know what to say for a while. Are you saying the professor is wrong? That's right, he died for it all once. Is it wrong to say Wolverine? He was also right, because at that time, apart from killing Chen, there was no way he could stop her from destroying everything. So is the piano wrong? She is also right. What she awakening is the psychokinesis mutant ability of the mind, and never thought that there is the existence of Phoenix Force in the body. If she is wrong, it can only be said that she is not strong enough. If Jean's psychokinesis was strong enough to suppress the Phoenix Force, there wouldn't be so many things later on. In silence all the way, the car passed through the city and then into a somewhat desolate road. After driving along the road for dozens of kilometers, we finally came to a town full of British style, where all the houses are single-family villas. At this time, Professor X said gently, Orlo, wait until the intersection in front, turn left until the end of the street, which is where Chen used to be. Are you coming? Chen Tian took a deep breath. Following the professor's instructions, after a while, Storm slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Chen Tian opened the door and got out of the car, then grabbed the professor's wheelchair armrest and lifted him out of the car. Looking at the surrounding buildings and the buildings that had not changed much from many years ago, Professor X said with some emotion, Eric and I came here more than 20 years ago and took away the piano. I didn't expect that after more than 20 years, I would be here again because of Chen. At this moment, an old voice answered in the distance, so things are unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. After speaking, Magneto, wearing a cape and a helmet, appeared not far away, and walked over with a few mutants behind him. The moment Magneto appeared, Storm and Wolverine showed vigilance, as if they were facing a big enemy. However, the professor didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of Magneto, and looked at him calmly. What are you doing here? Magneto smiled and said indifferently, just like you, visiting an old friend. Professor X gave him a deep look. I'm not in the mood for extravagance today. 39. Magneto smiled and said, definitely, I don't want to cause trouble. Then, like an old friend, he beckoned Professor Roar, let's go in. Looking at Magneto, who was obviously waiting for him, Professor X said gently to Wolverine, you stay outside, I'll go in alone. What? Storm was startled. Chen Tian also raised his brows, just as he was about to say something. The professor's voice sounded again in his heart, West, don't stop me, I know what I'm doing. 35. And, it has to be done too, because we don't have much time left. Take a look at Orlo and the others outside. This time Eric's subordinates are not weak. I'm afraid they will suffer. With a sigh in his heart, Chen Tian, who didn't know what to say, had no choice but to nod his head. After instructing Chen Tian, Professor X's wheelchair turned and walked towards the small building where Chen was, and calmly said to Magneto, 66 I am here this time to bring Chen home, so don't get in my way. Facing the professor who looked like he was ignoring him, Magneto chuckled lightly, Charles, don't you think your words are a little funny? In this tone, you think you are her parents. With that said, the two walked into the courtyard. At this moment, Magneto turned around and glanced at the three Wolverines who were following him. A few of his subordinates ordered, watch outside, don't let people come in and disturb me. 35. Among the four people who immediately followed Magneto, the burly Juggernaut, wearing a sexy belt and holding a large iron helmet, looked at the three of Chen Tian and sneered. At the same time, the other three also had malicious expressions on their faces. This expression made Wolverine a little unhappy, and Storm frowned slightly, his eyes cold. And Chen Tian, even more rude, that perverted bald guy, put away the disgusting smile on your face, otherwise I don't mind teaching you a lesson. 5. Chen Tian's words surprised Storm and Wolverine. Chen Tian like this is quite different from the calm and low-key teenager in their impression. And Juggernaut didn't expect that the other party would dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Looking at Chen Tian, who was tall and handsome in white casual clothes, Juggernaut's face showed a ferocious look. Dare to say I'm a pervert, boy, I'll smash you into pieces later. 5. As soon as the red, 4th, tank finished speaking, the short young man behind him took a step forward and said disdainfully, why, do you want to do it? As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, and countless black thorns that were more than 10 or 20 centimeters long appeared on his body, just like a human-shaped quill with spikes. Behind, the night girl with a tattoo on her face also came over. Her eyes fell on Chen Tian's face with bad intentions. Handsome guy, you seem to be a little arrogant. Let me see what your arrogance is. Having said that, the Night Walker used ability to sense the ability and level of the three Chen Tian. But in an instant, a look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the night girl, and she looked at the black-haired boy's tongue in surprise. In her perception, the white-haired woman is a strong mutant with a high level, ability is to control the weather, her strength is not weak, but it is still within the range of coping. A middle-aged man with a full beard, ability is self-healing and sharp claws, and the level is average, which is not a cause for concern. But this black-haired boy is obviously not high level in her perception, and ability is energy control. But I don't know why, when facing him, the night girl inexplicably has a kind of fear. Just like what kind of terrifying power is contained in the depths of his body, once he is provoked, it will blow up everything. The feeling of oppression in her heart palpitations even surpassed that of their leader, approaching the feeling of coercion that the terrifying mutant in the house gave her. Nightcrawler, Juggernaut, Arclight, these characters are all in Marvel. In particular, Juggernaut, in the comics setting, is the person who obtained the power of the evil god Ceterak, indestructible and infinitely powerful, and once he moves, no one can stand it. Even adamantium weapons can't hurt him, and the strength can refer to the Hulk. But unfortunately, this one is just a mutant called Juggernaut, although it is similar to the Juggernaut ability in the comics. But from him, Chen Tian didn't feel that kind of oppression from the power of the evil god. And the current Chen Tian is not in a good mood, and has a kind of irritability that wants to vent. At the moment, when he knew that Professor X was about to die, he could only watch from the side, because it was the professor's own choice. Regarding Professor X, although he had only been in contact with him for less than a month, Chen Tian admired him. This is a real elder with great courage, great wisdom, and kindness. After all, not everyone can face death. Although he has died dozens of times in the virtual battlefield, Chen Tian is very clear that it is because he knows that the death of the virtual battlefield is not a real death, so he is not afraid. The professor is different. Although he is 70% sure about the transfer of consciousness, 70% does not mean 100%. Maybe there was a small accident, and he died completely. Even Chen Tian, who knows some future directions, can't guarantee that the professor will succeed. After all, this is a real world. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing psychokinesis erupted in the house, which shook the whole small villa and shocked everyone outside. Especially Storm and Wolverine, one worried about the professor's safety, the other wondering about JYN. So without even thinking about it, I rushed in. But Magneto's men stopped them, and the night girl sneered. The head said, "No one can enter." Seeing this, Storm let out a cold snort of 590, the majestic power in her body erupted, and the situation changed in an instant, and a substantial gust of wind enveloped her. Then, the storm spins like a spinning top and blasts out. Bang bang! Unprepared, Quill and the night girl were directly knocked away by Storm surrounded by strong winds, and they could only watch him rush towards the villa. This move, the corner of Chen Tian's eyes jumped when he saw it. 2. Nonsense, that there is a long-range attack magician who threw himself out like a weapon. But immediately, the night girl who fell to the ground disappeared in place, and then there was the sound of fighting in the house. In the face of a night girl who can teleport at the same speed in a short distance, and in a narrow range at close range, a magician like Storm is somewhat restrained. Boom! Over there, just when Wolverine was about to rush in with Storm, in the corner of the villa courtyard, there was always a quiet arc with folded hands. In an instant, a powerful shock wave erupted, and the air oscillated wherever it passed, covering a range of more than 10 meters. Under the shock and impact force, Wolverine was directly blown away by the huge amounts of impact force and crashed into the side warehouse. At this time, Juggernaut put on his helmet, looked at Chen Tian and said savagely, "Boy, I said just now that I will smash you into pieces." After speaking, he rushed towards Chen Tian 10 meters away. Bang bang bang! With every step Juggernaut took, the ground shook. And just when he started running, a thick and violent aura appeared on his body, forming invisible power on his body surface, like a real huge tank. Looking at the Juggernaut rushing over, Chen Tian's eyes were slightly cold and he did not evade. I saw him squatting slightly under him, his right hand clenched into a fist, and a terrifying force in his body suddenly awakened, turning from invisible force into a golden halo and converging on his fist. Looking from a distance, it was like Chen Tian's fist was covered with a layer of gold, exuding a terrifying aura of power, and the air surrounding the pressing Spi suddenly condensed. At this time, Juggernaut was already carrying a violent power, like a giant elephant approaching, and Chen Tian directly punched out upon seeing this. Boom! At the moment when Juggernaut's shoulders and Chen Tian's fists collided with each other, they were all shocked. Immediately, the golden power contained in Chen Tian's fist erupted. Boom! In an instant, the ground within 10 meters cracked, and a substantial shockwave erupted centered on the two of them, turning into a gust of wind and causing billowing smoke. Bang bang bang! In the raging wind and dust, Juggernaut, who claims to be unstoppable once he moves, shuddered, smashed the ground with his feet, and took a few steps back. Similarly, Chen Tian also slammed and retreated several meters under a huge force, plowing 2 deep marks on the ground with both feet, and the hard cement was as fragile as tofu. In this case, Chen Tian's shoes suddenly turned into tatters, and his trousers were also smashed. Under the tentative blow, the two sides seemed to be evenly matched in the collision of strength. The smoke dissipated. Looking at Chen Tian not far away, Juggernaut's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "You, the first person to stop me head-on after I moved." 35. Saying that, Juggernaut's face showed excitement, but just now I rushed out of 10 meters, and the kinetic energy has not been fully accumulated. Next, I will be serious. Chen Tian said lightly, "Really, just right, I'm ready to get serious." Boom! The violent energy in Chen Tian's body erupted, and instantly the whole person was surrounded by transparent air waves, and his hair danced wildly, exuding a strong sense of oppression like a Sun transformed. Although he didn't care, but after the blow just now, Chen Tian was also surprised by the power Juggernaut showed. because at the moment of the meeting just now, he seemed to have only punched one punch, but in fact, a dozen punches were blasted in an instant, bursting with a dozen times the power. With such power, even a whale rushing at high speed would be blasted by him. But Juggernaut was unscathed save for a few steps back. The terrifying defense, as well as the amazing power, even Chen Tian couldn't help but get serious, and directly entered the first-level energy violent state. The power instantly soared fivefold. And just when Chen Tian entered the transformation state, Juggernaut also started charging again. However, instead of rushing directly towards Chen Tian who was several meters away, he dashed towards the main road, running and charging in an arc around the wide road. He is gaining momentum. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. As he continued to run, the momentum on Juggernaut became heavier and faster, and the ground would shatter with each step he fell. At the same time, as he ran, an invisible force on his body continued to increase, squeezing the air, forming a substantial gust of wind outside the body, and the momentum was amazing. Looking at this scene, Chen Tian looked indifferent and did not respond. Although he could burst several times 10 times the speed of the Juggernaut and interrupt his charge, he didn't do it because it wasn't necessary. What did he do after he beat Juggernaut twice? Rush in to stop Jean from killing Professor X? Or stand outside and watch the professor die? Will not work. Stopping Professor Chen from killing the professor would be against the professor's wishes, and standing on the sidelines will be blamed by Storm Wolverine afterwards, which cannot be explained. So the best plan is to be contained outside, and then defeat Juggernaut and complete the mission when it's almost time. And he also wanted to vent. At this moment, Juggernaut, who ran around the wide avenue outside, was like a giant beast, and rushed towards Chen Tian with a rumbling momentum. Smoke billows behind him, roaring like an earth dragon that destroys everything. Until then, Chen Tian took a deep breath. Boom! Chen Tian instantly disappeared in place, turned into a black shadow and shot out, mercilessly collided with the charging Juggernaut. Boom! In an instant, the air exploded, the ground shook, and countless rubble dust erupted around the two of them, sweeping across dozens of meters, and the trees on both sides of the blowing swayed wildly. Bang! In the smoke and dust in the sky, a figure rushed out. Like a heavy cannonball, it flew into the villa more than 10 meters away, making a harsh roar whistle, and the trees were broken, the courtyard walls were broken, and the walls collapsed. Impressively Juggernaut. Boom! At this moment, the villa was shaken, and with a few screams, Juggernaut rushed out from the other side of the villa unscathed, and charged towards Chen Tian again with an angry roar. Because just now Chen Tian didn't confront him head-on, but used his skill to appear on his side at a faster speed, sending him flying with a punch. This made the Juggernaut who thought that Chen would fight him head-on was disappointed and angry. But this time, without waiting for how far he rushed out, Chen Tian appeared in front of him with a string of afterimages, like a teleportation, and punched his chest with a light golden fist. Boom! Under the full punch of subsonic kinetic energy, the Juggernaut, who had not yet stored energy, just rushed out and flew out like a cannonball, smashing through a villa in the distance. The two young people inside screamed wildly. At this moment, Chen Tian also rushed through the wall with a gust of wind, grabbed the Juggernaut's arm that just got up, and threw him out. Boom boom boom! Everything they went through was destroyed. Whether it's the walls of the house or the vehicles on the street, it's like a dragon running wild at both ends, setting off smoke and dust in the sky. And just when Chen Tian suppressed Juggernaut, the two fought farther and farther. In the villa where JYN is, Storm is being suppressed by the Night Girl with the high-speed movement, and Wolverine is also fighting fiercely with Arc Quill. But suddenly, an indescribable burst of psychokinesis erupted. Boom! In an instant, everyone was lifted up by that psychokinesis, and they were so tightly pressed against the ceiling that it was difficult to move. Even outside, the entire villa was lifted up by that psychokinesis. From a distance, it looks like the villa is floating. And within 100 meters of the villa, all objects also floated under the terrifying psychokinesis, including the groundwater that was blown up and erupted on the street. Such an amazing scene instantly caught the attention of Chen Tian who was hundreds of meters away. After blasting the Juggernaut with one punch, Chen Tian floated several meters in the air, looking towards the villa with a complicated expression. Have you come this far? At this moment, the Juggernaut in the distance stood up from the crushed car rubble, let out an angry roar, and rushed towards Chen Tian unconvinced. Seeing this, Chen Tian's eyes turned cold, and he instantly disappeared in place. Boom! The Juggernaut, who had just rushed out a few meters, flew out backwards, breaking several trees on the side of the road in a row, and then stopped. And when Chen Tian beat Juggernaut violently, in the room on the second floor of the villa, Chen was surrounded by red psychokinesis, staring at Professor X in front of him, her eyes full of anger. In front of Chen, Professor X was already caught by a force, he was lifted from the wheelchair, and his body began to slowly dissipate under the psychokinesis full of destructive aura. But even if the body was disintegrated by the terrifying force and the unimaginable pain came, the professor still did not change his face and looked at the angry Chen calmly. And his calmness made the runaway Chen even more angry, and he said every word, "Get out of my head." In Chen's mind, the majestic spiritual power like the ocean kept pouring in, trying to suppress her negative personality. In the room, terrifying red power continued to spread. Wherever he passed, the walls were detached, the wooden boards were shattered, and the bookshelves and the books on them gradually turned into fly ash, as if they had undergone 100 years of changes. Phoenix Force can decompose and destroy all matter. In the villa, in addition to the Professor, Magneto, Wolverine, Storm, and others were also suppressed by the terrifying psychokinesis, unable to move. On their faces, at the moment all showed horror. Because this psychokinesis is too strong, powerful beyond their cognition, and the destructive aura that makes their hearts fear. Wolverine, who was the closest, felt even more uneasy, and despite the pain of being twisted, she struggled and moved towards the bedroom little by little. Get out, go. Inside the room, the black veins on Chen's face suddenly swelled, making her look a little hideous. The eyes she looked at Professor X were full of killing intent and anger. But even at this moment, Professor X didn't give up on the idea of saving her. Terrifying spiritual power kept pouring into Chen's mind, trying to strip, suppress, and regain sobriety of the negative personality in her consciousness. Facing the professor who wanted to suppress her and use her psychic power to control her consciousness again, Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Phoenix Force that destroys everything inside is getting more and more violent. Under that destructive force, the professor's body was disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, first the legs, then the hands. At this moment, Professor X's face remained as gentle as ever, looking at the runaway Chen, and said softly, "Chen, don't let it control you." After saying this sentence, the whole person turned into ashes under the force of destruction. After watching this scene, Magneto, who was suppressed by psychokinesis, widened his eyes. His eyes were full of disbelief and pain, as well as an unspeakable trance. He didn't expect that Charles would actually die in the hands of the runaway piano. He obviously just wanted to take Chen away, but never thought of killing him. Similarly, this scene was also moved by struggle, and Wolverine, who opened the crack of the door, saw it, and his eyes were full of surprise and sadness for a while. And with the death of the professor, the spiritual power that had always wanted to enter Chen's mind and help her control herself also dissipated. Along with it, there was the psychokinesis of destruction, who was running wild in anger in Chen's body. Bang 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 bang. With the disappearance of psychokinesis, Wolverine, Storm, Nightcrawler, and others who had been pinned to the ceiling in the villa all fell down and smashed to the floor. And the villa lifted up by psychokinesis also fell with a bang, and the ground shook. Feeling the disappearance of the professor's aura, the ruined psychokinesis dissipated. Chen Tian in the distance let out a low roar, his eyes widened. He grabbed the leg of Juggernaut who wanted to stand up on the ground, and smashed it frantically, and the ground shattered, looking extremely violent. Boom boom boom, ho ho ho. Being so humiliated and smashed, made the Juggernaut in Chen Tian's hands extremely angry, struggling frantically, but he couldn't break free at all. In fact, in terms of overall strength, Juggernaut and Chen Tian are not far behind. However, in the face of speed, his reaction was dozens of times his. At the same time, Chen Tian, who had mastered the essentials of boxing, and had also reached the peak of his fighting ability, had no power to fight back. As someone who has experienced countless life and death battles, Magneto forcibly suppressed the grief in his heart, stood up expressionlessly, and slowly came to the room. Looking at the red-haired woman sitting on the ground, Magneto opened his mouth and finally said softly, "I know, this is not your intention. Let's get out of here first." As he said that, he gently pulled the absent-minded Chen up. At the moment, Chen's mind was blank, full of remorse for killing Professor X, stunned, and the willfulness of venting his madness. In her heart, it was as if two voices were constantly arguing. One was saying that the professor deserved death because he wanted to keep controlling her. And the other voice keeps saying it's not right, it shouldn't be this way, this shouldn't be happening. Confused, JYN was helped out of the dilapidated villa by Magneto. Seeing this scene, Arclight, Quill endured the pain and quickly got up and followed. After they walked out of the villa, the three looked at the red-haired woman being supported by Magneto with awe in their eyes. The power that burst out just now was too strong and terrifying, but the aftermath suppressed them so they couldn't move, and they almost exploded. "Where's the Juggernaut?" Magneto, who walked out of the yard, looked around and found that one of his men was missing. Among the three, Quill hesitated for a moment and whispered, "When we entered the room, we saw that he was fighting with the teenager under the professor's command." Magneto frowned, looked around at the potholes, broken trees, and dilapidated villas, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's like going through a war here, or a war. At this moment, there was a burst of vibrations in the direction of the town's exit, which caught their attention. Magneto looked up, pondering slightly. "Come on, let's go and have a look. It is impossible to drive by car, and the commercial car they drove when they came has long since been destroyed by something and turned into a pile of scrap metal. In addition, there are few good cars on the roadside." So Magneto and the others had to walk away. When a group of 5 people walked through the dilapidated street, fear, etc. were faintly heard from the courtyards of the villas on both sides, or from the upper floors. Magneto directly ignored the gazes of these ordinary people and didn't care at all. When the 5 people arrived at the entrance of the town, they saw that it was like being trampled by a giant beast. The indestructible Juggernaut was filthy and limp, lying in a large pit, his face covered by a heavy shape-shifting helmet on his head. Seeing the tragic appearance of Juggernaut, the 3 girls in the night were all pale, and they were glad that they did not meet the terrifying boy. The Night Walker, in particular, was even more horrified. Sure enough, my perception was correct, that young man contained terror in his body. You must know that among them, Juggernaut is the most powerful, and once it moves, it is almost invincible. But now it's so sad. Even Magneto's eyes jumped, and he took a deep breath. With a thought, the helmet on Juggernaut's head was torn apart by a force in an instant. Under the helmet is a face that doubts life, with a blue nose and a swollen face. Seeing the appearance of Juggernaut, Magneto was shocked in his heart, but his face did not change, and he raised his brows. It's okay. Juggernaut shook his head slightly, but did not speak. Since it's all right, let's go. 99. Magneto at the moment was not in the mood to think about anything else, and left with a group of men. On the roof of a villa in the distance, Chen Tian watched Magneto and the others disappear outside the town, and then turned around and swept towards Qin Ji Lei's house. A few roars couldn't breathe, and Chen Tian appeared outside the dilapidated villa. The figure rushed in and saw Wolverine and Storm standing at the door of the room. Both of them looked sad and stood there in a trance, looking at the only remaining wheelchair in the house without saying a word. Chen Tian put on a look of daze and disbelief on his face, and his voice trembled. Mr. Arlo, where is the professor? Storm's lips moved, but only shook his head sadly, speechless. Wolverine was silent for a while, then whispered, Professor, was killed by Qin 9. What? Qin, she actually killed the professor. Chen Tian's face was full of shock and anger, his fists were clenched, and he looked uncontrollable. After a long while, Storm said nothing, picked up the empty wheelchair and walked out, followed by Wolverine with a sigh. The three walked out of the villa and saw the tragic situation in the town outside. At a glance, almost nothing was intact, and there were traces of battles everywhere. One can imagine how tragic the war was at that time. Looking at the town that was almost half turned into ruins, and Chen Tian with bare feet and torn trousers. The slight resentment in Storm's heart that he was one step behind also dissipated. Yeah, West didn't know that was going to happen either. At that time, he was fighting with that very strong mutant, and he didn't have time to take care of it at all. The three of them silently came to the car that they came from, which was also one of the few intact cars in the town, started the car, and left in a bumpy ride. 0. Leaving ruins all over the place. In the afternoon, all mutant students received news of a bolt from the blue. Their beloved principal, great spiritual leader, esteemed teacher, Professor X is dead. This news instantly shook the entire Mutant Academy. Immediately, all the mutant students looked terrified and rushed outside the professor's office in disbelief, and then saw all the X-Men standing there with heavy faces. How come? How can it be? No, you lied to me, how could the professor die? But no matter how the students shouted, they couldn't change the fact that had happened. They could only look at the X-Men and expect them to say that the news was false. At this time, Storm opened his mouth and said in a low voice, This morning, Qin woke up and ran wild, and we went with the professor. Starting from their departure, Storm explained this incident to everyone. After arriving in the town, they met Magneto and others outside the villa where Qin was, and then they stayed outside under the order of the professor. Then there was the outbreak of psychokinesis who sensed the villa's inner piano, and they clashed with Magneto's men who wanted to enter. In the end, as soon as he rushed into the house, he was suppressed by the terrifying psychokinesis that JYN broke out. It wasn't until the professor's death that the psychokinesis disappeared. At the same time, Storm also emphasized that at that time, Chen Tian and Magneto had a fierce battle outside, and the aftermath almost destroyed the town. These words, she mainly said to Iceman Shadowcat and them, to avoid them questioning why Chen Tian failed to save the professor. After all, they would definitely think that if Chen Tian could save Scott from the piano last time, then this time there should also be ability to save the professor. And just when Mutant School was shrouded in grief, Magneto's side also began to adjust the plan because of Jean's participation. In the underground base, Magneto has a meeting with a dozen of his powerful mutants. Magneto said solemnly, Today, our Brotherhood is joined by a powerful mutant. Her power is beyond imagination. With her around, humans are no longer a threat to us. Next, the source of our target mutant elixir, that is, the experimental body that can inhibit the mutant ability. P.S. The fourth update, there is more in the back, Brothers 68s.h.i.e.l.d.ing, really, Superman. In the evening, the town where Gray's family is located was full of firefighters, police, insurance company staff, and many construction teams. In front of some officials, many town residents were emotional, loudly complained about what happened yesterday, and hoped that the official would call the shots for them. Not to mention punishing those mutants, at least pay for their losses. In the face of these angry town residents, the officials kept nodding their heads, plausibly responding to their demands, and then asking some questions they wanted to know. Before long, all the information gathered in front of the black man in front of the villa. Nick, with a strong stature, bald head, and a blindfold in one eye, said solemnly, that is to say, there is no Charles among the last people to leave. 99. Beside Nick, Phil Coulson nodded, yes. According to the descriptions of the residents and the comparison data, they first saw Magneto and the dead and resurrected Qin. Gray, Night Girl, Arclight, and Quill came out first. Several people came to the town entrance, found Mutant Juggernaut who was defeated by the black-haired boy, and left. It didn't take long for Storm and Wolverine to walk out of the house with an empty wheelchair, and the dark-haired teenager, and finally drove away. Brunette boy, Nick raised his brows. That Juggernaut 590, according to the records, can easily collapse a building when running, ignoring the bombardment of tank armor-piercing shells. In addition to other data in various aspects, the strength surpassed most of the mutants, and was actually defeated by a black-haired boy. Who is that person? When did such a powerful mutant appear in the Mutant Academy? Phil said solemnly. This person's name is Chen. He became X-Men a week ago. When Charles reported to the Ministry of Defense, I specially read this person's information. This person is from a Huxia family in Mexico, awakening more than a month ago. Last week, he participated in the mission to destroy the Chris Institute in Coro City, Mexico, and was invited by Charles to join the X-Men. The registered main ability of mutant is the body strengthening category. It only writes about being good at strength, and the speed is relatively fast. Auxiliary ability is Energy Berserk, which can burn body energy into a frenzy state and improve a certain strength. But from the battle performance of this person at noon, it is possible to suppress the Juggernaut head-on, and the burst of power is expected to exceed 1,000 tons. 35. The speed is so fast that ordinary people can't catch it, and they can only see black shadows flashing by. The people in the data analysis department expect his speed to reach 200 meters in 1 second. 35. Comprehensive evaluation of alpha level, and it is the kind of high level. Nick's only eye suddenly narrowed. Is it another high-level alpha mutant? Phil nodded. Yes, the strength of this person is very terrible, and the comprehensive threat has even surpassed Cyclops, Storm in X-Men. Nick waved his hand. The word threat, put it aside for the time being. The other party is X-Men after all. As long as they haven't betrayed humanity and mingled with the rebellious mutants, they're on the same side as us. Having said this, Nick paused, but I didn't expect that Charles would die here. Phil also sighed and nodded. Yeah, who would have imagined that the mutant, who had terrorized the world for decades, actually died at the hands of his own students. As the S.H.I.E.L.D managed by Mi Fang and the super ability person, they know countless secrets and materials around the world, including mutant. At this time, Phil said solemnly, Director, according to the current information, Cyclops was seriously injured in an accident a few days ago, and is still in a coma, and now Charles also died suddenly. 99. The X-Men are now weaker than ever, and may not be a match for the Mutant Brotherhood. For the antidote to the Worthington lab, Magneto will definitely not give up. At present, a large number of mutants have gathered and are waiting for the opportunity. Next, shall we intervene? Nick nodded slightly. It stands to reason that if Charles dies, then the agreement signed back then will be invalid, and we can already intervene in this matter. But from what I know about Charles, he shouldn't have died so easily. Having said this, Nick was silent for a while before saying, But Phil, your worries are not unreasonable. Charles's death may bring X-Men down. 39. So we have to make more preparations. When you go back next time, you can inform Trask Industries to prepare. If the situation shows signs of getting out of control, Sentry will be put into the battlefield ahead of time. Just right. Let's see how their research results over the years. 35. Yes. By the way, let's focus on that mutant named West. Okay. The next day, behind the mutant school, everyone held a grand funeral for Professor X. At the funeral, Storm paid a heavy tribute to the professor's past and paid tribute to his dedication to mutant over the years. When the memorial service was over, many people still lingered there and did not want to leave. On the roof of the 5-story dormitory building, under the sun, Chen Tian stood on the edge of the rooftop with his arms crossed, silently watching those students who were lost. Maybe Professor X didn't think that his death, as a spiritual pillar, had hit these mutant students how much. However, compared to these students, Chen Tian, who knew that the professor did not die, or that there was a high probability that he did not die, did not feel any sadness in his heart. At the moment, his attention was on the system page in the bottom of his eyes. It can be seen that his spiritual attributes are approaching the value of 1,000. Yes, at the moment when his physique has exceeded 3,000 and his grip strength has exceeded 50 tons, his mental attributes finally approached 1,000 points. And the intuition in the dark told Chen Tian that when his spiritual attributes exceeded 1,000, some special changes would occur. I don't know how long has passed, when the spiritual attribute finally broke through 1,000 under the watch of Chen Tian. An invisible wave swept across Chen Tian's body, and instantly the whole person felt a transparent and comfortable feeling, and some hidden barriers in the body disappeared completely. Congratulations to the host, the soul and body have been completely transformed. Properties page regenerating. Superman ability being redefined. X-gene ability is being redefined. Feeling the special changes in the body, Chen Tian sighed with satisfaction. Have the transformation finally succeeded? I would say it's a bit strange. 99. It stands to reason that the various abilities that Superman has, such as super brain power, super heat ray, super hearing, etc., are actually not super abilities. It's an innate instinct. Just as the human eyes are used to see and the mouth is used to eat, there is no awakening problem. It's just that these instincts need to pass through time and slowly wake up through the light of the yellow sun, and become stronger along with the strengthening of the body. But before that, Chen Tian, who integrated the Superman template, didn't change much. Heat ray and floating ability were still awakening under the stimulation of external force. As for the super brain power that can learn everything at a glance, automatic adjustment, super hearing that stores information, etc., there is no sign at all. But now, with that cool feeling sweeping across the body, Chen Tian only felt incomparably comfortable from the inside to the outside, from the soul to the body. It's like it's finally complete. The intensity of perception of the five senses remains the same as before, but the speed of the brain's operation has become faster, and the ability to understand has also improved a lot. Many problems that were not understood before, at the moment, you can figure out, calculate and understand in an instant. Ability skyrockets. Also, when his hearing was released, he would hear the entire academy in his ears, and the buzzing was completely innumerable noises, making him extremely irritable. Therefore, most of the time, the perception of the five senses converges to a normal state. But now, these sounds have become neat and orderly in Chen Tian's ears, as if they had been sorted out by induction, useless shielding, useful sorting. There is also smell and vision. I saw Chen Tian's eyes lit up, and in his eyes, the transparent white rays of light were fanned out like torches and landed on the roof below him. Immediately, the cement material gradually blurred in Chen Tian's eyes, taking the picture in the room below into his eyes. I saw in the room, the girl Katie was sitting on the bay window by the window, staring out of the window in a daze, wearing cough cough. With a thought, Chen Tian withdrew the X-ray, and then returned his attention to the attribute page. Host, Chen Tian West.Chen. Race, human. Grade, 1 star. Bloodline, Krypton Superman Bronze Age. Strength, grip strength 52 tons, fist strength 300 tons. Speed, 234.20 per second. Eyes, heat ray characteristics, 2000-7000 degrees Celsius high temperature, with impact X-ray can see through most substances. Ear, capable of capturing any subtle sound within a kilometer range, no medium required. Brain, computational speed comparable to that of a computer. Defense, body of steel, biological force field weak. Physiology, cells throughout the body can evolve by absorbing the energy of the sun. X gene ability, energy berserk burns the energy in the body, increasing the power by 5 times energy fission second level. The energy in the body is fissionide, with explosive characteristics. Ben 4.0 sources, 4. Function, virtual battlefield, storage space 2x2. Compared with the previous page, the information on the current page has become more detailed, including the information of the brain, ears, and eyes, which have been redefined and summarized. And power. In addition to the grip strength, he also calculated his current fist strength, and it was a great start to double the grip strength he once understood. As for the reason, it should have something to do with him reaching the realm of penetrating the whole body. One punch can 100% explode the strength of the whole body, increasing by 6 times. And the 300-ton boxing power is 1,500 tons after the 5-fold increase in ability, plus the subsonic kinetic energy increase. It is expected to reach a terrifying level of 4,000, or even 5,000 tons. This is also the reason why his grip strength is only 52 tons, but he can suppress Juggernaut head-on after he has a first-level ability. And just when Chen Tian was sinking into the changes in the body, his ears suddenly moved slightly. Then, at the entrance of the rooftop, Clarice appeared, and came to Chen Tian worriedly, and whispered, "West, Teacher Orlo asked me to call you to the office." Chen Tian nodded slightly, "Office, okay." As for what Storm called him, Chen Tian had already heard it. In the room, Storm sat silently on the single sofa, and Wolverine stood by the window, quietly looking out, not knowing what he was thinking. Opposite Storm, Iceman, and Colossus sat quietly, depressed. On the other side of the sofa, the petite Shadowcat was reclining on the sofa with a sad face, unable to accept the professor's death. Besides them, Beast Hank, who learned of the professor's death, also rushed back and sat silently on the sofa. As for Enna, the Raxhasa woman who chose to inject medicine, after learning of the professor's death yesterday, she completely lost hope and left the academy under the watchful eyes of Logan. At this time, with the sound of footsteps, Chen Tian walked in with a calm expression, and sat next to Shadowcat Katie under the watchful eyes of several people. Looking at the calm-looking black-haired boy, for some reason, Storm and the others always felt that today's Chen Tian seemed a little different from the past. It seems to have become more calm. In his eyes are calm and confident, and it seems that there is no difficulty in front of him, and everything can be solved easily. At the moment sitting there, like a towering mountain, exuding an atmosphere of totality. Sure enough, people grow with experience. Storm sighed inwardly. Such thoughts flashed in the heads of several other people. Obviously, they all misunderstood that the changes that occurred in Chen Tian were caused by the death of the professor. Everyone arrived. Iceman looked at everyone, and said in a low voice, "Everyone, talk about it. What should the school do now?" From his tone, you can feel confused and lost the direction of life. Hank was silent for a moment, and said, "Charles founded this school, and now that he is dead, the school should also be disbanded with his departure. Next, let the students go back to their respective homes." Unlike most of the 21 mutants who have been hurt, Hank said that he is a mutant, more like a scientist, so he is often troubled by the invariance of his mutant identity. In concept, he is similar to Professor X, leaning towards the peaceful coexistence of mutant and human beings. So later, he was a little dissatisfied with Scott, who was constantly training senior students to fight and improve combat experience, and left the Mutant Academy. Naturally, they are even more hostile to Magneto and others who disturb the peace, establish the Mutant Brotherhood and keep fighting the human race. Now that Professor X died unexpectedly, he felt more alone when he was in grief. Because there are fewer and fewer people walking on the same path of ideas. Similarly, after losing the protection of Professor X, this already special academy will definitely be squeezed by various forces. Because many people have already seen this place unpleasant. Rather than let this place fall into war, it is better to let those students go home. Just now that there is a mutant antidote, after using it, they can return to their normal lives. Hank's words made the other X-Men's heart tremble. Iceman said bitterly, most of us have nowhere to go. Without academy, where can we go? Iceman's words made everyone smile wryly. Yes, where can they go after they leave the school? And not only them, many of the school's mutant students were rescued from experimental organizations such as research institutes. These people have been homeless for a long time. If the academy is disbanded, what will they do? At this moment, Chen Tian said lightly, why give up? Facing the eyes of everyone, Chen Tian calmly said, the purpose of the professor's establishment of the school is to protect those mutant children who have been harmed. 35. After so many years, in the hearts of countless mutants, the school has become more than a school, and it is the last sanctuary of spiritual sustenance. 35. If the school is dissolved, it will be a heavy blow to us and most of the mutants, no less than the death of the professor. Speaking of which, Chen Tian looked at Storm. Mr. Orlo, is the school currently in financial difficulty? 99. Storm shook his head. The school's funds come from the professor's family company, which is operated by a professional manager, and a fixed amount is credited to the account every month. 99. Besides, our X-Men's salaries, as well as mission rewards, all come from that group. Chen Tian nodded and looked at everyone. There is no problem with funding, and there are teachers and teaching resources, so why can't the school continue to run? Chen Tian's words made everyone stunned. Yes, the school is fine in all aspects. Why should it be disbanded? Could it be that the school will be closed because the professor is dead? Wouldn't it be even more sorry for the dead professor? At this time, Hank sighed slightly. Things can't just be seen on the surface. In addition to funding and teacher resources, the school has to face some other problems. Those people in the past were afraid of Charles, so the school has become a paradise for those mutants. But now without Charles's deterrence, I'm afraid it's hard to say. What does Hank's revealing words make Storm and others look suspicious? They really hadn't paid attention to this issue, or in the past, they were all professors communicating with various forces. Chen Tian said rudely, Senior Hank's words refer to the official of the United States and those capital groups. Hank raised his head and looked at the black-haired boy opposite, a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect him to be so sharp. Chen Tian said solemnly, indeed, the existence of the professor once deterred all parties, making them not dare to persecute mutant too much, and even gave some concessions. But they never thought that the school is also a suppressor, restraining those of us. Speaking of this, the corners of Chen Tian's mouth rose slightly, with a smile on his face, but what he said made everyone stand up with sweat. Someone in the East once said that killing a person is a crime, and Tuan is a hero. 95. As of now, my strength has exceeded 1,000 tons with all my strength, and my movement speed has reached subsonic speed. Ordinary modern weapons can no longer hurt me. 5. In addition, I am innately immune to the control of mind power. Even a former professor can't invade my consciousness. If I recklessly start killing people, I can turn around a few hundred times in one day and slaughter this city of millions of people. Or specifically to kill dignitaries and politicians, and in a week, I can make a big change in the politics of the United States, unless they work in dugouts forever. In an instant, everyone felt an indescribable bloody aura coming towards them, and images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in their minds. Hank looked at the black-haired youth opposite him with a look of horror. It was hard for him to imagine that such cruel and bloody words were actually spoken from the mouth of a teenager in his teens, with a calm expression on his face. It was as if there was a terrifying monster lurking in the depths of his body, just waiting for one day to lose its restrictions and roar out. And this limitation is morality, law, the fetters of people around him, and self-awareness. Looking at Chen Tian, Hank said word by word, You are simply a monster. Chen Tian sneered, Senior Hank, haven't you seen clearly? It's not that I'm a monster, but we are all monsters. In the eyes of ordinary people outside, as long as it is a mutant, it is a monster. Speaking of this, Chen Tian's tone became cold. So Senior Hank, please tell those people not to anger me and everyone else, otherwise once the monsters in our hearts are released, they will not be able to go back. At this moment, Chen Tian, invisible exudes coercion. Taking a deep look at Chen Tian, Hank smiled bitterly and sighed, yeah, who is not a monster? Having said that, Hank stood up and looked at Chen Tian with admiration in his eyes. West, you are very good. I will fully convey your words to the president. Then, he looked at Storm, Wolverine, and the others. I want to definitely say something in front of me. Although Charles is gone, the school is still not a place that everyone can grasp. I'll leave the school to you next. If there is any change in the official side, I will notify you as soon as possible. In the end, Hank is still a mutant, and after confirming that the current school still has a deterrent, the worries in his heart are eased a little. Although Storm, Wolverine, Iceman are not weak. But with Hank's understanding of their characters, he knew that it would be difficult to count on them to hold up Mutant Academy. It's not about ability or mental incompetence, it's about not being ruthless enough, and not having the courage to overturn the table. But unexpectedly, at this time, another ruthless man appeared in the academy, and he almost did the same behavior as Charles back then. No, he was more ruthless than Charles, at least when Charles only vaguely warned those people. Chen Tian said it directly. From his words, it can be seen that he has really considered the possibility of slaughtering New York. This is the monster, and once it is released, the consequences are unimaginable. 590. And many times things don't really go to such extremes. The most important thing is an attitude that if a jade is burned, it will drag countless people on the back. After all, normal people are afraid of the horizontal is afraid of the dead, and the dead are even more afraid of the lunatic. Just as Hank was about to leave the room, Storm suddenly said, "Hank, what about the antidote?" Hank turned his head. The medicine was developed by Worthington Laboratory, located in Devil Island, but I still have some doubts about this medicine, and I'm going to go and see it myself. 35. Hank was planning to go to Devil Island yesterday afternoon, but because of Professor X's sudden death, he had to change his schedule. After Hank left, everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Tian. Chen Tian spread his hands and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't look at me like that, although I know I'm handsome." At this time, Chen Tian no longer had the invisible evil spirit, and it looked almost the same as usual, giving them the illusion that they were just dreaming. Storm suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that one day, we won't even be able to compete with a little guy. Yeah, our group has nothing, only the home of the school has no way out. If anyone wants to destroy the school, don't blame us for not dying." 95. Speaking of this, Storm's eyes became firm. "Let me know, as long as we X-Men are still around, the school will continue to open." 99. Immediately, Iceman, Colossus, and Shadowcat all had smiles on their faces. Following the announcement of the results of the meeting, the anxious students outside all cheered up, and the worries and fears in their hearts immediately dissipated. Definitely, these students had no idea what was going on in the conference room. "I only know that a group of X-Men have discussed and elected Storm as the new principal, and the original X-Men Shadowcat, Colossus, and Iceman have become actual combat teachers, mainly responsible for leading students to carry out future combat training. As for Chen Tian, well, he is too young to be a teacher. West, you were cool just now, you know." In the corridor, Shadowcat looked up at the black-haired boy walking side by side, and praised sincerely. At this time, there was no hesitation and anxiety on the girl's face, because she knew what she was going to do and her mission. That is to carry on the legacy of the professor. Keep Xavier's school for gifted youngsters open as a sanctuary for those mutant teenagers. For Katie's compliment, Chen Tian just smiled and said nothing. In fact, according to his original intention, he didn't really want to get ahead. And according to the plot in the movie, just when Storm and the others hesitate to close the school, the Angel Warren will appear and seek shelter. His appearance will re-inspire Storm and their beliefs, and then decide to continue the school. But unfortunately, although this real world is roughly similar to the movie, there are sometimes changes in some details. For example, the Angel people haven't appeared yet. And unlike the movie, Mutant faces more pressure in this world, more than just the ordinary official government. Therefore, Chen Tian thought about it for a long time and analyzed the interests of all aspects of the relationship. Then I found that if he didn't stand up and make a certain deterrent, there might be problems. Even in this way, he was also exposed to some people in advance. But the existence of the Xavier Gifted School is more beneficial than detrimental to Chen Tian. Here he can quietly improve his strength without worrying about outside interference. He will have a long period of quiet development after the X-Men World War III event is over. And Chen Tian knew very well that he would not be exposed to the spotlight. As long as the professor returns successfully, all eyes from the outside world will return to him. As for whether he will be targeted after exposing his strength, Chen Tian doesn't care at all, because what he said is only the data on his face. His current killer is the X-gene secondary awakening that can enter a state of destruction. And his strength is skyrocketing every day. If someone judges today's strength by yesterday's strength, or him in a week's time, he will definitely suffer a big loss. After leaving Katie, Chen Tian returned to the roof of the dormitory with nothing to do. Under the sun, Chen Tian stretched his arms, and his whole body was suspended at a height of 2 meters. His body was madly absorbing the power of the sun, and his whole body was undergoing metamorphosis. After the physique was completely transformed, Chen Tian felt that his strength improved faster. In addition, spiritual consciousness has finally reached the microcosm. At the moment, Chen Tian's consciousness enveloped his whole body, and he could clearly see his own cells were evolving at an alarming rate, arranging, and becoming more and more numerous. And while these cells are arranging, they are still compressing themselves, so the density of his body becomes more and more terrifying. And in Chen Tian's observation, there is an amazing discovery. When his body absorbs sunlight energy, it clearly absorbs only a wisp of sunlight energy. But after the absorption and transformation of krypton cells, that force will undergo special changes. Not only has it become more pure, but also strengthened thousands of times under the unknown transformation, compressed into another more powerful energy, and stored in the depths of the nucleus. It's not so much that Superman absorbs sunlight and evolves, it's more that sunlight energy is a catalyst. Let his body evolve infinitely and become infinitely stronger. Noticing this, Chen Tian was taken aback. It is no wonder that in just over half a month, his strength has increased so terribly just by basking in the sun, because that point of sunlight energy has been increased by more than 10,000 times. And this transformation increase is still getting stronger as his body strength increases. Maybe when his strength increases 10,000 times, his grip strength reaches tens of thousands of tons, and when it is hundreds of thousands of tons, the increase in this strengthening will also reach 1 million, 10 million times. This may be the reason why Superman can finally evolve into a silver super, a golden super, and how far the universe can be blasted with one punch. After all, if you simply absorb the energy of the yellow sun, even if you devour hundreds of fixed stars, what does it mean to the boundless universe? In addition, the cells in his whole body emit special fluctuations and integrate forms of force to cover the whole body, revealing the meaning of indestructible and unshakable solidity. It is a body of steel. What a terrifying characteristic, Chen Tian exhaled, and his face showed admiration. But unfortunately, although he can microscopically inside the body, he has only reached the level of cells. If you want to go deep into the cell to watch the chromosomes, the changes in the genes cannot be done, and the most essential changes in the krypton cells cannot be witnessed. Then, Chen Tian shifted his attention to another special force in his body, X gene. Under the shroud of spiritual consciousness, there are some special cells in Chen Tian's body. They are very few in number and only occupy a small part of the cells in the whole body, and in unimportant parts of the body, such as muscle fat in the limbs and back and abdomen, symbiotic with krypton cells, but has no effect. In other words, it is impossible to influence krypton cells. And these X gene cells are said to be very few. But compared to at the moment Chen Tian's physique density, the number of cells, in fact, the number of these X gene cells is still terrifying, exceeding 1 trillion. Under Chen Tian's observation, the shape of these X gene cells is a bit peculiar, all of which are polygonal and hexagonal. Then the trillions of cells gathered together to form a special fine mesh that spread all over Chen Tian's body, as complex as an energy circuit. Under the microscopic consciousness, these cells are as spectacular and complex as the star network composed of countless planets covering the entire galaxy, exuding mysterious meaning. Intuition tells Chen Tian that the secret of mutant ability is hidden in these cellular networks that look like constellations. Just as Chen Tian was immersed in the body, comprehending the magnificent mystery under the microcosm, a mutant with wings spread several meters pierced the sky and landed in the academy. In the office, Angel Warren stood somewhat restrained. Storm was sitting behind his office work, with Wolverine Logan standing beside him, and the two were discussing things. Looking at the somewhat restrained teenager, Storm stood up and said gently, "Hello, I'm Arlo, the principal of Xavier College. Who are you?" Angel looked at Storm nervously. "My name is Warren. Worthington 3, I heard that mutant can be sheltered here, isn't it?" Noticing his unease, Storm nodded gently. "Yes, mutant can be sheltered here 9. Wait, Worthington." Wolverine interrupted. Logan looked at the mutant boy suspiciously. "I remember that the laboratory that developed the antidote for mutant was called Worthington." Logan's words gave Angel a pause, then his eyes slowly dimmed, and he admitted, "Yes, the person who developed the antidote for mutant is my father." After speaking, the angels thought they would drive him away. Seeing his thoughts, Storm said mildly, "Don't worry, this is mutant school. No matter what your status outside is, you are welcome here." 5. Storm's words made angel people feel a little surprised and dared not believe. "Really? Really?" Storm nodded affirmatively at him. After saying this, Storm wondered, "Warren, since the antidote for mutant was researched by your father's laboratory, do you know what happened?" 35. Regarding this, the angel people did not hide it and said directly, "This antidote actually comes from a mutant, and his ability is the ability to inhibit other mutants." "What? This antidote is not an antidote at all, but an ability from mutant." Wolverine was a little surprised. The angel nodded. "Yes, my father, they copied his DNA and developed a drug that can inhibit other mutants. But suppressor genes can only be replicated, not made." Storm frowned. "It's like saying that the root of the antidote came from that mutant. Without him, the antidote would not exist." "Yes." Wolverine let out a breath. "Then this person is a little dangerous." 35. The arrival of the angels brought the news of what the antidote was all about. Other than that, nothing else happened. However, in the city of Torio, where the company had just been renovated and was going to be used as a vaccination site for mutant, a large number of people protested outside. These mutants, holding signs in their hands, stood neatly on both sides of the street and shouted loudly, "We don't need treatment, we don't need it. We're not sick. We're going to protest." In the United States, ordinary people come together to protest when they are dissatisfied with some bills. Ask the authorities to stop or change these laws. Today is no exception. On the third day after the announcement of the mutant antidote, hundreds of ordinary mutants gathered outside the Worthington Company to protest continuously. Definitely, these people are first-level mutants with weak ability, not much attacking power, and live a slightly normal life after being officially registered. And this kind of mutant, even those laboratories that want to study mutant ability are not interested. At the same time, such a big event naturally attracted reporters from all walks of life, and one by one, they started a live news broadcast with photographers. Around, there are many police officers holding guns to maintain order and prevent chaos. After all, these mutants are dangerous elements. But right now, boom, Goodlinho, Suddenly, the entire first floor of the Worthington Company exploded, and countless flames shot out from the windows, setting off a fiery shockwave. In an instant, the surrounding reporters and police officers were overturned. ABAJ. Careful. The sudden explosion shocked everyone, followed by chaos. With the screams of many people injured, countless people rushed to the distance. The attack immediately attracted official attention. Not long after that, a video was posted on the internet, and the protagonist was Magneto. Standing in the video, Magneto looked cold and stern, looked at the camera, and said in a low voice, "Today's attack is just the beginning of the village. As long as the potion exists, then we will continue to fight and all cities will no longer be safe, including the streets." Originally this was not what I wanted to see, but from the moment the mutant antidote appeared, you have declared war on us. So my fellow mutants, I sincerely invite you to join the Mutant Brotherhood and contribute to the survival of the mutant. Definitely, I don't mind if you don't want to, but I hope you don't come to hinder us. 99. With the upload of the video, more than a dozen cities in the United States were attacked that day. The number of casualties exceeded hundreds, and the whole country was shocked and the world paid attention. On this day, Magneto's statement was seen by countless people, including Chen Tian and others. In the evening, the X-Men who had just finished eating gathered again and sat in the office in the morning. Snapped. Storm turned off the TV, looked back at Chen Tian, Shadowcat and others, and said calmly, "What do you think about this matter?" Wolverine crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and said solemnly, "He is declaring war on the official United States, and the official will not tolerate his provocation." Shadowcat was a little worried. In this case, many mutants will die. Chen Tian shook his head slightly. It's not a matter of how many people died. The potion has already involved a battle between two races, mutants and humans. 5. In just half a day, more than a dozen cities were attacked, planned, and organized. It seems that the power in Magneto's hands is stronger than expected. Chen Tian said calmly. But it's normal to think about it. If Professor X is the spiritual pillar of Mutants' peace faction, Magneto is the leader of the rebel faction. Not only is he very powerful, but he also once mastered the Hellfire Club, and with the Mutant Brotherhood under him, it is normal for him to be very powerful. This Magneto is not the loner in the movie. If not, after the battle with Stryker a few years ago, he would not have been able to hide for 3 years under the official search of the United States and X-Men. Even Magneto surreptitiously wields power beyond imagination, because behind him stood countless mutants. Among these people are not only mutants who rebel against human beings, but also some invisible mutants who do not reveal their identities and occupy a certain social status and wealth. Although they can't come forward, it's okay to provide Magneto with some money, resources, information. As for the purpose of doing this, it is nothing more than to leave a way for yourself. Maybe Professor X is among them. Just as Chen Tian's mind turned countless thoughts and analyzed countless information through today's events, Wolverine and others had 593 differences of opinion. I think we should go out and stop them. 35. Wolverine said solemnly, "If Eric continues to make trouble like this, there may be a full-scale war between mutant and mankind, and the consequences are unimaginable. How to stop it? We don't even know where they are." After speaking, Storm glanced at Shadowcat, Iceman, and the others, and said in a low voice, "And now Jean has also joined there, plus the strength of Magneto and his men. Do you think that we are Brotherhood's opponents now, or are we going to sacrifice some of our companions?" Storm's words made Wolverine frown. Now that Scott is seriously injured in a coma, Professor X has died, and X-Men's strength has been severely damaged. Even with the addition of Chen Tian, it is still weaker than before. If this strength is against the current Mutant Brotherhood, it can be said that there is no chance of winning. At present, the strongest opponents are known to be Magneto, Jean, and then Mutant Juggernaut, who is head-to-head with Chen Tian. There are also arcs that emit powerful shockwave attacks, the Night Girl who suppresses Storm at close range, and the Fireman John, more than hundreds of ordinary mutants. At present, there are only him, Storm, West, Katie, Bobby and Peter in X-Men. In terms of overall strength, it is indeed not an opponent, and Wolverine could not help but remain silent for a while. At this time, Colossus Peter said solemnly, "But in the face of chaos involving mutant, X-Men has the responsibility to suppress the arrest, otherwise it will be difficult to explain." Senior Logan is right. Chen Tian nodded in agreement unexpectedly. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help looking at him. His performance this morning made people dare not treat him as a 15-year-old boy. Chen Tian smiled and said, "We X-Men do have an obligation and a responsibility to fight these criminal mutants, especially the troublesome Mutant Brotherhood." Chen Tian's voice changed, "But now the death of the professor makes it impossible for us to find those mutants accurately and quickly, plus Teacher Scott's serious injury has greatly reduced his strength." 39. So we need time to re-coordinate. If the official finds a teacher, you can use this statement to deal with them. As for the Mutant Brotherhood, I think it can be put aside for a while and stopped. Before clarifying their main purpose, there is no need to conflict with them to avoid spreading forces and causing greater losses. Chen Tian's words made Storm nod slightly in recognition. At the moment, Chen Tian really didn't want to go to the trouble of Magneto. He had just completed the transformation of Superman, and his strength was in an explosive period. One more day, his strength will increase a lot. For example, now, after only half a day, his grip strength has increased from 52 tons to 75 tons, and his fist strength has skyrocketed to 400. One day's growth is equivalent to the past week. The rate of improvement is horrendous, and it's just the beginning. This is the growth rate that Superman should have. In fact, Superman's growth rate is fast or slow, there is no specific standard. For example, when the original Superman came to Earth, he was very strong when he was a child, but not to the point of exaggeration, and his strength was not very strong after living for more than 20 years. Later, Zod and others came to Earth, and as soon as the sun irradiated, their strength increased. At this time, Colossus Peter, who had been silent all the time, said slowly, "West is right, we really can't do anything wrong now." 35. He thought of the conversation between Chen Tian and Hank in the morning. Obviously there is something in the words. It seems that the situation in the school is not as peaceful as it seems. Katie raised her hand. "I'm with everyone." Iceman nodded. "It's a good choice to use static breaking." Seeing this, Wolverine frowned, but said nothing. "Mr. Orlo, wait a minute." After the meeting, Chen Tian caught up with Storm in the corridor. Storm looked at him suspiciously. "West, are you looking for me?" Chen Tian nodded and asked, "I heard the professor mention that he has a younger brother, but he has been in a vegetative state since he was a child, so he has been asking people to look after him." 5. The hot girl thought for a while. There is such a thing. The teacher, do you know where the professor's younger brother is? This, not very clear. Storm thought for a moment, then shook his head. She had only heard it casually mentioned by Professor Spee once before. But he didn't say where the professor's younger brother was, so Storm really didn't know where the professor's younger brother was. That's it. Chen Tian was a little disappointed. He originally said to see that vegetative person to see if he could find some traces of Professor X's consciousness transfer. Storm also reacted at this time, looking at Chen Tian's eyes with surprise. "West, what do you mean by suddenly asking this?" 5. "Don't tell me." Storm's mouth widened, disbelief on his face. "SHH. Chen Tian tidied up quietly, glanced around, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Orlo, do you still remember the transfer of consciousness that the professor mentioned?" Storm nodded excitedly. Chen Tian continued, "So I think, with the professor's research on spiritual power, even if the physical body is destroyed, the consciousness will not necessarily dissipate. Maybe at the last minute, he will choose to detach his consciousness from his body and reanimate him through transfer. And the most suitable object is..." At this point, Chen Tian did not continue to speak, but Storm already understood what he meant, and his whole body trembled with excitement. "Mr. Orlo, Mr. Orlo. Oh, West, what else?" Storm came to his senses. At the moment her eyes were full of excitement. Chen Tian reminded, "This is just my speculation, there is only a slight possibility. And to be on the safe side, try to keep this as secret as possible. After all, not everyone wants the professor alive." 99. "West, I understand what you mean, don't worry, only you and I know about this." Storm nodded, his eyes firm. At this time, Storm recalled the bits and pieces of the past, and became more and more certain of Chen Tian's guess. Watching Storm, who had become more energetic, leave, Chen Tian stood there. After thinking about it, he also turned around and walked towards the student dormitory. He found Storm just now, one to see if he could get some news from her, and another to give her a hope of cheering up. As the person in charge of the current school, she can't mess up. As for the conversation just now, Chen Tian can guarantee that no one can hear it, or discover it through ability. Because just now he has maximized his 5 senses to monitor the entire campus. If someone has an abnormality, they will definitely not be able to hide from him. Back in the dormitory, Chen Tian was speechless before opening the door. Opening the door, Chen Tian looked at the black-haired girl huddled on his bed, and said with a headache, "Clarice, why did you run into my bed? What if you were seen?" "Oh." On the bed, the black-haired girl with both hands on her knees responded weakly, and then quietly looked at Chen Tian with her big eyes, her body exuding unease. "Ugh." Chen Tian sighed in his heart, closed the door, came to the bed and sat down and said softly, "Clarice, wasn't it fine this morning? What's the matter now?" The black-haired girl whispered, "This morning, everyone was saying that the school is going to be disbanded, and the teachers are going too. So I was worried at the time, where should I go if the school is disbanded? Finally, I found that without the school, I can't go anywhere, I have nothing." Said here, the black-haired girl lowered her head and looked lost. As an orphan, she had been wandering with her adoptive father since she was a child. After her adoptive father died, she had nothing left, so she was naturally afraid of the school's dissolution. Chen Tian reassured, "Don't worry, the school will not be disbanded. And don't be afraid of disbanding, you still have me, you are the woman I like, and I'm going to wait for you to marry back home as a wife when you grow up." According to Dongfang's saying, this is the child bride, raised from childhood to adulthood. Chen Tian winked at her with a smile in his eyes. "Tong, child bride." The black-haired girl blushed and opened her mouth. Chen Tian smiled and nodded, "Yes, child bride." As she said that, she reached out and touched her hair, but the frightened girl didn't dare to move. This. Suddenly, Clarice jumped out of bed, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly opened the door and rushed out. Chen Tian looked at this scene with a smile. "Little girl, I like to think about things in my head all day long. If you don't scare you, you don't know how powerful I am." Under the comfort of Chen Tian, the shy black-haired girl immediately fled in embarrassment. Seeing this, Chen Tian smiled, then packed up and lay on the bed, his consciousness sank and entered the virtual battlefield. There were too many things in the past 2 days, and he didn't even have the heart to come in and practice. Or it should be said that Chen Tian didn't really want to come in to find abuse before he found the possibility of defeating or learning that special sword technique. In the dark and desolate world, Chen Tian appeared out of thin air, and then chose the hard mode. Immediately, 2 dull middle-aged men with long knives appeared, and the moment Chen Tian chose to start, 2 sharp knives tore apart the void. Chen Tian did not choose to fight recklessly, but his eyes were indifferent, and he avoided it in a flash. Whoosh whoosh. Because of the same attributes, the speed of the 3 of them reached a speed of more than 200 meters per second, turning into 3 strings of afterimages, chasing and entanglement. In the hands of 2 of the afterimages, there were even more piercing sword lights, which turned into a net of heaven and earth, severing everything. Occasionally, a blade of light fell on the ground, instantly tearing a crack more than 10 meters long in the ground, and the escaping sharp energy shattered everything with astonishing power. Although he was besieged by 2 blade masters, Chen Tian, who kept dodging, seemed very calm. In the sword light that filled the sky, Chen Tian's dynamic vision was brought into full play, comparable to that of a computer's brain, where thousands of best avoidance thoughts flashed through every moment. Coupled with his terrifying agility and responsiveness, as long as he doesn't choose to pick up hard, he can often dodge the moment the sword light falls. 1 knife, 2 knives, 10 knives, 50 knives, 100 knives. Compared to the last time he took more than 10 knives and smashed a long knife in the hands of a middle-aged man and died, today's Chen Tian's response can be said to be an understatement. The reason is not that his combat experience is stronger, but that his computing power and comprehension have increased dozens of times, hundreds of times. That vibration was not a super high-speed swing of the knife, but a special force that made their knife reach the point of being similar to a high-shock particle blade. Chen Tian, who was dodging, was thoughtful in his eyes. This power is very strange and needs to be touched. Thinking of this, Chen Tian, who had been dodging all the time, moved his hand, and the long knife in his hand greeted a knife light. Clang! At the moment when the 2 knives intersected, a high-speed oscillating sharp force erupted on the middle-aged man's knife, and was transmitted through the blade in an instant. Bang! Under that extreme force, the long knife in Chen Tian's hand shattered suddenly, and his entire body suddenly froze. At this time, another knife light also took the opportunity to fall, intending to kill him. Whoosh! Chen Tian, who had been prepared for a long time, exploded with strength, instantly opened a certain distance, and his eyes showed contemplation. At the same time, on Chen Tian's side, an identical long knife appeared again and was grabbed by him. Whizzing! The 2 middle-aged men seemed to be tireless, they chased after them in an instant, and the long sword in their hands that seemed to be able to cut everything down again. In this battle, the 2 sides. No, it should be said that Chen Tian was constantly dodging, occasionally taking a punch, and fighting for more than 10,000 moves before stopping. And Chen Tian didn't die, but his spirit reached the limit and had to quit. In the darkness, Chen Tian slowly opened his eyes, stretched out his right hand and held it slightly, and instantly a power without a sharp breath emerged in his hand. But then, that vague knife-shaped power collapsed and disappeared, setting off a faint breeze. Chen Tian's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Isn't it enough? It seems that if you want to really learn that kind of swordsmanship, you have to really kill a middle-aged person. 5. In Chen Tian's view, in addition to allowing him to accumulate life and death combat experience, the virtual battlefield also has an inheritance function to inherit some powerful forces. For example, boxing mastery in simple mode and powerful swordsmanship in hard mode. After he breaks through the hard mode and learns that special swordsmanship, the next hell mode may be another more powerful inheritance of power. As the person who obtained Superman's power, is Chen Tian interested in these power inheritances? Definitely interested. Who would despise the ability that they have mastered and learned too much? For example, after passing the simple mode, the mastery of the 3 boxing techniques obtained allows Chen Tian to easily beat Juggernaut with similar strength. Thinking of this, Chen Tian showed a faint smile on his face, closed his eyes and fell asleep. After breakfast the next day, Chen Tian ran to the library, and then looked through a bunch of books about computers, programming and hacking. If it is said that after completing the transformation of physique and soul yesterday, Chen Tian feels that the biggest gain is not the speed of strength growth, but the calculation and understanding of ability. That is, super brain. This ability has been ignored in comics and movies. It can make Superman remember everything in 1 second, and then process it with amazing calculation ability, and the speed of thinking is even more terrifying. When he came to the window, Chen Tian sat in a position where he could bask in the sun, and immediately started a quick scan. Wow! I saw Chen Tian quickly flip through the book with both hands. His eyes were like a scanner to write down the content, and the thoughts in his mind moved and absorbed at a terrifying speed. 1, 2. As a Zeng manager who is professionally involved in computers and software, Chen Tian has no barriers to learning these related contents. With this ultra-high-speed learning, his expertise in the field of computing has advanced at a terrifying speed, especially in hacking. As for why he is a computer hacker, it is not the biological gene he was initially interested in, but he is preparing for some of the next actions through hacking technology. Biogenetics is not in a hurry, and I will study it slowly when there is time later. While Chen Tian was basking in the sun and improving his strength, he was reading and studying. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wolverine came to Professor X's tombstone. Looking at the bald man on the tombstone, Logan showed a complicated expression on his face. Having known this telepathy for decades, Logan never imagined that he would end up in this way. Died at the hands of his own students. Suddenly, Wolverine sighed slightly. Charles, you know, without your mutant school, that purity has been lost. 95. In the past, the philosophy and policy of mutant school had only one will, and that was Professor X. But with his death, there have been many disputes in the past 2 days, and everyone has their own ideas. Although the X-Men is currently dominated by Arlo and reunited, the will to lead is only 15-year-old West. As a teenager, although the decision he made was very calm and rational, his core was different from Professor X's peaceful attitude, and he was faintly sharp. Logan has a hunch that if it continues like this, the school may one day fall into war, and even cause chaos for mutants and humans all over the world. But he couldn't do anything about this situation. Although he is old, he is not as good as West in his views and handling of things, and naturally he cannot convince most of the X-Men. And the source that caused all this to happen was the revived Chen. Thinking of this, a trace of sadness appeared in Logan's eyes. Presumably now Chen is also very painful. He accidentally killed the teacher who taught him for decades, which is unacceptable to most people. Logan. At this moment, Wolverine's heart faintly sounded a roar call, making him think that he was hallucinating. Logan. At this moment, the roar call sounded again. Jin, 35. Logan, save me. This time, the roar appeared very anxious and helpless, which instantly changed Logan's face. More than 10 minutes later, a quarrel between Wolverine and Storm could be heard in the teacher's building. After a while, students saw Wolverine riding Scott's motorcycle and left the school in a hurry. Immediately, the atmosphere of the school, which had just calmed down a little, was stirred up again. At 11 o'clock, Clarice found Chen Tian in the library. At the moment there were books about computers piled up beside him, and he was still flipping through them. Clarice came to the opposite door and sat down, curious. West, what are you looking for? At the speed of Chen Tian turning over a book in less than a minute, as long as he is a normal person, he will not feel that he is reading a book, but is looking for something. Chen Tian stopped. No, I'm studying. Learn. Clarice was at a loss. Chen Tian smiled. The world of genius, you don't understand. Tell me, do you have anything to do with me? No, it's just a little boring, so I came to see you. The black-haired girl denied. Yes. After a while, looking at Chen Tian who started flipping the book quickly again, Clarice couldn't help but said, West, someone said that Mr. Logan and Mr. Arlo quarreled, and then left in anger. Oh. Chen Tian snorted softly. Looking at Chen Tian who didn't respond, Clarice wondered, West, aren't you worried? Chen Tian looked at her strangely. What are you worried about? Clarice was a little worried. They all said that Mr. Logan quarreled and left today, and tomorrow. Chen Tian was a little speechless. Okay, you like to think all day long. Are girls so gossipy and sensitive? Don't think too much. Since you're bored, read more books. I'll give you a task. This book on getting started with computers, this book on mathematical one-dimensional linear equations, read it in one day. With Chen Tian's daily tutoring, Clarice's mathematics has reached the 6th grade of elementary school, and the progress is amazing. Ah. The girl frowned. Ah what, your ability is space teleportation, and being proficient in mathematics will help you a lot. 35. By the way, learn computer knowledge and see if you have hacker potential, so that maybe it can help me in some places in the future. Hearing that she might be able to help Chen Tian in the future, Clarice's eyes lit up. Stop complaining, pick up the computer entry and read it carefully. While Clarice was reading the book seriously, Chen Tian took out his laptop and began to weave with his fingers like a phantom. Immediately, I saw countless codes in the computer swiping like a waterfall. A minute later, the page on the notebook jumped, and a web page called Slack Company appeared in the background. Seeing this, Chen Tian showed a faint smile on his face. Just in a small test, in just 1 minute, he conquered the backstage of a listed company. Sure enough, this is the correct use of superbrain. Fighting around with a fist all day, like Superman in the movie, is too low end. Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. As civilized people, we can't do it if we can. 35. After speaking, he tapped his hands on the laptop again, and quickly brought up an afterimage, starting today's real purpose. Conquer the White House internal network. He wants to look up some information, and by the way, take a look at the official trends of the United States in the past 2 days. As the most developed country in the world, the United States is very advanced in technology development and leads the world in the field of computers and the internet. Naturally, it also attaches great importance to network information security. Especially with regard to state secrets, there is a department in the White House dedicated to information security. In this department called Cyber Security Bureau, including many computer geniuses in the United States and even abroad, engaged in the United States internet security defense. When I have nothing to do, I steal other state secrets. By the way. Yes, it is so shameless. Near noon, 18-year-old Korod was bored playing games in his seat. As a genius who broke the White House Defense official website at the age of 12, was approached by an agent, and finally recruited into the security department, Korod works very easily every day. Because of him, no one has been able to breach the White House of the United States for 6 years, and very few people will come back to make trouble after a long time. Naturally, it seems a little boring all day long. But today, just as he was about to get off work for lunch, a yellow exclamation mark popped up in the lower left corner of Korod's computer, and his eyes suddenly lit up. After more than a year, finally someone came to attack the White House again. Excited, Korod decisively turned off the game, and controlled his hands to crack on the keyboard. Suddenly, on his computer, pages began to pop up and close. A minute later, K-Luo 593 stopped with a smile on his face. Because the hacker who attacked the website just now was a rookie who used ordinary broilers as a springboard. I wonder if this kind of hacking technology is outdated now. If the other party hadn't decisively pulled out the line and disconnected from the network, and given him another 10 seconds, he would be able to lock the exact location and then counter-invade the other party's computer. At this time, the chief of the security section not far away came out of the office. Korod, I just saw a network intrusion notification. Korod shrugged, head, don't worry, a rookie, I've been forced to cut off the power. Tartar gave him a thumbs up, good job, but next time you can lock the address of the other party and find out the identity will be better. No problem, head, but I don't think he dares to come again. Library, Chen Tian reopened the notebook with great interest. He simply tried to invade the internal network of the White House just now, but he was blocked. After dozens of seconds, as the notebook was turned on, Chen Tian's hands turned into phantoms again, and countless information flashed across the screen like a waterfall. Even because it runs too fast, the temperature of the notebook keeps rising. In the cybersecurity department, Korod just stood up and was about to go to lunch when an exclamation mark popped up in the lower left corner of his computer, and he immediately raised his brows. Anyone else invaded? Saying that, Korod sat down, tapped his fingers on the keyboard a few times, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it's that person just now. You can't run this time. 99. Korod's demeanor seemed very relaxed. After all, the rookie just didn't hold on for even a minute. In fact, it is normal to be able to break through several layers of protective nets and come to the point of the White House intranet, which is already a master in the hacker world. But in Crowder's eyes, this kind of person is still a rookie. Sure enough, after dozens of seconds, he broke through the rookie's last disguised brawler, ready to lock the other party's specific IP. But, interesting. Korod sat up straight, his expression became serious, and the speed of typing with both hands on the keyboard became faster and faster. 10 minutes later, Korod exhaled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, the middle-aged white man who came behind him at an unknown time, Tartar said solemnly, Krudi, who is the person who invaded this time? How can he fight against you for so long? Korod's expression was not so relaxed this time, and he shook his head slightly. It's the same person just now, and it's the same way of intrusion as before. 35. Tartar was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. Then you? But this time, the jumping broilers on the other side increased too fast, faster than the deciphering speed of the program I weaved. Speaking of which, Korod felt a bit of a toothache. He never imagined that someone could decipher the IP addresses of computers in other countries around the world and pretend to be their own addresses faster than the software he designed to decipher them. In other words, the person who deciphered the PI addresses of computers in other countries is actually a compiled super software. Otherwise, how can a person reach the speed of breaking hundreds of computer addresses all over the world in 1 second? It seems that he has met a master and has used the most basic hacking techniques to the peak. It seems that he is using basic hacking techniques, but it is actually super coding. It can jump to tens of thousands of IPs in 1 minute, disperse all over the world, break through the firewall with a large number of broilers, and finally invade the core network. And the first test in front of him pretended to be a rookie, just to paralyze him. The second time was the real attack. It's just that he didn't know why. After 10 minutes of persistence, the other party suddenly dropped the line, otherwise he would be ready to apply for other defenses at the same time. But in this way, his face of Korod was lost. In the face of the hacker's intrusion, I actually had to ask my colleagues for help. Next, Korod and Tartar waited for more than 10 minutes, and after confirming that the other party had completely left, they breathed a sigh of relief. Tartar clapped his hands and looked at the other serious-looking men in the office. Okay, everyone, let's go to dinner. The people who invaded just now have been repelled by Korod. West, the computer is broken. In the library, Clarice looked at Chen Tian with some doubts, where his notebook was smoking black smoke. Chen Tian's eyes glowed with transparent light, and he glanced at the laptop computer and nodded. It's because the temperature of the motherboard heats up too fast, the heat dissipation can't keep up, and the CPU circuit flashes and spontaneously ignites. Oh. Clarice rolled her eyes. It's broken, Clarice, let's go to dinner first. In the afternoon, I went to the underground base and asked Mr. Orlo to borrow the main computer of the base. After having lunch in the dining hall, Chen Tian went to Orlo and borrowed the main computer under the pretext of inquiring some information. For Chen Tian, the current storm is very trusting, and agreed without thinking. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the United States Department of Cybersecurity suddenly looked solemn and sat up straight. Head, that person is indeed here again. Is it coming? 35. Tartar in the back looked sharply. This time, when you join forces, you must lock the identity of this person and find it out. 99. As the head of the network security department, Tartar was very cautious and felt that the two attacks in the morning were definitely not a coincidence, so he had already prepared for the attack in the afternoon. And on the grounds of national security, Korod was persuaded to accept other people's assistance. Take it easy. Leave it to us. The young people around looked relaxed one by one. Although they are not geniuses at the level of Korod, they can enter the security information department, and each of them has amazing strength in computer software. A few were even similar to Krudi, who were once the top hackers in the world, and were finally recruited by the United States. At the moment everyone was sitting in front of their respective computers, with huge amounts of display screens in front of them, already connected to the department's supercomputers. But after more than 10 minutes, everyone, including Korod, was sweating profusely, looking at the screen in front of countless information waterfalls in disbelief. They were breached the firewall. The torrent of millions of broilers that broke out at that moment directly broke through the blockade they compiled. No one could have imagined that the White House internet, which had not been breached for 6 years, actually missed it today and was hacked by an unknown hacker using the oldest method. Tartar was the first to react and shouted, "Quick, disconnect the network and disconnect." Korod shook his head in frustration. "It's useless, head. The other party actually bypassed us when they first invaded." "Korod, how is that possible?" A hacker member didn't believe it, because they didn't find any trace of being breached. Korod said calmly, "Because the other party's technique is to use tens of millions of broilers as a cover to attract our attention and consume the computing power of the host. And he himself used a disguised code to bypass the firewall and enter the internet with the instructions we issued. It's just that the other party only browsed ordinary information on the internet after entering, and did not download those military secrets, so the alarm was not triggered." 5. This. Korod's words made everyone stunned. Which hackers attack inside and outside? The purpose is not those military and scientific research secrets. Never heard of anyone hacking the United States White House internet just to browse general information. Definitely, these ordinary information are also classified as the secrets of political dignitaries, but they do not have the top scientific research technology, and the military secret level is high. At this time, Korod sighed, "Look, the other party has retreated." As his voice fell, those information waterfalls on the big screen disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally returned to the normal web page. No one cares about the chaos of the White House Cyber Security Department. In the underground base, Chen Tian sat in front of the main control computer and thoughtfully recalled the information he had just browsed. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. 12 first-generation Sentry units have been debugged and shipped from Trask Industries to Devil Island at 6 in the morning. Having said that, Chen Tian doubled down on the computer and found out where Trask Industries is located. Then, relying on hacking technology, he broke through the elementary level firewall, and went in and browsed quietly. 4.0 The Sentinel Laboratory is not in Trask Industries, but in a large military facility in Maifang. It is very troublesome to destroy it. 5. Sure enough, the United States takes the Sentry program very seriously. Sitting on the chair, Chen Tian pondered for a long time, then removed some search traces on the computer, got up and left. He already got the news he wanted. The next step is to think about the most favorable choice in the next mutant attack. According to the plot, Wolverine, who goes out next, will find Jean and want her to go back with him, but is seriously injured and unconscious by a random blow from Magneto. At the same time, Magneto used multiple men to attract the official attention of the United States. I attacked Devil Island with all my strength, tearing apart the Golden Gate Bridge and descending domineering. When Magneto led the attack to take advantage, the awakened Wolverine led the X-Men to arrive. In the final battle, Magneto was hit by a potion bullet and lost his super ability, and Jean went berserk again, killing countless soldiers and mutants and was killed by Wolverine. But this ending is not good for him as a mutant. Because there is no Magneto target, some people will focus on the school or him. So this time the ending needs to follow his script. Back on the ground, Chen Tian did not go to class, but found a sunny place to sit and bask in the sun comfortably. Under the sun, Chen Tian's body strength continued to increase, and his strength continued to skyrocket. The feeling of getting stronger and stronger was simply fascinating. However, while the body is resting, Chen Tian's brain is running fast, frantically analyzing the next battle. The object of the battle is the Phoenix Force piano. If you want to revise the future direction, then the runaway Qin is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Just facing the Phoenix Force who started awakening, there is currently no force in X-Men to confront it, including him who has not grown up yet. Even if it enters the secondary awakening state of the X gene, it is only support at most. Unless he loses his life and burns his life force frantically, the ability can be increased by hundreds of times, thousands of times of terror, and he may be able to fight. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The front is not good, then we can only find a way from the side. For example, awakening Jean's master consciousness, relying on her own psychic power to defeat the dark personality, and regain control of the body and Phoenix Force. But this possibility is too low. If she could do it, she wouldn't have lost control and nearly killed the man she loved most, and the respected teacher. Unless, in Chen Tian's mind, some research theories of Chris's laboratory that he had seen appeared. Boom boom boom, In the city of Curry, Texas, the United States, a company promoting mutant medicine exploded, setting off a fiery shockwave in the sky, scaring countless people to scream. In addition, many other cities were attacked, all related to Worthington Corporation or Mutant Pharmacy. 2 days of attacks, many people were jittery, followed by a larger wave of anti-mutant sentiment, with protest lines forming on many streets. Protest against mutant. At the same time, the United States officials also held a press conference, severely scolding Magneto and Mutant for making trouble. All the mutants who claimed to be involved in the attack, no matter what the reason, were all dealt with as perpetrators. I hope those mutants who want to follow blindly will think more about the consequences. At the same time, when necessary, the government will dispatch the army to suppress these mutants, and to assure ordinary people that the mutant attack will be resolved soon, and that those who want peace and who are willing to use the mutant potion remain citizens of the United States. For a time, many people felt a stormy atmosphere. In this case, X-Men naturally could not be alone, and the White House sent someone to come again. In the office, Storm looked at Phil Coulson, the agent who came here, with a serious expression. Mr. Phil, I understand your intention. We also hate Brotherhood for trying to arrest these people. But the professor is not there, we can't find them in the first place, and we are still trying to track them down. This morning, Logan has already set off based on some information, and if we can find any trace of Magneto, we will be dispatched immediately. 5. Agent Phil said solemnly, we express our deep regret for Charles's matter, and wish Ms. Orlo condolences. As for the whereabouts of Eric and Mutant, we already know. What? You have already mastered the tracks of Magneto and the others, where are they? Storm's expression froze. Phil nodded solemnly. Currently, under the surveillance of the Security Bureau, they are gathered in a forest outside Washington, ready to launch an attack on the city. 5. But with some intelligence, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. can be sure that it was just Eric's cover-up. Their real purpose is to be located more than 1,000 kilometers away in San Francisco, Devil Island by the sea, where the Worthington Laboratory is located. And the attack could be tonight, or tomorrow morning. Storm said solemnly, you are here this time to discuss with us how to ambush them? Yes. Phil nodded. Storm praised, to be able to be so accurate, to quickly find Magneto and their whereabouts, and to know their target, is indeed SHIELD. Ms. Aurora is over the top. 35. Phil explained, originally, the Security Bureau was in charge of this incident, but I didn't expect them to be completely led by Eric, so our director had to come forward. And this time we can know so clearly, but also thanks to the appearance of one person. Who? Storm was curious. Raven. Darkholm. 99. It's her? Why? Storm was taken aback, surprise and confusion on his face. Because Raven, that is, Mystique, is Magneto's subordinate. He has followed him for decades, and has been doing intelligence work such as probes against the United States officials. Phil said calmly, a few days ago, Raven was arrested for inquiring about mutants' medicine. He was escorted to a special prison the day before yesterday, and was rescued by Eric. However, there was an accident at the time. She was injured by a special bullet carried by the escorts, lost her mutant ability, and was abandoned by Eric. 35. I ran into me by chance and offered to tell us about Eric's whereabouts. As for whether it is a true coincidence or a false coincidence, no one knows. Storm's face changed suddenly. Special bullet, mutant potion, you have equipped that potion on your weapon. At this moment, Storm's face was very ugly. Looking at Storm with an ugly face, Phil smiled bitterly. Ms. Orlo, don't look at me like that. I can guarantee that we didn't know about this before. Humph. Logan is right, the United States officials have no trust at all. Storm said bluntly. At this moment, Storm, who had a bad impression of the official United States, was even more angry and disgusted in his heart. It was only 3 or 4 days after the mutant drug came out, and he was equipped with a firearm. Apparently this plan started very early, and it was planned to suppress those who resisted the mutant, that is, the compulsory use of potions. Ms. Orlo, we can't do anything about these things. Phil said sincerely, the most important thing now is to stop Eric from attacking Devil Island and causing more killings. 35. According to the agreement signed by Mr. Charles and the official, when mutant committed a crime, X-Men has the responsibility and the obligation to stop it. 5. I don't know, now X-Men still recognizes this agreement. After being slightly silent, Storm said coldly, don't worry, although the professor is gone now, we will still abide by the original agreement. 99. Is it okay to not abide by the protocol? Definitely. But then some of the peculiarities of the X-Men and Xavier schools are also lost. Phil had a smile on his face. Okay, then, please prepare yourself. Once Eric appears, we will notify you as soon as possible. 55. Officials come and go in a hurry. Watching Phil leave, Storm's expression became solemn. When she became the principal and took over everything, she realized how much pressure the professors were under. Not only to care about the students in the school, but also to deal with the X-Men, as well as some creatures in the underground base. Medical research needs her attention. In addition, it is necessary to coordinate with the official. Meanwhile, in the basement training room, Shadowcat, Colossus, and Iceman are forming a team, training with the stable senior mutants with ability. Therefore, among the active X-Men, Chen Tian is the most leisurely and has the mind to bask in the sun. In this case, it was the mutant students who didn't feel anything and went to class quietly in the classroom, but the smiles on their faces were not as bright as before. The sun penetrated the shade of the trees and fell into the woods. Suddenly, Wolverine, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. At the moment, he was very embarrassed, his clothes were tattered, and there were many bloodstains on many parts of his body. No, Chen. Suddenly, Wolverine thought of something and quickly got up from the ground. Woohoo! After a while, the roar of a motorcycle sounded in the distance. On the road, Wolverine turned the accelerator to the maximum and rushed towards the school more than 300 kilometers away at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. At 5:30 in the afternoon, as the school bell rang, Chen Tian slowly withdrew the mental power covering his whole body, opened his eyes, and revealed regret in his eyes. If you want to penetrate the X gene in a short time, and control the secondary awakening ability, I definitely want to. 593. With a thought, Chen Tian controlled his force field to float up, stood up on the ground, felt the explosive power in his body, and nodded with satisfaction. At the end of the day, his strength skyrocketed again. The grip strength has increased from 75 tons to 110 tons, and the fist strength has soared to 650 tons, and the lifting speed is even more terrifying. Unfortunately, it would be great if you gave me some more time. Chen Tian sighed slightly, then walked towards the dining hall. When Phil came to visit this afternoon, Chen Tian, who was distracted by the campus, noticed it immediately, and then overheard his conversation with Storm. The rain is coming. Sure enough, when Chen Tian was still eating in the dining hall, he heard the roar of the engine from the school gate with amazing hearing. Immediately, Chen Tian accelerated the speed of eating, and finished a large bowl of beef fried rice in a few mouthfuls. Clarice, who was looking at the reincarnation of the starving ghost, was a little stunned and asked, "West, why do you eat so fast?" Chen Tian sighed, "Because I don't eat fast, I'm going to fight tonight on an empty stomach." 99. Clarice was taken aback. Before waiting for the black-haired girl to react, she saw Shadowcat trot over and shouted from a distance, "West, Teacher Orlo asked everyone to gather." 35. Coming. Chen Tian stood up, touched Clarice's hair before leaving, and smiled, "Don't worry, after tonight, you can come down for a long time." After speaking, Chen Tian turned around and left with Katie. Looking at the two hurriedly leaving, in the dining hall, the mutant students all showed worry on their faces. It's clear that something big has happened that requires the full X-Men to assemble. I just hope that everyone will not have an accident this time, and return home safely one by one. At this moment, all mutant students are praying. Scott's sudden serious injury and coma, and the sudden death of the godlike Professor X, made these mutant students feel very insecure. Some were afraid that the Blackbird fighters had set off, because that means another mutant fight. The mission is triggered, the main quest is released, chaos is coming. Please destroy all sentry participating in this battle. The task is completed, and the reward is 2 points of origin. Just when Chen Tian was called away by Katie, the system prompt sounded in his mind. The mission this time is not to stop Jean from running rampant, but to destroy Sentinel. 35. In this case, even if she still dies in the end, it will have no effect on me. Looking at the mission released by the system, Chen Tian thought deeply, although he did not want Jean to die, because the living Phoenix Force was worth more than the dead. But if it can't be saved, Chen Tian doesn't care. We're going to save Jean. She is in pain right now, and we need to find a way to help her. As soon as Chen Tian and Shadowcat arrived at the underground base, they saw Wolverine in the corridor getting emotional and telling Iceman, Colossus, and Storm that they wanted to save Jean. Seeing Chen Tian coming down, the coldness on Storm's face eased a little, and he nodded, "West, you guys are here." 35. Chen Tian put on a doubt on his face, "Mr. Orlo, Teacher Logan, what happened?" Wolverine looked solemn. "Now." Storm interrupted, "In the afternoon, Phil Coulson, the official S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel belonging to the United States, came to discuss with me about stopping Magneto. According to Phil, Magneto's target is Devil Island, which is Worthington Laboratory. Next, Storm will repeat the conversation with Phil this afternoon. In particular, the shape-shifting female Raven lost mutant ability under the potion bullet and defected after being abandoned by Magneto, which made his plan exposed in advance." After listening to this, everyone except Chen Tian was a little surprised, lamenting Magneto's cunning and unpredictable world affairs. Just ahead, I received a message from Phil that Magneto had appeared in San Francisco, more than 1,000 kilometers away, and asked X-Men to go to support him and stop him. That's the situation now. After speaking, Storm glanced at Wolverine and sighed in his heart. She was still soft-hearted. According to Wolverine, this request for X-Men to be dispatched is a personal matter, and everyone will not necessarily go to rescue the piano that killed Professor X. And now, when she spoke out about the afternoon, it became X-Men's responsibility. Although he also went to stop Magneto and save Jean, his nature had changed, and there would be no resistance in the hearts of the other cops. But just when Wolverine and Storm were about to give the order to start, Chen Tian asked, "Teacher Orlo, do you have a battle plan for this battle?" Battle plan. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the bewildered crowd, Chen Tian couldn't help but hold his forehead. Surely not. Throughout several X-Men episodes, we will find a problem, that is, these X-Men have no plans at all, and they rush to do it every time they encounter a problem. There is no plan, only reckless. On the contrary, the villains such as Magneto also know how to make a sound and do some dark plans. The most typical is the final battle of the X-Men 3 battles, awakening the Phoenix Force's Omega-class piano in the face of Magneto's Alpha-class peak. There are also powerful mutants such as Burning Man, Juggernaut, Vibe Girl, Night Girl, and more than 100 ordinary mutant opponents. Storm, Iceman, Colossus with alpha-level strength, Wolverine, Beast, and X-Men of Shadowcat, which are equivalent to the 3 and Mutant, went directly. Yes, straight up. Regardless of the gap in the overall strength of the two sides, there is no battle plan, such as defeating whoever is targeted first. If it weren't for the last plot kill, Magneto lost his ability carelessly, and JYN's consciousness was awakened to let Wolverine kill her. All of them would have died. Thinking of this, Chen Tian felt tired and waved his hand. Forget it, when I didn't ask. 99. Anyway, in his plan this time, these people can only fight, and it is up to him to deal with Chen. Wait, there's me too. At this moment, Hank's voice came from a distance, and then everyone saw that Beast, who had changed into the old X-Men battlesuit, strode over. Facing everyone's unexpected gazes, Hank said solemnly, I have already resigned from the post of minister and am going back to school to be a teacher, so I will be counted in the battle today. 35. At this critical moment, the arrival of an old friend brought a relieved smile on Storm's face. When the personnel arrived, Storm suddenly looked serious and said solemnly, get ready to go. Cough. Chen Tian coughed dryly, teacher, wait for me on the fighter plane first, I have to do some preparations. Although he wondered what preparations he had to make, based on his trust in Chen Tian, Storm just nodded. Separating everyone, Chen Tian walked through the corridor in a few flashes, came to the medical area, and then opened the door of the life cabin through fingerprint recognition. Walking into the life cabin, Chen Tian glanced at the red-haired mutant who was still asleep, and then came to Scott's medical cabin. Looking at the unconscious young man behind the hatch glass, Chen Tian sighed slightly, Mr. Scott, this time is also to save Senior Chen, I hope you don't mind. After speaking, Chen Tian pulled out the wiring and pipes around the life capsule. Then grab the sides with both hands, expand the muscles in both arms, and explode with strength. Crash crash! Under the terrifying power of Chen Tian, the four corners of the life capsule, the thick metal screws used to fix the cabin began to shapeshift, and then were violently torn off. Carrying the silver life capsule like a coffin, Chen Tian strode out of the cabin. Fortunately, in the design, the professors had considered the possibility of power failure at the base, so there was a small circulation system in the cabin to maintain it. Make sure that in the case of a power outage, the patient will not be affected for at least half a day. This is also the reason why Chen Tian dared to carry Scott away. But when Chen Tian came to the repaired fighter takeoff platform and saw the life capsule on his shoulders, everyone was stunned, and then his face changed greatly. West, what are you doing? At this moment, Storm was a little angry at him. Likewise, the others frowned, wondering why he had brought Scott, who was seriously injured and comatose, with him. Facing the eyes of everyone, Chen Tian calmly said, it is definitely to save everyone, and also to save Senior Chen, this is the only way I can think of. Shadowcat wondered, West, what do you mean? Chen Tian didn't answer directly, but changed the subject and said, I once had a chat with the professor about the potential of Mutant. 35. According to the professor, mutant's ability is actually affected by mental impact, and similarly, spirit can also affect power. And human spiritual potential is unlimited. If it is strongly stimulated or influenced by strong emotions, it can burst into amazing power. Senior Chen, as a powerful psychokinesis person, originally had a very strong will and potential, but now he is influenced by the personality born from that power in his body. If we give her strong emotional stimulation, maybe, she may burst into spiritual potential, wake up again, and master that power. Now, having experienced the manslaughter of the teacher, Senior Chen's mental emotions have reached a limit. If at a critical moment, we put Senior Scott in front of her and tell her that either she will explode with that power, or the most beloved will die in front of her. 35. You say, what will she choose? West, you're crazy. Looking at Chen Tian, Storm, Shadowcat, Wolverine, who looked calm, all of them showed horror on their faces. Chen Tian shook his head calmly, no, I'm not crazy, and I'm calm, because this is the only way for everyone to survive. Mr. Orlo, Mr. Logan, you all felt the power of Senior Chen that day. It should be clearest that once she breaks out of control in this battle, then everyone will die. Or, do you have a way to resist that force? If so, I'll put Mr. Scott back right away. In the face of Chen Tian's question, Storm and Wolverine were silent and stood there with complicated eyes. As Chen Tian said, either wake up her consciousness when Chen goes berserk again and control herself, or this time everyone may die at the hands of her berserk. In fact, Storm and Wolverine thought of the possibility of Chen running away before they set off. It's just that there is nothing they can do, and they are desperate for the power that destroys everything. So I don't want to think deeply, for fear that I will eventually be afraid and shrink back. Now this question has been pointed out by Chen Tian. At this time, Hank said slowly, I think West's analysis is very reasonable. I once talked to Charles about the potential of spiritual will. In this operation, Magneto may still have a way to defeat him, but if Jean loses control, everyone will be in danger of death. 35. Maybe in the end, we really have to rely on Scott, after all, he and Jean have the deepest bond. Seeing that Hank also opened his mouth to support, Storm could only sigh slightly, nodded in agreement with Chen Tian's approach, and did not stop it. At the same time, I am ashamed of Chen Tian's thoughtfulness. As teachers, their performance in action and handling of things during this period of time is not comparable to that of a student. Afterwards, everyone got on the fighter plane in turn. With the ground shaking, the lawn beside the dormitory building slowly opened under the watchful eyes of the mutant students. Then the platform below rose, revealing a fighter jet full of sci-fi colors. The engine below the fighter jet spewed fire, and under the strong vertical thrust of Linyazeo, the fighter plane slowly lifted into the air and flew towards the sky under the eyes of those students. On the fighter plane, the X-Men looked serious and prepared for the upcoming battle. But they all seemed to forget a question. That is, once the piano explodes and the psychokinesis is destroyed together, who can bring Scott's life capsule to her? In the city of San Francisco, at dusk, countless people on the coast fled wildly and screamed. The sound of vehicle collisions continued to sound, and there was even an explosion. And what caused all this was the Golden Gate Bridge that was flying across the sea, more than 2,000 meters long, and weighed tens of thousands of tons. This scene, only the people at the scene understand how spectacular it is and how strong the shock it brings. However, while countless people were frightened, many young people excitedly took out their mobile phones and shouted to buy karma. God, take this scene. At one end of Flight's bridge on the sea, Magneto, dressed in a red robe and cape, stood on the edge, his arms stretched, and his body exuded indescribable power fluctuations. Beside him stood Chen, Burning Man, Night Girl, and other powerful men, and there were hundreds of ordinary mutants who gathered behind him. At the moment, except for Chen, all mutants had a frenzied expression on their faces when they looked at Magneto's back. This is the personality charm of the scene people in X-Men. At this moment, Magneto was in high spirits. Although Charles's death made his heart aches, at the same time, the restriction from his spiritual power also completely disappeared. In addition, the powerful Chen was also on his side. Next, just destroy Devil Island Labs, take that mutant into his hands, or kill him, and he can start implementing a plan he's been preparing for years. And just as Magneto lifted the bridge and flew over, surrounded by water, there was chaos in Devil Island, which used to be a prison. In secret, hundreds of soldiers who had already been stationed had already finished changing their clothes, wearing clothes and shoes without a trace of metal products, and came to the warehouse to receive their weapons. Go! Everyone hurry up. 35. Remember not to bring any metal objects with you. Also, because the guns in your hands are made of plastic and filled with aerodynamic energy and special gunpowder, the range is only over 100 meters. 99. Bullets are a special potion for mutants. As long as they are shot, no matter how powerful a mutant is, they will lose their ability. 99. Nice job, I like this bullet. Guys, make sure to kill those monsters this time. 35. Haha, finally got a weapon against those guys. 35. Those soldiers excitedly received new weapons one by one, and then began to familiarize themselves with the weapons according to the instructions, while gathering towards the designated defensive point to prepare for battle. The Worthington Lab is ostensibly a private company, but when it comes to dealing with mutants technology, the United States officials have already participated in it and sent heavy troops to guard it. It's just a pity that the enemy they faced this time was Magneto. In front of him, metal weapons are not only useless, but will turn into weapons against them, including heavy firearms such as missiles and missiles. As a result, many of the heavy weapons they stationed were useless. 597. Faced with this situation, the officers stationed in the laboratory also had a headache, but they could only bite the bullet. At the same time, inside the laboratory, the researchers were arranging the information in horror and preparing to evacuate. At the moment when the sky just darkened, the Golden Gate Bridge, which had flown more than 10 kilometers above the sea, finally arrived at Devil Island under the terrified eyes of many people. Boom! Tens of thousands of bridges fell from the sky, connecting Devil Island at one end and the coast of San Francisco at the other. In this scene, Worthington and others in the laboratory building looked pale. Although they all know that some of the mutants are very strong, these people will also die, will be suppressed by human weapons, and even killed. But today, they met Magneto, who had no solution to both light and heavy firearms. Standing on the bridge, Magneto looked down at the panicked guards below and said indifferently, Charles has always wanted to build a bridge between humans and mutants. But in a world full of prejudice, arrogance, selfishness, and greed, his philosophy is ultimately just a dream and can't succeed at all. At this time, John the Burning Man came behind Magneto, and the Night Girl respectfully said, I have already sensed that the child is in the southeast corner. Magneto nodded slightly, very good. Saying this, he waved his hand, destroy this place. 35. In an instant, the group of mutants behind him released a revelry, rushing out like hungry wolves. Some people turned into a cloud of smoke in the air, and they recovered instantly when they landed. Some people jumped dozens of meters high like rubber and landed on the former prison square. At this moment, the prison gates opposite the playground opened one by one, and groups of soldiers with plastic guns rushed out. Seeing this scene, a few capable men beside Magneto were about to go down, but Magneto reached out to stop him. No hurry. Spee. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the plastic gun in the hands of the soldier in the front shot, and the dense bullets of the medicine shot out in an instant, drowning the group of mutants in the front. What? My ability? The dozens of mutants in the front lay on the ground, screaming constantly, and the parts of their bodies that were different from ordinary people disappeared with the naked eye. The loss of ability made it difficult for these rebellious mutants to accept, and immediately shocked those behind him, and his footsteps could not help but stop. Humph! I learned to be smart and know that firearms are ineffective against me. 33 Seeing this scene, Magneto on the bridge looked cold, and at the same time, he was grateful for his prudence. Then he didn't like in the movie, waiting for most of the people to be attacked before shooting, but directly stretched out his hands. Bang bang bang! I saw around the prison playground, 6 watchtowers more than 10 meters high, made of metal steel frames, suddenly twisted by unknown forces, and rose from the ground. The next moment, those watchtowers were like giant arms, swept across the ordinary soldiers with a gust of wind roar. No, careful. Those soldiers who had just rushed out of the gate with the treatment machine shells on their backs startled roar, and were then swept away like flies by metal arms more than 10 meters long. Boom boom boom! The 6 watchtowers instantly swept away hundreds of soldiers, and smashed them against the prison walls with violent force. With just one blow, Magneto cleared most of the soldiers in the playground and swept everything. Domineering, strong, this is the strength of the most powerful mutant of the rebels. Magneto looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Ark, you go, use Vibe outside and kill all the mice hiding behind the door. Yes. The Vibe woman, who looked like a man, jumped off the bridge and came to the middle of the playground, looking at the smoky prison gates ahead, folded her hands. Between her palms, a huge amount of shock wave erupted in an instant, covering a range of tens of meters and covering the 4 prison gates in front. Bang 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 bang. Under the shock wave, behind the gates of the prison, those soldiers hiding behind concrete pillars or walls, all the plastic weapons in their hands were shattered by invisible shocks. At the same time, dozens of soldiers next to the door were even more blood-boiled, their eardrums burst, and they fell to the ground screaming. Until then, Magneto waved again. Everyone, rush in from all directions, don't go through the front door, and destroy them all. 99. Suddenly, the mutants roared again and rushed towards the prison building in all directions. Some mutants are like geckos, crawling on the wall towards the window, some people corrode the wall, and some smash the window like a ball. In addition, there are some mutants rushing in other directions on the island, where there are some buildings, which are also part of the laboratory. Seeing this, Magneto turned his head slightly. Tank, you go in and bring that experimental body out. It is good. Juggernaut, who was beaten by Chen Tian, became silent a lot, responded with a sound, then jumped off the bridge and started charging, directly crashing into the wall and rushing into the laboratory. Head, what about us? Nightcrawler, John the Burning Man, and Psylocke the Shinicist were all eager to try. No hurry. Magneto looked up at the sky again, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. According to the experience of many fights, it is reasonable to say that the group of traitors should be here at this time. Why is he going to destroy the laboratory today? These guys haven't appeared yet. Could it be Charles's death that made them lose their fighting spirit? Or is there another conspiracy? Thinking of this, the cautious Magneto thought, and an invisible magnetic field fluctuation spread out from his body. Whoa whoa whoa! With Magneto as the center, the metal within a range of tens of meters vibrated, and more than a dozen cars on the bridge behind him were slowly suspended, and then torn apart by a huge force. Bang bang bang! On the torn car, pieces of doors and metal plates appeared around Magneto, slowly spinning like dozens of shields. This cautious attitude made Burning Man and Night Girl, as well as Jean, stunned. In this regard, Magneto just said indifferently, although we are going to fight tonight, the real enemy is the official of the United States, and it will not be so simple. 99. We need support, we need support. They are too powerful, we simply can't stop them. Inside the laboratory, the stationed colonel shouted eagerly with a phone. The president opposite said solemnly, hold on, your supporters have already set off, hold on again, we must ensure that the experimental body is in our hands. At the same time, on the coast opposite Devil Island, Nick, who was bald and wearing a blindfold, stood quietly and saw the fire on the island. At this time, his cell phone also rang. Phil's voice came from the opposite side. Director, I have arrived at the Xavier School, and after inquiring, I learned that the X-Men had left more than half an hour ago. Nick said solemnly, in more than half an hour, according to the speed of that fighter's maximum supersonic flight, it should have reached the battlefield by now. Yes, but I called Orlo just now and found that I couldn't get through. Nick frowned. What's the situation? Did something happen to these X-Men? Or did they fly in the wrong direction? Phil, are you sure you told her the location is Devil Island? Phil on the opposite side affirmed, Director, I was really talking about Devil Island, the city of San Francisco. That's weird. Nick was a little puzzled. Because Nick was on the speakerphone, the calm-looking middle-aged man beside him also heard the conversation, and couldn't help but say solemnly, it seems that the plan has changed. It is possible that Sentry needs to be dispatched in advance. According to their calculations, when the first wave of Magneto's men attacked, they would be hit by a special healing bullet. Because this weapon has been kept secret, and it is the first time it has been used on a large scale, it can catch those mutants by surprise, and at least half of the mutants lose their ability. When Magneto and others are on guard, X-Men will arrive, and the two sides will fight. At that time, X-Men wins the best, and if they lose, they can consume Magneto's strength, and then send the sentry that has already been prepared to uproot everyone. Yes, this time Nick and the middle-aged Trask are ready to wipe out these rebellious mutants. After it was confirmed that Charles was dead, the official people of the United States approached Nick and asked him to take over the incident and become the person in charge. Now that Charles is dead, mutants' greatest deterrent to the authorities has been lost. Coupled with the emergence of mutant medicine, from now on, these mutants have lost their threat, and only need to be injected one by one. The few who resisted, without Magneto taking the lead, couldn't make any waves. As for the X-Men who survived this battle, looking at Charles's past face, Nick and the United States officials will not do anything to them. For the rest of his life, he can just guard the academy without students. But now there is an accident, should Sentry be sent out in advance? Nick's eyes showed contemplation, and he glanced at Trask beside him. Over Devil Island, the Blackbird fighter jets that had entered a stealth state hovered at a low speed in the air. Inside the fighter plane, everyone looked at the hatch. There, the fighter jet's door was wide open, and Chen Tian in a black battlesuit stood at the door, bowing his head slightly. His terrifying vision took in the battle below. Seeing that Chen Tian didn't speak for a long time, Hank couldn't help but ask, "West, what's the situation now?" Magneto shot just now and swept all the soldiers outside with one blow, and the mutant side below already had the advantage. Except for Magneto, Burning Man, Nightcrawler, and JYN who were still on the bridge, all the mutants rushed into the laboratory, and the fight is expected to end in 10 minutes at most. What? Just started the war, and it was broken down below. Everyone was stunned. Wolverine frowned. "West, didn't you say that the government has hidden methods?" When the fighter plane in front flew over Devil Island, Chen Tian asked Storm to be invisible, turn off his mobile phone, and fly the fighter plane to hover at a high altitude. Chen Tian, who was overlooking the bottom, nodded calmly, "Yes, and I can be sure that the other party will soon be unable to sit still." 35. Hank said solemnly, "The problem is that if you continue to wait, more people will die tragically. I think we can't wait any longer, those ordinary people are innocent." Hank's words caused the other people to stop, with a look of struggle on their faces. Those who can become X-Men are actually kind-hearted. Even Wolverine, who has killed countless people, only kills those who want to kill him. And at the moment they hesitate for a minute, and many ordinary people will die below. If they continue to ignore them, their conscience and morality will be tortured. Chen Tian opened his mouth and asked Storm to surround Devil Island without support for the time being, which was already the greatest trust he had given him based on his performance during this period of time. Chen Tian naturally understood this and couldn't help but ponder. Chen Tian, who was about to tell everyone to wait for a while, suddenly flashed light in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Teacher Orlo, you can go down. But continue to maintain stealth and surround the battlefield at a height of more than 500 meters, and you will see what the official preparations are." As Chen Tian's voice fell, the fighter jet plunged into the clouds under the operation of Orlo. Meanwhile, on the coast a minute ago, beside Nick, Trask saw that X-Men didn't show up for a long time, took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Trask took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and said solemnly after a few seconds, "The situation has changed, send Sentry immediately to deal with all those mutants." At the same time, note that with the exception of the Sentry controlled by antimetal, no other Sentry can approach the 100-meter range of Eric. Target, first solve the mutants in the prison and take away the experimental body codenamed Leech. If it's impossible, kill the experimental body, and it can't fall into Eric's hands, otherwise the mutants in the world will be restrained by him. An indifferent voice came from the opposite side, "Understood." 99. Boom! The roof of a warehouse on the shore was blown off with a bang, and then, 12 humanoid robots 5 meters high, most of them painted in purple, rose into the sky. Behind them, 4 small engines spewed fiery flames and flew towards Devil Island 2 kilometers away at an alarming speed. In the dark night, the voices of 12 jets of fire were very conspicuous. Just after crossing 1 kilometer of the sea, they were discovered by Magneto and others waiting on the bridge. Burning Man John was taken aback. "What are those lights?" 9. Whoosh! At this moment, the 12 Sentry who had approached Devil Island suddenly dispersed, and 11 of them flew towards the prison laboratory where the fierce battle took place. The remaining Sentry, covered in silver paint, flew towards Magneto and the others. And just as those Sentry approached the prison, missiles shot out of them like shooting stars, and some of them flew in with precision through the windows. Boom boom boom! In an instant, countless explosive flames illuminated the night sky, accompanied by a scream. In just one concentrated shooting, dozens of mutants and a dozen soldiers were killed, and half of the outer wall of the laboratory collapsed. Such is the power of modern heavy firearms. And Magneto, who originally wanted to use ability to intercept and control those missiles, was also interrupted by a high-energy beam from a distance. Boom boom boom! The fist-thick blue energy beam pierced through the sky, mercilessly landed on the defensive shield composed of more than 10 pieces of metal, and exploded continuously. The energy beam did not dissipate until the breakthrough destroyed the 7-layer metal shield. Under the residual firelight, Magneto's expression was gloomy and inexplicable. His eyes were cold as he looked at the silver robot 5 meters away, and his voice was cold. "Is this the Sentry that Charles said? I didn't expect that the research has reached this point, which is very good." 95. Sentry? Head, what is this? Burning Man, the goddess of the night, was surprised, and even Chen, who had been watching quietly, turned to look at Magneto. Magneto said solemnly, "Charles and I mentioned it once, the United States officials have been secretly researching a robot with mutant ability that can restrain mutant. At first I thought he was joking, after all, robots are not mutants, but now." With that said, Magneto looked towards the prison. After blasting the missiles they carried at once, 11 sentry landed one after another, and 7 broke through the wall and bent over to enter the building. The remaining 4 fell outside, 3 hands shapeshifting into sharp spears, and began to surround the remaining mutants outside. Another sentry flew to the back of the island. When encountering a rubber mutant, sentry's hands turn into iron cages to trap it, and then fires thousands of degrees Celsius to burn it to death. When encountering the gecko mutant, the arm shapeshifts like a spray gun, and a bone spur like a metal arrow in the middle shoots out, nailing it to the wall. This scene made the faces of Burning Man John and the others change. Although these Sentinels are only the first generation, their performance is not perfect and powerful in all aspects. But the strength displayed at the moment has already crushed most ordinary mutants. Unless those abilities are powerful, but flawed, the tower level, or the alpha level mutant, can fight or even destroy them head-on. Humph. At this moment, Magneto snorted coldly, "Don't worry, even if these robots have some mutant ability, as long as metal is in front of me, they don't." 5. Burning Man, Nightcrawler, this special robot is handed over to you, and I'll take care of the other robots. Magneto's words made John and the others nervous, nodding their heads, "Yes, head." Roar. Magneto moved, surrounded by dozens of metal steel sheets and flew into the distance. Seeing this, the silver-painted sentry is about to shoot. But at this time, the fire in the hands of the fireman lit up, and instantly an expanding column of fire roared into the sky, exuding scorching heat and appeared in front of it. Seeing this, the silver sentry's eyes flickered, his body sank suddenly, dodging the attack. Brush. At this moment, a dark shadow flickered on the side of Silver Sentry, and the Nightcrawler with a dagger in his hand appeared under it, and the dagger in his hand slid across the robot's leg. Psst. In an instant, a wound half a meter long and several centimeters deep appeared on Sentry's body, revealing some white tissue that looked like human muscle and gelatinous underneath. Flowers. Unlike those metal-mixed bio-fabricated Sentry, this Sentry designed to deal with Magneto has no metal in its body, but a special plastic and ceramic composition. So the defense is a bit worse. Boom. At the moment when the Night Girl stabbed Sentry, the Silver Sentry's palm converged with light, and a beam of light shot out, which was narrowly avoided by the Night Girl. At this moment, a purple arrow burst out, and it was a purple-haired woman with no sense of existence, Psylocke. The purple arrow precisely landed on Sentry's shoulder and exploded instantly, causing Sentry to be unable to maintain his shape in the air. At this moment, John the Burning Man shot out another pillar of fire, making Sentry, who wanted to hunt down the Nightcrawler, have to fall to the ground to escape. Suddenly, the color of the Silver Sentry's body gradually changed, turning into a blue that emits ultra-low temperature. Instantly appeared behind it, the face of the Night Girl who wanted to attack changed slightly, the dagger with a layer of frost attached to her hand quickly retracted, and her figure flashed. Boom! Sentry landed with a punch, wiping the vanishing Night Maiden to the ground, and the ground shook, sending countless pieces of soil and rubble scattered all over the place. But then, Sentry was hit by 3 purple energies behind him, hitting its back with precision, blasting out a big hole the size of a basin file. Then there was a powerful sound wave that vibrated, and fell on it fiercely, and the huge body staggered under the force of the explosion, almost not standing still. Without waiting for it to react, the fiery flames from the Burning Man struck again, exuding scorching heat and submerging Sentry. With the cooperation of the 4 high-level mutants, this powerful Sentry specially prepared for Magneto was immediately contained, and even fell directly into the disadvantage. Over there, Magneto flew out of the prison lab, watching the Sentry who had just killed a mutant, stretched out his hand slightly. Boom! The purple Sentry froze. Then his arms suddenly twisted this section, and then the huge figure seemed to be caught by invisible force, constantly blasting sparks, and finally being squeezed into a ball of scrap metal. Bang! As Magneto released his hand, the scrap iron with a diameter of several meters fell from the sky and hit the ground. Then, Magneto looked indifferently at the other Sentry in the distance, and flew past a pile of metal shields around him. The same Sentry was destroyed by Magneto under the powerful distorted magnetic field. In the face of controlling magnetic field and metal, these biological robots with mutant ability are still vulnerable. After simply destroying the 3 Sentry, Magneto slowly landed in front of several mutants who were progressing, and said solemnly, "Go in, cooperate with Juggernaut, and bring out that experimental body." As soon as he finished speaking, Magneto turned his head suddenly, and the more than 10 metal shields surrounding him merged into one. Boom! The side wall collapsed, and a bent Sentry appeared, several meters long, its arm like a dragon spear pierced the wall and pierced through 3 layers of metal shields. And then, not then. Bang! Under the powerful force of Magneto, the Sentry who wanted to sneak attack was twisted and squeezed into a mass of scrap metal, and smashed to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, the mutants suddenly felt certain and rushed into the prison along the collapsed wall. Seeing this, Magneto's eyes flickered, but he didn't follow. For him, such a small place is very inconvenient. Normally, it's fine, but now the soldiers inside are holding plastic guns that can make mutant lose his ability. He didn't want to become an ordinary person and lose his super ability. Fake, sure enough, it still doesn't work. On the other side of the sea, Trask next to Nick put down his telescope, his face a little ugly. Although in the current research data, the strength of the first-generation Sentinel can only deal with the general mutant, not those powerful mutant opponents. But at the moment really seeing Sentry being easily destroyed by Magneto and Sentry being suppressed by 3 mutants, Trask is still a little hard to accept. Over the years, their family has invested tens of billions of dollars in Sentry research. Coupled with some other resources, the consumption is indescribable. If some results are not produced, the support of all parties will drop sharply. In this plan, Sentry originally only needed to clean up the mess and get some combat data, not the main combat power. But unfortunately, an accident happened. The Sentry that appeared earlier was okay against ordinary mutants, but in the face of the alpha-level peak variant like Magneto, there was no way to fight back. Even Sentry, a killer specially prepared for Magneto, was restrained by his men. Definitely, he who has never seen Chen's power doesn't know that once Chen goes berserk, no matter how much Sentry you have, it's useless. Those robots. Hundreds of meters in the sky, on the stealth flight fighter, except for Chen Tian who did not know Sentry Hank and Chen Tian who knew Sentry, all X-Men were shocked. They didn't think 597 that the projection robot that appeared in the underground training room actually existed in reality. Although the shape and appearance of the biological robots that appeared this time are different from those in the training room, the essence is the same, and they are all robots with mutant ability. And when these robots face different mutants, they can copy or transform the ability of mutual restraint to kill the mutants. Obviously, this robot is a weapon developed for mutant. Although it doesn't look very powerful now, it also shows from the side that the United States officials have never given up, completely killed, or suppressed the idea of mutant. Thinking of this, the hearts of these X-Men became heavy. Because this represents a short-lived peace in the past, but it is only their wishful thinking, and the official power of the United States is not enough to suppress them. Including Hank, his face was also very ugly at this moment. At this time, Iceman thought of Chen Tian's previous persistence, and looked at him in surprise. West, you already know that the official is researching this kind of robot. Hearing this, the others also looked at Chen Tian. Chen Tian nodded slightly. The professor mentioned this to me. The professor again. Why does the professor tell you everything? We don't know. Are you the illegitimate child of the professor? At the moment not only Iceman, but also Wolverine and others' eyes became weird. But Chen Tian doesn't care if they believe it or not, he believes it anyway. Chen Tian continued, so when I borrowed the main computer of the base today, I hacked into the official internal website of the United States, and I found out about the Devil Island plan. What, you are the one who attacked the White House intranet today? Hank was a little surprised. He also heard the news that someone had invaded the White House intranet today. Chen Tian admitted generously, yes, it's me, that's why I know their plan. It mentioned that after Magneto appeared, let X-Men fight with them first, it would be better if they won, and if they lost, Sentry would be dispatched to clean up the mess. At the same time, when Sentry was dispatched this time, there was also a request to test the research results and collect combat data. 99. At the moment, everyone's mind was already in chaos, and they didn't expect that they still had so many things they didn't know. At this time, Storm exhaled a breath and said solemnly, the time is pressing now. West, tell me, what should we do next? Others also looked at Chen Tian. Chen Tian calmly said, stop Magneto from taking the experimental body to save people, and at the same time destroying all those Sentry. They can't let them bring the data back. While this doesn't completely stop Sentry's development, it can also delay their growth. Mr. Orlo, you go and stop Magneto. I'm going to deal with that Sentry first, and then go to the laboratory to save people. It's not convenient for you to play in such a small place. After speaking, Chen Tian jumped off the fighter, like a night owl gliding towards the Sentry behind the island. The current Chen Tian has become a conductor, and everyone has no opinion. Just as Chen Tian jumped off, Storm also flew his fighter jet and landed on the rooftop on the west side of the prison. At this time, Magneto had just destroyed the Sentry machines, and suddenly looked up to the west, his face turned cold. Humph. These traitors are still here. Saying that, he flew towards the controlling magnetic field, and saw Storm and the others who got off the fighter plane in the distance, and said coldly, you didn't show up before, I thought this conscience found out. It seems that I think too much, and a traitor is always a traitor. 35. Hank said solemnly, Magneto, you slaughtered innocent people like this, it will only make the conflict between mutant and mankind more acute, causing irreversible consequences. Ridiculous, irreversible consequences. Magneto, who was floating in the air, sneered, pointing to the Silver Sentry who was fighting the Burning Man and the others on the playground behind him. Tell me, what are these things? Killing weapons specially developed for mutants, with mechanical and biological properties 9. Now, don't you naively think that humans really want to coexist peacefully with mutant? After speaking, Magneto turned his head and shouted to Chen who had not shot in the distance, Chen, you see clearly, these are the hypocrisy of human beings. Crying out to live in peace with mutant, but secretly studying the killing weapons against mutant, and these traitors are accomplices. If they hadn't stopped and helped humanity fight us again and again, I would have brought mutant to rise long ago. Clearly, Magneto was afraid that JYN would be shaken by these people. However, it was obvious that Magneto was thinking too much. Chen, who was wearing a red dress in the distance, just glanced here indifferently, and his expression did not change in the slightest when he saw Wolverine and others. At this time, she has been dominated by the dark personality, and her consciousness, thinking, and cognition are filled with all kinds of negative emotions. Boom! At this moment, the silver sentry in the distance shot out an energy beam. After being dodged by the entangled night girl, it flew dozens of meters and landed in front of Iceman, set off a violent explosion. Suddenly, the energy beam was like a signal, and Storm, who knew that he couldn't convince Magneto, waved his hands. There was a strong wind roar in the sky, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, slashing hard on a metal steel plate that was rotating around Magneto. Under the thunder, the metal steel plate jumped with electric light and made a crackling sound. Apparently Magneto was ready. I saw a cold look on his face, and he was facing the X-Men people in the distance with one hand and one claw, and Wolverine suddenly froze and flew into the air. Bang! Iceman, who was about to cast ability, was directly smashed into the air by Wolverine, causing his head to feel dizzy. Drink! At this point, Hank started to accelerate, wanting to. Boom! Just after rushing out a few meters, Hank was trapped in the ankle by the steel bars that popped out of the cement under his feet, and the whole person stumbled and fell to the ground. At this time, Magneto stretched his hands, and suddenly an invisible force spread out, and the metal shield flying outside began to shake, and it was about to open up. Boom! At this moment, Storm waved his left hand, setting off a gust of 13th level wind, which directly blew Magneto more than 10 meters away, almost falling. It also interrupted his next attack. Just as Magneto was continuously retreating by the strong wind, Iceman in the distance also got up from the ground, and an amazing cold burst out and pressed his hands. In an instant, it was like ice grew out of the roof, and two blue sharp icicles exploded continuously, shooting towards Magneto like a bridge across the void. Bang 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 bang. More than 20 metal shields rose up from Magneto's body, forming a huge metal vortex in front of him, which smashed the icicles that burst into pieces. Careful! Suddenly, Colossus, who was standing beside Storm, let out a low roar. His whole body instantly turned silver and black, and he stood behind Storm. Clang clang! In the distance behind Storm, the concrete floor shattered, and 5 steel bars shot like arrows, landing on Colossus' chest with astonishing force, creating a large spark. Boom boom boom! Storm's eyes went white and his hands rose to the sky as Colossus helped her fend off Magneto's sneak attack. In an instant, a strong wind roar roared in the sky, dark clouds covered him, and one after another thunderstorm fell madly. More than 20 metal shields spread out slightly, forming a semicircular shield with a range of more than 10 meters that rotated, attracting all the thunder in the sky. Storm is on, and Iceman is about to take another shot. But at this time, Magneto, who was pounding with thunder on his head, didn't change his expression, and reached out and shook it slightly again. Wolverine, who had just rushed out not too far, was out of control and smashed Iceman into the air again. At the same time, Hank was also entangled by the steel bars in the cement below him, which were constantly breaking out of the cement. Boom! Seeing this, Storm waved his hands, and a madly spinning tornado fell from the sky, causing Magneto to change color slightly, and had to give up control of Wolverine. Whoosh whoosh! Under Magneto's control, a watchtower with a length of more than 10 meters flew up and smashed towards Storm with the momentum of the mountain tsunami. Boom! At the moment when the watchtower fell, Storm was carried by Colossus and hurriedly avoided. At the same time, the tornado fell out of control and collapsed. But at this time, 4.0 Iceman also got up again. His hands shot out blue cold air at Magneto in the distance, turning into a blue high-pressure ice snake and blasting out, preventing him from continuing to attack Storm. Storm and others teamed up to stop Magneto. Among the 5, Storm is the main force, Iceman is the auxiliary, and Colossus, who has no long-range attack means, is protected by Storm to prevent Magneto's metal sneak attack. Although his ability is a steel body, it is not controlled by Magneto, which is very special. On the contrary, Wolverine, although it did not have the ability to attack remotely, was restrained by Magneto because of the adamantium in his body, and smashed Iceman several times. Hank, who has the power of Beast, broke free from the restraint of the steel bars on his body, picked up a piece of Wolverine and tore it, and smashed it out with a cement block weighing hundreds of pounds. Although not very effective, it also interferes with Magneto a little. At the same time, when Magneto controls Wolverine and wants to interfere with Iceman and Storm, he will stop Wolverine in time. For a while, there was thunder and lightning in the sky, strong winds, metal flying all over the sky, and countless solid ice kept appearing out of thin air, just like the magician battle in the anime. As the pinnacle of the alpha mutant, Magneto single-handedly suppressed these X-Men. The ability to control metal displayed is simply breathtaking. In addition to the prison where the laboratory is located, fighting is also taking place in other parts of the island. There are gunshots and explosions everywhere, and the fighting is fierce. After the plastic guns were found to be too weak, many soldiers changed back to their original equipment when they retreated from the laboratory. Especially after the addition of a Sentinel, the evacuated soldiers at the back of the island in turn suppressed the mutants, and the two sides fought very fiercely. What? Under the tower, Mutant whose body was covered in bark-like substance, let out a scream, and was punched through the chest by Sentry, who was chasing him from behind. Seeing that his companion was killed, he was about to rush into the tower next to him, and Mutant, the lizard killed by several soldiers inside, changed his face, his legs swelled up. Bang! With a powerful burst of power, the lizard mutant jumped out in the blink of an eye, and then, fist! In the air, the lizard mutant was pierced through his head by a 5-meter-long, fist-thick sharp spear. After killing this mutant, Sentry's arm wriggled into a slender spear, shape-shifting and shrinking back under the terrified eyes of several soldiers inside the tower. Bang! The corpse of the lizard mutant fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Kill 2 common mutants at will, this Sentry will go after other mutants as soon as he moves. But at this moment, a gust of wind screeched in the sky. Above the sky, a vague figure descended from the sky. The speed was so fast that it reached a supersonic speed of nearly 400 meters in 1 second, and at the moment when the scream sounded, it hit Sentry with terrifying power. Boom! Earthquake! In the eyes of the few soldiers, the robot that had just displayed its mighty power exploded with a bang, and countless fragments were splashed with firelight, and the smoke and dust filled the air. In the firelight, a figure in a black battlesuit stood. Explosive flames rolled up in the spiral waves outside him, and his hair danced wildly, like a Mephisto coming out of the fire. Monster! Inside the tower, a soldier screamed in horror, subconsciously pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand, and instantly the fire erupted, and the bullet burst out. Under Chen Tian's dynamic vision, those bullets that were several hundred meters per second seemed to be in slow motion, slowly flying towards him, trying to avoid them easily. It's just that Chen Tian didn't dodge, and dozens of bullets that emptied the clip instantly landed on him. Dang dang dang! The bullet landed on Chen Tian, made a metal impact sound, and then crashed to the ground without causing the slightest damage. In Chen Tian perception, those bullets did not hit him at all, but were blocked by a powerful invisible force field when they were still a few millimeters away from his body. Therefore, not to mention hurting a single hair on him, not even a single thread of the X-Men battle uniform he was wearing. This is the body of steel. This scene directly stunned the 3 soldiers in the tower, and it was not that they continued to shoot there, and it was not that they did not shoot. Chen Tian raised his head slightly, looked at the 3 people in the tower indifferently, his right hand slightly clenched his fist, the airwaves outside his body rolled around, and he punched out. Boom! Suddenly the air exploded. Under the terrifying force, the air was blasted by fist pressure, forming a transparent channel and blasting towards the tower more than 10 meters away, rolling up a harsh wind. Boom! The violent and domineering fist pressed down the side of the tower and shattered, and the 3 soldiers were blown away with blood sprayed from their mouths. After punching the ordinary person who shot him casually, Chen Tian disappeared in place with a piercing roar whistling in a flash, and in an instant he crossed hundreds of meters to the back of the prison laboratory. Boom! The half-meter-thick, 5-meter-high prison wall collapsed under the rough impact of Chen Tian. In the smoke and dust in the sky, Chen Tian flashed over 10 meters like a ghost, appeared behind the laboratory building, and then directly broke through the wall. Boom! In the smoke and dust, Chen Tian appeared in the corridor where the prisoners were once imprisoned, and then punched to the left, instantly squeezing the air with violent force, forming a fist pressure. Boom! The door a few meters away shattered, and the soldiers hiding behind him who were preparing to shoot the drug bullets screamed, their chest collapsed, and the entire population flew out with blood sprayed. At this moment, at the far corner, another soldier with a plastic gun appeared and shot directly at Chen Tian. Whoosh whoosh! Several rounds of plastic healing bullets burst out. But at this moment, the soldier saw a flower in front of his eyes, and Mutant, who was just 7 meters away, appeared in front of him like a teleportation. Boom! The soldier burst out and slammed into the wall behind, spattering countless blood like a pool of rotten meat, and slowly sliding down. Boom! In one room, a mutant who was about to do something to a woman exploded. The countless blood that exploded dyed the woman below red, and watched in horror as the figure surrounded by air outside the door left. Surrounded by the spiral air waves, Chen Tian walked in the laboratory with an indifferent expression like a god of killing. As long as he was attacked in front of him, whether it was the mutant under Magneto or the soldiers in the laboratory, all of them would explode with one punch. Even the door or wall blocking his way, collapsed with one punch, appearing very domineering. Boom! Chen Tian smashed the wall with another punch, the smoke filled the air, and he came to a larger room. At this moment, a bloody mutant looked up in the distance, and his eyes changed slightly when he saw the X-Men battle uniform that Chen Tian was wearing. X-Men. Having said that, this mutant smiled grimly, raised the rocket gun he grabbed and aimed at Chen Tian, and pressed the trigger. Bang! In an instant, the fire erupted, and the rockets in the rocket launcher burst out, exuding an aura of destruction. At the same time, the mutant also rolled over to break the glass and escaped from the room. But he didn't see it. Just as he smashed the glass, Chen Tian's eyes lit up, and the fiery heat ray burst out, landing precisely on the rocket. Boom! The rocket exploded in an instant, and Mutant, who had just smashed the glass, was directly blown into several sections, and the body was burned into coke by the fiery flames while still in the air. Meanwhile, the blast of fire caught the attention of Sentry at the end of the hallway. When he turned around, he saw Chen Tian coming out of the fire, and immediately Sentry detected X gene fluctuations in him, and the electronic eyes showed a cold meaning. I saw this sentry landed on 4 paws, the color of the body turned yellow, and the limbs were thick. Like a tiger-like body mutation mutant, it rushed towards Chen Tian. The speed was so fast that it crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in just a flash, and the hard concrete ground shattered, with an astonishing momentum. Boom! The sturdy front claws with sharp claws tore the air, but stopped half a meter away from Chen Tian, blocked by the arms erupting with air waves. Looking at Sentry, who did not know which mutant ability to copy, Chen Tian calmly said, "The burst of power reaches about 20 tons, the speed is 30 meters per second, you are so weak." Looking at the black-haired boy who looked at him like nothing, Sentry's electronic eyes flickered. Immediately, the surface of the paw that it was in contact with Chen Tian began to change color, and the skin color of a person appeared, and at the same time, weak energy spewed out from the surface. Apparently, it wanted to replicate Chen Tian's mutant ability by coming into contact with Chen Tian's skin. Only, ZZ? Suddenly, sparks flickered on this sentry, and there were even sparks in many places, as if the mutant ability it wanted to replicate was beyond what it could carry. Seeing this scene, Chen Tian, who deliberately let it replicate ability, was thoughtful. Is it that the first-level energy frenzy cannot be replicated, or is the X-gene ability involved in the second-level awakening too strong and exceeds the sentry's upper limit? Or, is it because of the power of Krypton that Sentry can't even copy the first-level X-gene ability on him? While thinking about it, the power in Chen Tian's hands exploded. Boom! Sentry's hard claws were directly crushed by Chen Tian, and then the whole person moved, and instantly came to Sentry. His right leg covered with light gold fell like a battle axe. Boom! Under the violent and domineering power, this sentry's head and upper body instantly shattered into pieces, and even the corridor shook under the enormous force. Violent, domineering. To solve a sentry, Chen Tian stood on the spot and paused for a while, and his figure slammed into the side wall, and the smoke and dust rolled towards the next target. This time his first mission is those sentry, complete the mission and get the source. The next step is to see if she can help the professor to fulfill her last wish, stimulate the emotions of the runaway Qin, and stimulate her spiritual will to control the Phoenix Force in turn. As for the mutant of the experimental subject, it was dispensable. Before he died, he was brought back to the mutant school and controlled. If it's already dead. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of several laboratory staff, Chen Tian disassembled the sentry into parts. The second. After speaking, Chen Tian, surrounded by strong winds, glanced at the staff members, and disappeared in a flash. These 600 people are different from those in Chris's lab. They are not extreme researchers, and they did not attack Chen Tian or have any intention to attack. So survived. After all, Chen Tian is not a demon, and he will kill anyone if he doesn't see him, unless that person takes the initiative to attack him. Boom boom boom. Chen Tian is like a beast that destroys everything, rampages in the ring laboratory that used to be a prison, chasing down the sentry who were originally chasing mutant. 2, 3. Soon, 5 of the 7 sentry who entered the lab were destroyed by Chen Tian, and in his hearing perception, only the last one was located in the south of the lab. As for the other, it is unknown who destroyed it. Ho ho! In the dimly lit warehouse, the bald boy in white clothes was panting hard, spitting blood from his mouth, and lying on the ground in despair. On his chest, there was a wound the size of the mouth of a bull, piercing through the front and back, and the internal organs could be faintly seen. Hot blood spurted out of the wound as if it didn't want money, staining the surrounding floor red. At the moment the warehouse was in disarray, with the corpse of Sentry lying not far away with its head and arms torn off, sparks still blazing from the fracture. Not far away, Juggernaut is fighting a sentry? No, it's supposed to be a dogfight. Juggernaut's ability is infinite power. Once he runs and gains kinetic energy, he is unstoppable. Definitely, this is just a blow. At least he was stopped by Chen Tian. It's just that at the moment's Juggernaut can't run anymore. On him, the 5-meter-tall sentry turned green all over, and turned into a giant python with 4 tentacles that tightly wrapped his lower body and legs. Because the lower body was entangled, Juggernaut, who couldn't move, lost his kinetic energy, grabbed Sentry's arm that turned into a spear with both hands, and tore it, roaring in anger. Obviously, the sentry not far away was torn apart by the running Juggernaut. At the moment Sentry's body kept shrinking, bursting out a powerful strangling force, trying to strangle Juggernaut to death. However, Juggernaut's defense is amazing in addition to being extremely powerful. Even Sentry's strength that can almost smash concrete pillars can't hurt him. Boom! When the two sides were at a standoff, the wall collapsed. In the smoke and dust, Chen Tian, surrounded by spiral air waves, appeared in the warehouse, exuding invisible oppression, making it difficult to roar. The first moment he saw Chen Tian, Juggernaut's face changed slightly, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously recalling the memory of being beaten up a few days ago, Chen Tian glanced at them, and his eyes fell on the young corpse in the distance, a little surprised. He actually died. Looking at the wounds, it should be killed by Sentry. This result was somewhat beyond Chen Tian's expectations. But if you die, you will die. Thinking of this, Chen Tian looked at Sentinel, who was entangled with Juggernaut, and said slowly, "Next is the real battle." 95. After speaking, Chen Tian moved. Boom! The sound exploded. Just when Juggernaut was astonished and was about to be beaten by this man again today, a fist wrapped in a substantial energy wave appeared in front of him. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, and the sentry wrapped around Juggernaut shattered into pieces in an instant. At the same time, he also flew like a cannonball under this domineering force. Boom boom boom! Under the terrifying force that erupted under Chen Tian's punch, Juggernaut ran through the prison laboratory, crashed through more than a dozen walls and flew out from the 3rd floor. On the prison playground, in the hands of the 4 burning man, half of the silver sentry's body was burned to charcoal, and the other half of his body became pitted. Finally, under the harassment of the night girl, he was blown off by a psychic arrow from Psylocke. Bang! Losing his head, Sentry's corpse fell down not far from JYN, and the 4 burning man had smiles on their faces. The intractable robot was finally destroyed. After killing the silver sentry, the 4 looked at X-Men who was fighting Magneto in the distance, with cold eyes. They all hate the X-Men who keep ruining their business. At the moment under the battle between the two sides, especially Magneto kept extracting the steel bars, half of the roof and the building collapsed, and both sides fell to the ground. The wind was still roaring, the thunder was flashing, and the metal was splashing. From time to time, ice balls that froze everything were mixed with it, and ice walls rose up on the ground, which were inextricable. In front of Iceman and Storm, Beast Hank and Colossus are the 2 supports, helping them block the metal attacks and sneak attacks controlled by Magneto. As for Wolverine, he had long since left the battlefield, and looked dignified not far away, looking for an opportunity to shoot. The only Shadowcat that didn't show up was still on the fighter plane at the end of the rooftop, guarding Scott. Seeing this scene, the figures of John the Burning Man moved. Especially the fireman John, who waved his hand from a distance, and instantly a fiery column of fire roared and flew out, exuding fiery heat and rushing towards Iceman. At mutant school, the relationship between Burning and Iceman wasn't very good, just as incompatible as their ability. Seeing the incoming pillar of fire, Iceman frowned and pressed his hands to the ground. In an instant, a layer of blue ice on the ground spread at an astonishing speed, turning into 3 ice walls more than 10 meters away. Boom boom boom! The flames collided with ice, and a violent explosion erupted in an instant. Countless ice was scattered in the sky, and the scene of being melted by the flames was very shocking. At the same time, Nightcrawler is also eyeing Storm again. The figure flashed more than 10 meters, and a few flashes appeared in front of Storm. But today there was a Colossus standing in front of Storm, and I saw that he spread his arms and blocked Storm in front of him. Clang! The sharp dagger landed on Colossus, creating a spark that did no harm. Such an astonishing defense made the Night Girl's eyes narrow, but she immediately avoided her figure. Boom! Just as the Night Girl dodged away, a thunder and lightning struck where she was just now. At the same time, in the hands of Psylocke in the distance, a purple energy bow appeared again, and 3 psychic arrows shot towards Beast in an instant. Boom boom boom! Under the psychic arrows like a howitzer, Beast Hank kept evading from being bombed. As for Wolverine, he had already rushed in front of the Vibe Woman with his sharp skills, but just when he was about to rush to close combat, he was directly blown away by the shockwave. As soon as Magneto's subordinates joined, the X-Men immediately fell into a disadvantage, and the overall combat power of the two sides was not at the same level. That's why Chen Tian would say that they are doing things recklessly without any plan. At the moment after losing Iceman's support and Colossus getting entangled by the amazingly fast Nightcrawler, Storm's pressure against Magneto exploded. Seeing this scene, the corner of Magneto's mouth showed a hint of coldness, when the more than 20 metal shields in the control sky were surrounded, attracting thunder and lightning. The other hand is slightly vacant. Immediately, the 5 metal shields in front of Magneto began to shapeshift, turning into sharp steel like a javelin, and aimed at Storm, exuding an amazing chill. Boom! The 3rd floor of the prison laboratory in the distance exploded, and a figure flew out like a cannonball, passing through the crowd and smashing into the square not far away. Suddenly the earth shook, and the sky was filled with gravel. The sudden change made Magneto, Burning Man, and the others a meal, and before they could react, the smoke and dust from the collapsed hole on the 3rd floor escaped and was smashed out by a flashing shadow. Magneto's expression changed suddenly, regardless of the thunder that fell from his head. More than 40 metal shields were all blocked in front of him, forming a straight line. And just as those metal shields stood in front of him, a golden fist landed on the first shield. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, and pieces of metal shields slammed into each other frantically under the violent force, and shot out dazzling fire, which kept exploding. It wasn't until more than 30 shields were squeezed and smashed together into a large mass of scrap iron that they stopped in front of Magneto, and the terrifying kinetic energy also dissipated. And at the moment when Magneto was shocked by the punch, a supersonic speed of more than 300 meters per second broke out, and Chen Tian appeared in front of the Night Girl in the distance like a teleportation. In an instant, the woman with tattoos on half of her face was startled, ability exploded, and the whole person entered a state of high-speed movement, dissipating in place. The speed is too slow. Accompanied by the icy voice, the Night Girl, whose speed was unseen by the naked eye, felt a palm fall on her shoulder, and then the whole person was thrown out by a huge force. Boom! Before she could scream, the Night Girl slammed into the collapsing wall in the distance, and instantly the entire population spurted blood, and she was seriously injured and could not get up. After throwing the Night Walker casually, Chen Tian's figure flashed once again, passing by Vibe and Wolverine with a string of afterimages. The moment Vibe passed by, before she could react, a slap with terrifying power landed on her back. In an instant, the whole person was like being hit by a high-speed train, flew out, and hit Psylocke in the distance with a scream, and the two suddenly rolled into a ball. At this time, the fireman John has already reacted, and he waved his right hand at the flashing Chen Tian, and the fiery pillar of fire spurted out instantly. Boom! The moment the pillar of fire erupted, it was blasted by a domineering force, and then a fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes and landed on his chest. Bang! Under Chen Tian's power-controlled punch, the fireman screamed, spitting blood, and rolled for more than 10 laps before stopping after landing on the ground more than 10 meters away. At this time, there was a harsh scream behind Chen Tian, and 5 metal javelins with a length of 2 meters burst into the air, and Magneto looked sharp in the distance. But unfortunately, these javelins, which are comparable to the speed of bullets, are as slow motion in Chen Tian's eyes. Chen Tian turned around slowly, stuck out his right hand, and the moment the javelin slowly flew in front of him, he grabbed one of them. Bang 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 bang. At the moment of grabbing a javelin, Chen Tian moved his wrist and instantly swept the remaining 4 javelins away. But at this moment, the javelin in Chen Tian's hand suddenly shapeshifted and bent, wrapping his palm and arm tightly like a python. At the same time, it was accompanied by a pulling force, trying to drag him into the air. For Chen Tian, who is invincible in melee combat, once he is dragged into the air, he will become a living target to attack mutant from afar. Obviously, this is the purpose of Magneto. Only, Chen Tian grabbed the wrapped steel rod of his right arm with his left hand, tore it at will, and then kneaded the vibrating metal rod into a ball as if he was squeezing mud with both hands. Then just throw it at Magneto. Boom! In an instant, the metal ball burst out, a bang appeared 1 meter away from Magneto, and then stopped abruptly. It's just that although ability was used to force the metal ball to stop, the violent force contained in it caused the metal ball to vibrate continuously, and finally exploded with a bang, breaking into countless tiny fragments. With the collapse of the metal ball, the domineering power attached to it also disappeared. Arriving here, Magneto did not continue to do anything, but just stared at the dark-haired young man in the distance with a serious look, and the pair of calm eyes rivaled. All of this happened in 2 seconds, and the fast storm and the others couldn't react. At the moment all looked at this scene with shock. Looking at the black-haired boy surrounded by spiraling air waves, his hair dancing wildly, and his body exuding an amazing sense of oppression, Storm and the others showed surprises on their faces. West 35. Chen Tian nodded slightly to them. At the moment Magneto's face was very solemn, because the strength that Chen Tian showed was amazing, especially the overbearing and amazing power. If it wasn't for his quick reaction in front, he might have been knocked out by that domineering, the king's, punch. Wrong? Thinking of this, Magneto glanced at the undead burning man in the distance, the Nightcrawler leaning against the car and panting, and the Ark, Psylocke, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Obviously, the black-haired boy kept his hand, otherwise with his strength, the 4 of them would have died in that instant. Thinking of this, Magneto's eyes moved slightly, the fear on his face gradually disappeared, a touch of appreciation appeared in his eyes, and his voice was old. I know you, your name is West. Chen Tian said lightly, I know you too, Magneto. Glancing at the storm people in the distance, Magneto's eyes moved. West, thank you for your mercy, otherwise my men would already be corpses. Be merciful? It's just that their fate is big. Chen Tian did not admit it. Although he did deliberately show mercy just now, he didn't kill the mutants. There are other considerations as to why. Seeing Chen Tian deny it, Magneto smiled slightly and suddenly asked, West, do you think mutant and humans can coexist peacefully? Magneto was very interested in this black-haired youth who had suppressed the Juggernaut head-on in terms of strength and nearly killed them in an instant. Chen Tian was speechless. I had a fight with you and almost killed you. But you came and asked me, what do you think about the relationship between mutant and human beings? What do you think? Just sit and watch. Okay. Although he complained in his heart, on the surface, Chen Tian's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, this problem, just look at the current situation of the United States to know. Chen Tian's words made Magneto, Storm, and others all stunned. Chen Tian calmly said, the mutant situation is like those ethnic minorities in the United States. Most of them want to integrate into the mainstream of society, but they have been excluded from the mainstream and questioned by their compatriots. A minority of ethnic groups have given up their integration and insisted on their own national culture and customs, and then they have been persecuted and treated unfairly. 39. The mutants are similar. Over the years, some mutants choose to change themselves and integrate into society, and some choose to stick to themselves and confront each other. Those who choose to integrate into mutants have been questioned by other mutants, and those mutants who choose to stick to themselves have also been persecuted by society. This is an almost unsolvable dilemma, unless it is independent from the mainstream society and establishes a small circle belonging to the mutant. Are you independent? Magneto's expression became somewhat complicated below. Chen Tian's words left everyone in a daze. Unexpectedly, he saw Mutant's situation so thoroughly. After a long time, Magneto slowly exhaled, and said in an old voice, you are right, Mutant's situation is like those of the minority. There are people who want to integrate into the mainstream because they are not persecuted so much, and they imagine that they can live a normal life with those people. But there are also people who choose to persevere and fight because they know that humans will not accept them at all, and they have always been a threat in the eyes of humans. At this time, Juggernaut crawled up weakly from the big pit in the distance. Magneto turned his head and asked, Juggernaut, where's the experimental subject? Died. Dead. 35 Magneto meal. Juggernaut said, yes, killed by those weird robots. 35. 600 how could? Storm and the others were also surprised. It looks like God is helping me. A smile appeared on Magneto's face. Since the experimental body is dead, then our purpose has been completed, and there is no need to fight again. Having said that, Magneto looked at Chen Tian and said with admiration, West, you are very good, don't mix with those wasteful traitors, come with me. Next, I am going to build a mutant kingdom, a mutant paradise that is independent from mainstream society. What? You're going to build the mutant nation, you're crazy. Hank looked at Magneto, Iceman, etc. in shock. No way, in the eyes of Hank and the others, although Magneto often calls on some mutants to make trouble and rebel against the authorities, they still understand the scope. But building a state is quite different. Where are you from? Where's the land from? Where did the funds come from? Can mainstream human society allow you to build? Humph? Crazy. Magneto snorted coldly and said disdainfully, do you think I am you rubbish, accepting the false peace given by human beings, and living in fantasy every day? Although the idea of building a mutant kingdom is difficult, if you don't do it because of the difficulty, then the mutant will never rise. Speaking of this, Magneto waved his hands and said in a provocative tone, I have been working hard for this ideal over the years, and I have been looking for like-minded people to join. Besides me, a large number of talents who are willing to rise for mutant have gathered. They have the tenacity and the courage to fight for the mutants' rise, as well as the wealth to build the nation. In addition to this, there are people who have been fighting for this ideal, such as John, the Lady of the Night, and JYN who has the power to turn the world upside down. Under Magneto's speech-like voice, John the Burning Man and the Lady of the Night all showed shock and pride on their faces. Shocked that they didn't know about it before, proud that they were admitted by Magneto. Charles's death makes me very sorry, so I don't want a mutant like you to die in that ethereal peace one day in the future. 35. West, come with me. Magneto looked at Chen Tian eagerly. What you said just now is almost the same as what I have thought all these years. Let's work together to build a world that belongs to mutant. Storm was startled and shouted, no, West, don't listen to him, he is a war madman, and his ideas will kill countless people. Yes, West, don't trust him. 35 Colossus Peter is also a little anxious. For Chen Tian, he has always had a good sense, and I don't want him to go to a point of no return with Magneto. Facing Magneto's request, Chen Tian calmly said, Magneto, thank you for looking down on me, but I like to be quiet, and I don't like to fight. Not to mention running to build a mutant nation, it's too great for me. Although he has the X gene ability, he is not a mutant in nature, and he will establish a mutant kingdom when he is full. And with his current strength, what if he is a mutant? Who dares to provoke him? If it is another month or two, or even a year or two, his strength will surpass that of the human world. Chen Tian's refusal made Storm and the others heave a sigh of relief, but Wolverine's eyes were a little weird. You don't like to fight and kill, go lie to the ghost. Who was the first time to take part in a battle and blew people directly with one punch? Okay. Magneto, who was rejected, was a little regretful, and looked back at the Burning Man who was struggling to get up from the ground. Notify everyone that the experimental subject is dead, and all retreat. 99. Despite being chased by Sentry and swept away by Juggernaut, there are still many mutants and ordinary people in the prison lab who are not dead. Therefore, under the notification of Burning Man and Night Girl, more than 30 mutants emerged one after another from the corner and gathered behind Magneto. Here, the battle has come to an end. Because of Sentry's appearance, Storm and the others no longer had the idea of fighting Magneto to the death, and silently watched them retreat. Including Chen Tian, was slightly relieved by this situation. Just as Magneto is afraid of the terrifying power and amazing speed, he is also afraid of having the piano of Phoenix Force. The current situation is very good, and the piano does not run wild, then he, Spee, does not have to take out the backhand he prepared, and at the same time he does not have to enter the awakening state desperately. 2 kilometers away on the other side of the sea, Nick, who was holding a high-definition telescope in his hand, looked solemn. Trask said bitterly, these damn X-Men, why don't you catch those bastards, but let them go, I'm going to complain to them. Nick also said lightly, it seems that without Charles's X-Men, the taste has changed. Humph? It's not a matter of changing taste, it's that these mutants have always been a gang. From his words, Trask can be heard full of hostility towards mutant. No, we can't just let them go. Having said this, Trask's eyes flashed ruthlessly, and a remote control escaped from his pocket. His behavior made Nick stunned. TRSK, what are you going to do? Trask smiled grimly. What to do? Definitely give them the last big gift. This gift was originally prepared for Eric. Saying that, he pressed the remote control in his hand. On Devil Island, Magneto led the Burning Man and other men to slowly retreat, and reconciled with Chen who had been standing quietly on the Golden Gate Bridge. Behind them are the remnants of the mutants. At this moment, not far from Magneto and the others, after being destroyed by John the Nightcrawler, only half of the Silver Sentry's body remained. Make a drip sound. The sudden sound made everyone stunned. Immediately, red light emerged from the Silver Sentry's body, exuding frightening power fluctuations. Boom, In an instant, a dazzling fire erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a fiery fireball of dozens of meters. Its power was almost equivalent to an intercontinental missile. An instant burst of destruction shockwave and fiery flames devour Magneto and them. Careful. Get out of the way. The sudden change surprised everyone, and Storm and the others hurriedly found a place to avoid the explosion. The closer Wolverine and Colossus were blown away by shockwave. Even Devil Island shook with the explosion. On the coast, Nick looked at the firelight that illuminated the night sky in surprise, and said in surprise, "Did you bring an ICBM over there? How is that possible, if the missiles can't fill the Magneto at all?" Trask sneered. "Inside that anti-metal-controlled sentry, there's a hypercompression bomb with a plastic and carbon fiber shell. The interior is filled with 100 kilograms of high-density solid explosives, with a power equivalent to 50,000 tons of Tian. It was originally intended to prevent that sentry from being able to kill Eric in battle, and to blow him up unexpectedly. For the rebel leader of Mutant, the United States officials have become more and more afraid of him in recent years, and have been trying to get rid of him. But unfortunately, the whereabouts of the other party is a mystery, and most modern weapons are useless in front of him, including those missiles and the like. So this special bomb without metal was developed. This time they are dead." Trask's face showed a look of pride as he watched the dazzling flames that engulfed the distance of almost 100 meters in the distance. But at this moment, the flames of the explosion in the distance suddenly condensed. Immediately after that, a terrifying aura emerged from the fire that filled the sky, and in an instant, the world seemed to be shaking, and the waves were rolling. What's going on? The sudden change surprised Trask and Nick. "I saw the fire on the opposite bank disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if being swallowed up, revealing a figure surrounded by red light on the edge of the deep pit, exuding a terrifying aura. It was Jean Grey. It's just that compared to the person who had been standing quietly before, at the moment she exuded an indescribable sense of oppression, suffocating." Behind the guitar, Juggernaut's arms crossed in front. On both sides are pieces of metal that have been melted in half, forming a bunker-like protective wall. Behind Juggernaut are Magneto, Burning Man, and Night Girl Psylocke, who escaped the fire, but was shocked by the explosion. Because they had been following Magneto, Juggernaut was instinctively ahead at the moment of the explosion. Magneto also subconsciously folded the remaining metal shields together, thus avoiding the catastrophe. Here, it has to be said that Magneto's cautiousness controlled a part of the metal shield around him at the last moment, as well as Juggernaut's strong body. Under such a powerful explosion, only a layer of black coating layer appeared on the skin, and he was not killed by the explosion. However, although he had dodged for a while, Magneto couldn't help twitching as he looked at Chen, who was surrounded by red light and exuded a terrifying aura. "Chen, can you control yourself?" Looking at Chen's increasingly terrifying breath, Magneto called out tentatively. Chen turned her head slightly, her face expressionless, her eyes were cold and cruel, and Magneto's heart skipped a beat, because he had never seen Chen like this before. "Quick, let's go." Magneto stood up with difficulty, and led Juggernaut and the others towards the opposite side of the bridge. Just as Magneto and the others retreated along the Golden Gate Bridge, waves of terror swept across the world with Chen as the center. Under this power, endless dark clouds emerged out of thin air, turning into a vortex to cover Devil Island, and the entire island vibrated under the aura of destruction. The waves on the sea surface are even more monstrous, and hundreds of millions of tons of seawater seem to lose gravity and lift off under invisible force, forming a water curtain that blocks the sky and the sun. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Nick, who was on the opposite side of the coast, showed horror on their faces, and a chill rose from their tailbone. What kind of monster did they provoke? On the island, Storm, Hank, Iceman, who were facing the Phoenix Force, and Magneto, who had run far away, were also horrified. Compared to today's scene, the outbreak at the villa that day was not worth mentioning. At this moment, only Chen Tian, who had been prepared and was not affected by the explosion, could remain calm. But at the moment he was in a bad mood, or full of killing intent. Obviously he was very restrained. In order to prevent Chen from running away, he didn't punch the Huoshan people in front of him. Seeing that today was about to end peacefully, unexpectedly, it was destroyed by the detonated sentry, and the power of the explosion completely detonated the piano. In other words, because of the use of the powerful power in the body, Chen lost control again. "Are you a bomb? Every time you make a move, you go wild." Seeing the Chen surrounded by red psychokinesis, destroying everything around, Chen Tian felt a little pain in the A. In X-Men Sanli, Chen has shot several times, but every time there is no good thing. However, this also explains why she never made a move before, because she can't control the power in her body, and if it exceeds a certain limit, she will lose control. Boom! With the piano as the center, the red psychokinesis swept across the sky and the earth, the buildings collapsed where they passed, and countless objects and some who survived were instantly turned into fly ash. Under the Phoenix Force, everything is broken down and destroyed, and even some rules between heaven and earth are collapsing, as evidenced by the sea water that has lost its gravity and floated into the sky. This scene is terrifying. Looking at this scene that seemed like the end, everyone was shocked by the power that Chen possessed. At this moment, they understood why the professor insisted on suppressing the dark personality in the piano. Because once she is allowed to run wild, it will indeed destroy the world. Originally, according to the previous plan, once Jean ran away, they would lift Scott out of the life capsule to stimulate her emotional outburst. But at this moment, Wolverine looked at Chen, who was destroying everything around him after going berserk, with unbearable eyes in his eyes, rushed over and shouted, "Chen, stop quickly." Saying that, Wolverine rushed over, trying to approach her with the super healing ability. Just when Wolverine approached Chen's range of more than 10 meters, the runaway Chen glanced at him indifferently, and instantly a terrifying psychokinesis erupted. Boom! Under the destruction of psychokinesis, Wolverine was directly swept away. And when the person is still in midair, the flesh and blood of the body is disintegrated in a large area, and then self-healing under his healing ability, and then disintegrated again. Even Wolverine couldn't bear the pain of recovery and disintegration, so she screamed and fell into the distance. With Wolverine's strength, under normal circumstances, facing the runaway Chen, let alone killing her, he couldn't even get close. Seeing this scene, Chen Tian frowned slightly and shouted, "Teacher Orlo, everyone retreat, you can't stop that destructive force." After finishing speaking, Chen Tian's thoughts moved, activating another power deep within his body. Boom! In an instant, like an atomic bomb explosion, the endless energy burst in Chen Tian's body turned into a substantial golden airwave eruption, and the whole person's momentum exploded dozens of times. Compared to a week ago, at the moment Chen Tian's strength has almost skyrocketed by a dozen times. Therefore, after entering the second awakening, the power increase is even more terrifying. On the basis of the first level 5-fold increase, a 20-fold increase is a 100-fold increase, and this power increase will continue to increase with the burning of Chen Tian. Coupled with the characteristics of materialization and explosion, Chen Tian's strength can be said to have skyrocketed hundreds of times. With such a terrifying power, the surrounding area of more than 10 meters was affected, and some gravel slowly floated up as if it had lost its gravity. The air was squeezed and exploded by the ultimate domineering force, forming a circle of substantial white impact circles, with a terrifying momentum. At this moment, Chen Tian is like a god, his eyes and hair are covered with a layer of golden color, his body exudes an indescribable sense of oppression, and his aura is terrifying. Magneto, who had run far away, sensed the terrifying aura that suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but turn around and stared at the golden figure in astonishment. How come? How did his power increase so much at once? Fireman John looked horrified and looked at Chen Tian in disbelief at the moment, who was faintly competing with the runaway Chen. When Chen Tian appeared in front of him and defeated the four of them in an instant, the strength he showed was amazing enough, and he could be called one of the strongest mutants. Unexpectedly, that is not his true strength. The night girl even swallowed her saliva with a shocked expression on her face, and said, "I knew it, I knew this person is terrifying, very terrifying." Hearing the night girl's words, Magneto couldn't help but glance at her, and when he looked at Chen Tian again, the gaze in his eyes became even more frenzied. "I didn't expect that in addition to the piano, there are mutants that surpass the alpha level. If he is willing to be with me, plus Chen, the rise of mutant will be unstoppable." Just when Magneto was enchanted by the power displayed by Chen Tian, Beast, Colossus, and Iceman who saw Chen Tian in this state for the first time were also shocked and inexplicable. Even Storm, who had seen it once, Wolverine wasn't much better. Because in their feelings, today's Chen Tian is stronger than the power displayed by the lake that day. A dazzling golden light ripped apart the Proxima midnight sky, attracting the attention of the runaway Jyn. He seemed to have an impression of Chen Tian in the golden state. He still remembered that he destroyed her and devoured Scott last time. Suddenly, Chen's eyes showed cold killing intent. Boom! With the movement of Chen's thoughts, a burst of psychokinesis filled with destruction crashed down, smashing hard on Chen Tian, and the spiral airwave outside his body suddenly sank. The spiral airwave that erupted from Chen Tian's body was called airwave, but it was actually another kind of energy shield, which had a strong defense against invisible substances or energy attacks. The defense against material attacks is much worse. Therefore, before breaking the shield, he cannot be hurt in this state. For example, Scott's laser beam was the same when he was training in the underground base. But at the moment, the golden airwave of the second awakening was squeezed from the thickness of 3 meters to 1 meter in an instant under a psychokinesis of Chen, like a substantial golden light. The moment the red psychokinesis of destruction collided with the golden airwave, it exploded continuously, just like an ammunition depot storing billions of bombs. Boom boom boom! Under the squeezing and collision of destruction psychokinesis, Chen Tian's body erupted with dazzling golden light. A circle of energy halos exploded around, setting off a fiery shockwave that destroyed everything, and the momentum was earth-shattering. So strong. In Chen Tian's perception, the psychokinesis of destruction in all directions is like a mountain pressing down on him, trying to smash him and destroy him into nothingness. In this case, the golden power that erupted in his body kept colliding, exploding, and consuming faster and faster. As expected of the Phoenix Force, it just became so powerful just after awakening. In emotion, Chen Tian clenched his right fist, and instantly a more terrifying power erupted in his body, gathered on his fist, and blasted forward with a punch. Boom! The golden light exploded, tearing apart the darkness like a small sun. Under the domineering power full of explosive characteristics, the surrounding psychokinesis of destruction was torn apart by Chen Tian with a bang, the earth shook even more, and countless gravel and soil splashed across the 100 meters. And at the moment when psychokinesis was destroyed with one punch, Chen Tian turned into a dazzling golden light and cut through the sky, but the target was not Chen. In an instant, Chen Tian crossed 100 meters and appeared on the half-collapsed roof of the prison, where the invisible Blackbird fighter was parked. 00. The moment it appeared, Chen Tian shouted in a low voice, "Katie, hurry up!" Inside the fighter plane, Katie, who had been guarding Scott's life capsule, fell into a state of nothingness without thinking. At the same time, Chen Tian also rushed into the fighter plane and grabbed the life capsule where Scott was. Boom! At this moment, the destroying psychokinesis enveloped the Blackbird. Under the red light that destroyed everything, the fighter plane was decomposed and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, along with the laboratory building below. In the end, everything was decomposed and destroyed. Only Chen Tian, who erupted with golden airwaves in the air, and the life capsule in his hands surrounded by golden airwaves existed. Boom! In the air, Chen Tian's body was filled with golden airwaves, his feet burst into the air, and the moment he landed, he turned into a golden light and rushed towards Chen. Boom! Just when Chen Tian approached Chen more than 10 meters in an instant, the whole person was blocked by the substantial red psychokinesis. The two forces of domineering and destruction collided, and a dazzling golden red light erupted in an instant, and the surrounding land was broken for more than 10 meters, and countless gravel and soil rose into the sky. Then the matter is instantly annihilated by the energy halo of the explosion. Chen Tian looked forward with a solemn expression. There, Qinhun was surrounded by substantial red airflow, his long hair danced wildly, and his face had completely turned black, coupled with those dark red eyes that are cold, tyrannical, and destroy all primitive desires. At this moment, she was like a Mephisto who destroyed everything, exuding a palpitating aura. At the same time, the entire Devil Island began to crack under the force of destruction, and cracks with a length of hundreds of meters and thousands of kilometers continued to appear. At the moment, there is no one alive on the island except Storm and others who are constantly avoiding. Even Magneto and the others, who had already reached the other side of the sea in the distance, had a very difficult retreat. The waves in the surrounding waters erupted, setting off a tsunami with a height of tens of meters and hundreds of meters, chaotically slapping and destroying everything around. Even the city of San Francisco in the distance shook and trembled under the Phoenix force that destroyed everything, and cracks appeared in the streets. Those high-rise buildings were also shaking, and countless people screamed and fled in fright. There were even more vehicles moving on the street, and the sound of crashing cars was everywhere. This is the end. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly shouted, "Chen, look who this is." Boom. Chen Tian blocked the life capsule in front of him, facing Chen Jilei, revealing the weak and comatose Scott inside. The moment she saw Scott, the violent force on Chen's body stopped, and there was a struggle in her eyes. But immediately, that struggle was overwhelmed by tyranny and primitive desire, and the destructive force squeezed around Chen Tian was even more violent and terrifying. Under the terrifying destructive power, all the substances within more than 10 meters around Chen Tian were decomposed, including the feet, forming a void area. Floating in the air, the golden light outside Chen Tian shone, the golden power continuously exploded with the destructive power squeezed around, and the surrounding void was trembling. Boom! At this moment, Chen Tian, who was carrying the life capsule, took a step forward against the destruction of psychokinesis, and shouted again, "Chen, have you forgotten Professor X's last expectation for you? 35. Don't let it control you." Accompanied by Chen Tian's stern shout, a struggle appeared in Chen's eyes again, a faint expression of pain appeared on his face, and the destructive power on his body became even more violent. Obviously, Chen Tian's words brought back her memory of killing her teacher again. Abaj. At this moment, Chen was like a madman, and let out an even more painful scream. A more terrifying and tyrannical force of destruction erupted from her body, forming a pair of phoenix wings that covered the sky and sun behind her. Boom! At the moment when the 603 pair of phoenix wings appeared, the pressure on Chen Tian increased, the golden air wave was squeezed to the point of half a meter, and the surface of the life capsule was instantly decomposed. But at the same time, with the passage of time, Chen Tian's aura became more and more violent, and his strength increased from 20 times to 30 times, to the point of 40 times terrifying. Immediately, the power of the golden air wave outside Chen Tian's body soared, becoming more condensed and domineering, and the explosive force it sent out pushed the destruction of psychokinesis away. Jin, the professor has always believed in you, until the end of the day, believing that you can control it and successfully defeat it. If you'd better be completely controlled by it, the professor will die in vain. And today, if you can't defeat it, Mr. Scott will also die in your hands. Are these all what you want to see? With a low drink, Chen Tian, who was floating in the air, took a step forward again against the psychokinesis that destroyed everything, and the life capsule in his hand began to disintegrate in an instant. The Scott inside was completely exposed to the destruction of the Phoenix Force, but was protected by a layer of golden power. What? When she saw the comatose and weak Scott appear in front of her eyes, Chen's emotional fluctuations became more intense, and her body's aura of destruction skyrocketed in an instant. Boom boom boom! Under the eruption of endless destructive power, the entire Devil Island completely collapsed. Under the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, the islands covering an area of dozens of square kilometers collapsed and the earth collapsed. Countless boulders collided with the sea, setting off monstrous waves. In this case, the X-Men has come to the seaside, standing on an iceberg made by Iceman. Storm the wind to control the wind and move the iceberg. Iceman pressed his hands on the solid ice under him, frantically making ice rise, forming a shield over everyone's heads to resist the destructive psychokinesis that occasionally swept away. Beside them, Wolverine, Hank, Shadowcat, Colossus could only watch. Psychokinesis is also energy. It's just that the power is too great, too extreme, and everything it passes is decomposed and destroyed. Even the iceberg established by Iceman's frozen seawater collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the frozen seawater recovered, consuming physical and mental energy at a terrifying speed. And that's just the aftermath. Inside the iceberg, Wolverine saw with his own eyes that after Devil Island collapsed, a reef island with a height of tens of meters and at least tens of millions of tons disintegrated into nothingness in the blink of an eye under the red light. Such terrifying destructive power made the corners of his eyes twitch. If he is enveloped by that destructive force, no matter how strong his body restores ability, he will not be able to withstand it. Even adamantium will be disintegrated and destroyed. This kind of power is simply not something that humans can contend with. Thinking of this, Wolverine couldn't help but look into the distance. In the red light of destruction that covered the sky, the golden light became brighter and brighter, exuding an aura of power that shook the world. Even in the face of the overwhelming red power that destroys everything, the golden light still stands still. Although in terms of momentum, the golden light is not as terrifying, magnificent, and majestic as the runaway Chen, but it is still powerful and surprising. Wolverine couldn't help but exclaimed, "West, so strong." In more than 100 years, he has seen too many mutants, powerful professors, Magneto, White Emperor, Scott, Storm, and so on. There are also Quicksilver that makes people lose the concept of time, Red Devils that transfer thousands of kilometers in an instant, or Black Emperor that absorbs all energy. But compared to those mutants, West gave him a very special feeling. The body is extremely sturdy, the strength is invincible, the speed is almost the speed of sound, the defense is also very terrifying, and it can ignore the control of spiritual power. It is an all-round, hexagonal powerhouse with no weaknesses. And this kind of talent is the most terrifying. Even Chen, who showed the power of destruction at the moment, did not give Wolverine that sense of incomprehension because she couldn't control her power. Hank on the side, Shadowcat nodded in agreement when he heard Wolverine's words. Looking at the shining golden figure in the distance, Shadowcat's eyes glow even more. Boom! At this moment, a tsunami with a height of tens of meters was photographed, and the smashed iceberg continued to vibrate, attracting everyone's attention. At the moment, under the control of Iceman and Storm, the iceberg covering an area of tens of meters in diameter moved far away under the impetus of strong winds, escaping the range of Devil Island. As for Chen Tian, who was amazed by Wolverine, at the moment also felt a lot of pressure. Everything around him was destroyed, all matter did not exist, and the destruction of psychokinesis frantically impacted the golden energy outside his body, constantly erupting violent explosions. The terrifying power in his body continued to explode, and the power increase had reached 70 times, just like a golden sun, emitting endless rays of light. Under the power of that substantial golden explosion, not even the Phoenix Force could suppress him. The two sides are in a frantic confrontation, exhaustion, and it depends on who can't hold on in the end. Therefore, Chen Tian felt a lot of pressure. The pressure was not from the power of Chen's runaway, but if he continued to explode like this, he couldn't last long. Feeling the power in the body that seems to be able to blast everything with one punch, Chen Tian did not have a happy expression on his face, but looked at the distance solemnly. Is it still not good? Under his constant stimulation, Chen's mood swings became intense. In particular, Scott was furious as her life-sustaining capsule disintegrated under her out-of-control powers. But even so, it still can't suppress the dark personality, but it looks more crazy and tyrannical. Chen Tian licked his lips and whispered, "If it doesn't work, I can only retreat." Saying that, Chen Tian took a deep breath and prepared to flash. He had a hunch that with his current body strength, the increase in the second awakening could not exceed 100 times, otherwise it would break the limit of the body's endurance. As for Chen, who destroyed everything after losing control, someone would naturally deal with it. After all, this is not just the X-Men world, but the complex Marvel universe, and there are many strong people on Earth. But before you leave, try again. Thinking of this, Chen Tian looked at Scott, who was protected by the golden power, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Scott, you don't want her to go completely out of control." 99. I know you don't want to either, so let's try again. Having said that, Chen Tian looked at Chen in the distance and shouted again, "Chen, Mr. Scott told me that in his heart, your existence trumps everything. If you can't live together, then die together." With that said, Chen Tian dissipated the protective power on Scott. In an instant, under the power of destruction, the clothes on Scott's body disintegrated, and some of the skin on his face and hands disappeared instantly, revealing the flesh and blood underneath. ABAJ. Just when Scott was about to be wiped out, Chen let out a desperate scream, clenching her hands tightly, and instantly the violent destructive power around Chen Tian froze. At the moment, Chen's face was dark, already occupied by the force of destruction. Bloodshot eyes stared at Scott, showing a strong struggle. In the end, there were even blood and tears flowing out of her eyes. One can imagine her pain at the moment. But even so, Chen Tian still felt that the force of destruction solidified around him was gradually loosening and became violent again. At the same time, in Qin's eyes, the emotions that belonged to people were slowly suppressed by the tyrannical and primitive desires. Even if she was struggling, she still couldn't suppress the power in her body. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Chen Tian sighed in his heart. This sigh is for the professor. In order to make mutant appear as a strong global deterrent, the professor will not turn back even if he knows he will die, just to let Qin vent his resentment. Chen Tian admired this old man very much. That's why they made a plan to carry Scott, stimulate Qin's emotions, and let her break out her spiritual power to control the Phoenix Force. Otherwise, for Chen Tian, it doesn't matter if you run wild or not, if you can't win, I can't run. Anyway, when global destruction is endangered, someone will always take action. After sighing, Chen Tian's eyes narrowed, and he no longer suppressed the power of the X gene. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, and the increase reached 100 times. Boom boom boom! With a 100-fold increase in strength, the fission power in Chen Tian's body seemed to have reached a spiritual world point of 4.0, and the edge of the spiral golden airwave surrounding his body faintly turned blue, like a burning blue flame. This power is very terrifying, and it even squeezes the space into bursts of transparent fluctuations when it burns and jumps. Even the violent red destructive power around was annihilated under the blue flame, and the energy consumption of the two sides even reached 1-to-1, which seemed extremely overbearing. At this moment, Chen Tian, like a god, exudes a light that shines in the world. But just when Chen Tian brought Scott, and when the ultimate power was about to flash, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Qin's mind with blood and tears in the distance. Jin, don't let it control you. You can. Vaguely, Qin seemed to see the figure of the professor, and then an astonishingly powerful spiritual force erupted in her mind, turning into a transparent flame. Lock up. Qin put her head in her hands and let out a shrill scream. Because under the flame of her soul, her consciousness and even her soul were burning, and in her soul consciousness, countless black negative forces began to collapse. Even because the spiritual power is too powerful, it is projected to the outside world. In Chen Tian's eyes, a transparent flame suddenly ignited on Qin's body, exuding powerful and astonishing spiritual fluctuations, which is shocking. That power fluctuation is the professor. Looking at the transparent flame that suddenly appeared on Qin's body, Chen Tian was a little surprised. Such a powerful spiritual power, apart from Professor X, Chen Tian has never felt it from anyone. In fact, the so-called spiritual power is spiritual power, or soul power, but it is presented in another way. As the strongest telepathy in the world after awakening, after decades, Professor X's spiritual power is terrifying. At the moment, this psychic power burns in Qin's body and turns into pure psychic power, dispelling the dark personality of the Phoenix Force that was integrated into her soul consciousness. This kind of burning is more like a cancellation, almost tantamount to suicide. Chen Tian, who understood this, had a complicated expression, but he didn't expect that Professor X actually did this step in order to help Qin master the strength in his body. No wonder it's been a few days, and I still haven't received the news of the successful transfer of the professor's consciousness. Because his consciousness did not transfer to his vegetative brother at all, but lurked in her body when she was destroyed by Qin that day. But unfortunately, he should have been suppressed by the Phoenix Force when he entered the body of the piano. Without the spiritual power of the body, it is equivalent to a rootless grass, and it will be wiped out and dissipated by the Phoenix Force that destroys everything. But he didn't expect that today. Under the repeated stimulation of Chen Tian, Qin's emotions and the power in his body went wild, finally giving him a chance to recover. Seemingly noticing Chen Tian's gaze, the transparent flames on Qin's body rolled more and more vigorously, forming a half-length phantom of the professor behind her. Looking at Chen Tian, who was exuding a terrifying aura that shook the world with golden airwaves erupting from his body, and Scott in his 21 hands, the professor did not give him a gentle smile. There seems to be a lot of information in those wise eyes. There is joy, gratitude, and appreciation. However, this phantom only appeared for a moment, and then it collapsed and disappeared. Because a terrifying violent force broke out in the piano, suppressing the burning flame of the soul. This power exudes endless resentment, tyranny, and fluctuations of primitive desire, as well as a wild and primitive aura. Just like the beginning of everything in chaos, there is no morality, legal consciousness, everything follows nature, only the most primitive desire instinct. Roar 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 roar. Just when the most primitive breath from Phoenix Force appeared, inside the piano, the flame of the professor's heart soared again, burning more vigorously. And the spiritual power of the professor, or the most primitive dark instinct of the Phoenix Force, belongs to the final brilliance. Under the offset of Professor X's madly burning spiritual power, gradually, the pain and struggle on Qin's face began to subside. What calmed down together was the violent destructive power on her body. Without the influence of the Phoenix Force, the power shocks that spread over a range of hundreds of kilometers slowly dissipated, and the hundreds of millions of tons of seawater that lifted off from the surrounding sea area crashed down. Boom boom boom. Countless sea water fell, splashing monstrous water, turning into waves several meters high and rushing in all directions. On the shore, they had long been coerced by the Phoenix Force that had erupted earlier, and the two of Nick, who were on the ground, were submerged by the waves that washed up on the shore before they could catch their breath. Cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, there was not much sea water rushing to the shore, and the two quickly got up and rushed towards the high ground in the distance, dirty all over and looking very embarrassed. Roar 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 roar. Leaning against the tree trunk, Nick and Trask both gasped and looked into the distance in shock. At the moment, the dark clouds in the sky have dissipated, revealing an endless clear night sky. The stars are twinkling in the sky, the moonlight is bright, and the cool light is sprinkled. This kind of beautiful moonlight is hardly seen in industrialized modern cities. It's just that the two of them at the moment didn't appreciate the moonlight. Devil Island is gone. Yes, the once famous prison, the island where the Worthington Laboratory is now located, Devil Island has disappeared. And what caused all this was just a mutant. Thinking of the previous scene of destruction, whether it is Nick or Tesla, at the moment's face is very ugly and solemn. Because they know the trouble is big. When a mutant with power comparable to the gods appears in the mutants, the attitudes of countries around the world towards mutants need to change. At least, no one dared to provoke her until there was no way to deal with, or even kill, the mutant. At this moment, not only Nick and the others, but also Magneto and the others standing on the steel bridge that was only a little bit left. On the other side, on the coast more than 10 kilometers away, Storm and the others who escaped the range of destruction were also looking towards Devil Island, wanting to know the situation at the moment there. It's a pity that at the moment the sky is dark, even if there is moonlight, it is still impossible to see from such a long distance. But this is not a problem for Magneto. He turned to look at the weak night girl. Callisto, can you sense the situation over there? The Night Walker paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Head, there are two magnetic field fluctuations over there, one of which is terrifying. It should be Chen. As for the other volatility, it should be that X-Man, who was weak at the moment and seemed to be seriously injured. Severely injured. Magneto's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a low voice, it seems that Chen is stronger. Hearing this, the night-walking girls on the side nodded in agreement. The destructive power that Chen had displayed when it erupted before was completely beyond their imagination and cognition, almost destroying everything around tens of hundreds of kilometers. As for the X-Man, although the power shown in the end is also very powerful and terrifying, but the performance is not as good as Chen. And at the moment, from their state, it is clear that Chen won, otherwise the X-Men would not be seriously injured and hammered to death. On the sea surface, the water rose and fell, and two figures were suspended in the air. One of them was Chen Ji lay, with red hair flying but a calm expression. And not far from her, is Chen Tian who has released the second awakening state. At the moment, Chen Tian's face was pale, there was not a trace of blood on his face, his eyes were sunken, his eye circles were dark, and his body was even thinner and bowed slightly. Breath is very weak. This appearance is like a person who has performed his craft more than a dozen times a day for a month in a row, to the extent that he will die suddenly when the lights are exhausted. Cough cough. Chen Tian let out a dry cough, dragging the same roar in his hand, who was weak, his clothes were tattered, and a lot of flesh and blood had disappeared from his body. Both of them at the moment were extremely miserable. Roar. At this time, Chen's figure moved slightly and flew towards the two of them. Seeing this, Chen Tian's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't stop it. At the moment, he was about to die if he didn't take it for granted, but if he did it, he would still be able to break out the power of a battle with all his might. Fortunately, Chen at the moment was no longer aggressive, and came to the two of them, looking at Scott who was dragging in Chen Tian's hands with complicated eyes. Seeing the miserable appearance of her beloved, Chen's lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, she finally let out a sigh. Nothing was said. At this time, Chen Tian said weakly, Senior Chen, you are awake now. Looking at the black-haired boy wearing the X-Men uniform, Chen's eyes showed gentleness. Thank you, I'm sober now. Chen Tian weak point, that's good. 35. Seeing Chen Tian's appearance of dying in the next moment, Chen apologized. You are very weak now, I will give you some treatment. Senior Chen, show it to Teacher Scott, I don't need it. Chen Tian shook his head slightly, rejecting Chen's kindness. Although he doesn't know when Chen has the healing ability, and he is very weak now. But it is only weak, not life-threatening, so there is no need for her to treat, to avoid being probed into some of his physical mysteries. Seeing that Chen didn't force it, she nodded slightly and put her hand on Scott's forehead. Then, with her palm as the center, circles of gentle red light circulated, covering Scott. Under the red power that contained vitality, the places on Scott's body that had been disintegrated into flesh and blood recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Roar's suction, which was already weak to the point of death, and his slow-beating heart were also strong and steady under this force. Seeing this scene, Chen Tian's eyes moved slightly, so it was. Phoenix Force not only has the characteristics of destroying everything, but also has the life force of nirvana and rebirth. After Scott's vital signs returned to normal, Jean slowly retracted her palm. Taking a deep look at the beloved man Chen Tian was dragging, Chen's expression was very complicated and tangled, and finally sighed softly, he will ask you, goodbye. After speaking, Chen turned around and flew away. Seeing this, Chen Tian just shook his head and sighed, not holding back. Because he knew that Chen was 603 unable to face the death of the professor. On the broken bridge by the coast in the distance, the night girl's eyes moved and she whispered, Head, she's here. Just as Magneto was about to say something, everyone saw a red-haired piano flying out of nowhere on the sea, and her invisible body exuded coercion. The 4 girls in the night instinctively took 2 steps back, and only Magneto could still stand there calmly. Seeing that Chen's expression calmly fell in front of them, and the suppressed sense of destruction and tyranny was gone, a smile suddenly appeared on Magneto's face. Jin, welcome back. On the sea, Chen Tian dragged Scott and moved slowly. Well, move, about as fast as a person trotting. More than half an hour later, when Storm and the others were anxious and worried, Chen Tian's figure appeared on the sea in the distance, and Shadowcat's eyes lit up. Look, it's West. 99. In an instant, everyone got excited. Just seeing his weak appearance, everyone was shocked. Seeing Iceman's hands dipped into the sea, cold air emerged, instantly freezing the sea surface within a range of hundreds of meters, and Colossus and the others rushed over on the ice. West. The dignified Wolverine was about to say something when Scott in Chen Tian's hands was powerless to fall, so he quickly caught it. At the same time, Chen Tian also swayed, catching his eyes and falling from the air, and was caught by Colossus who came over. Quick, take them to the hospital. West is very weak, and Scott is also. Hey, his breath is very steady. Because the fighter plane was destroyed, everyone hurriedly took the 2 to the best hospital in San Francisco, and checked them as quickly as possible through money. It's just that when he checked Chen Tian's body, he encountered some difficulties. The nurse tried to draw his blood, but found that the needle could not penetrate his body at all. Seeing this, Shadowcat interrupted the surprised nurse and asked her not to draw blood, but to do some simple tests, such as heartbeat and pulse. Then it was found that Chen Tian's physical characteristics were normal except for some weakness, and Scott, who was checked next door, was also very healthy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The 4th 4D update has been completed and will continue tomorrow. When Storm and others in the hospital breathed a sigh of relief, the outside world also became commotion following the Battle of Devil Island. The top officials of the United States were all shocked by the news that Nick and Trax sent back. Especially the mutant that wiped out Devil Island, triggered a magnitude 6 earthquake in San Francisco and a coastal tsunami. Therefore, even if Magneto and others found a hotel in San Francisco, no one dared to come to the door to ask for trouble, and those officials only dared to observe from a distance. And in this actual battle, Sentry's performance was also very mediocre, which disappointed those high-level executives. But after the disappointment, there is a strong sense of crisis, and more resources are immediately inclined to the Sentry plan, trying to create a Sentry that can deal with the powerful mutant. The next morning, Magneto and the others went to the airport. Although the airport was facing a big enemy, no one dared to refuse them to buy a ticket and board the plane. An hour later, the plane left San Francisco under Nick's watch. Watching the plane disappear into the sky, outside the airport, Nick squinted his eyes slightly and said softly to himself, it turned out to be flying to Africa. He had a hunch that something big was about to happen. This time the X-Men was defeated, the experimental subject died, and with the addition of Jean Grey, who possessed terrifying power, Magneto's popularity in Mutant will reach its peak. As long as he raises his arms roar, he will definitely be supported by countless mutants around the world. Beside Nick, Phil, who came overnight, smiled bitterly. Now in the mutant world, without Charles's restriction, Magneto has no one to cure. Nick nodded slightly and said solemnly, with Eric's character, within a month, there will definitely be a big disturbance. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Now even if we know what he wants to do, there is no way to stop it. Phil, what's going on with the X-Men? No one died in the X-Men, but West was seriously injured and in a coma, and Scott, who was in a coma, also appeared at the Satellito hospital for treatment. As for the other X-Men, they didn't get hurt. Nick pondered that West's strength is stronger than we expected, and the information level about this person will be adjusted to S level in the future. Speaking of this, Nick's mind flashed the golden light that briefly ripped apart the dark clouds last night. It's a pity that they were too far apart last night and didn't know anything about the fighting that happened later. Definitely, but also fortunate that the distance is too far, not obliterated by the aftermath of the battle. In the ward, Chen Tian, who had woken up from a coma, looked out the window, his eyes pondering. Said to be in a coma, in fact, his consciousness has been awake since last night, but there is no danger around, so he is too lazy to wake up. Yesterday, he continued to enter the second awakening state, and finally reached the critical point of 100 times, which caused a lot of pressure on his current body. Almost collapsed. However, it was with the 5-fold increase in the first level X gene ability, and a 100-fold increase in strength, that he was able to shake awakening a touch of Phoenix Force's violin. Not bad, a trace. Although Jean is favored by the Phoenix Force, she is not the Phoenix Force. But just a little Phoenix Force that descended into her body almost polluted her soul consciousness. If it wasn't for the last moment, Professor X, the strongest mutant, burned her spiritual power, and if Chen Tian contained most of her power, she would not be able to control the Phoenix Force in her body. Especially Chen Tian's second awakening's X gene ability. After burning Superman's body, the fissioned golden energy surpassed the alpha level and reached the level of the ordinary omega level. Therefore, under the energy collision consumption with Phoenix Force, it was not decomposed and destroyed in an instant, but was hid until Chen Tian reached the limit of his body. Therefore, it is not so much that the X gene ability of the second awakening is powerful, but that the body of Chen Tian's Superman is powerful. If it is an ordinary mutant, even if it can get the Awakening X gene twice, its strength will be at the alpha level at most, and it is not a runaway Phoenix Force opponent at all. Feeling the weakness in the body, as well as the dim atrophy of the X gene cells, Chen Tian expects that he will need to spend several days in the sun this time to recover, and he will continue to enter the state of awakening, which will cause too much damage to his body. It's still him. If you change to an ordinary mutant, when the strength is increased by 30 times, the genes of the whole body may collapse, and the vitality will be exhausted and die. Fortunately, I just lost a few days of time, and it didn't hurt the root. If it's not necessary in the future, the second awakening will last up to 20 times. With Chen Tian's current physical strength, the 20-fold increase in the second awakening is already too much pressure on him, and he can hold on for a while. On the basis of 5 times, the increase of 20 times is equal to 100 times of power. Such an exaggerated increase in strength can already be regarded as a killer or a trick. But this time the harvest is also very good. At least Chen Tian's goal has been achieved: destroy all sentry, complete the system task to get the source reward. Also, Magneto did not lose ability, and Chen also succeeded in mastering the power of the body under the teaching of burning the power of the mind. In this way, for the next period of time, whether it is the official or other forces or the strong, the attention will be on them. As for him, who is a little bit in the limelight, his natural attention will become smaller, and he can develop with peace of mind. This is the script Chen Tian wrote for this battle. Just Professor X. Thinking of this, Chen Tian sighed slightly in his heart. Having burned all his spiritual power, it is almost impossible for him to successfully transfer his consciousness. Although it is not 100% certain to die, at most there are only 10% of those who succeed, which is a pity. Just when Chen Tian sighed, the door of the ward was opened. He put on a casual suit, and the pretty Shadowcat Katie walked in. Seeing Chen Tian, who had opened his eyes, Shadowcat suddenly said excitedly, "West, you are awake." Katie, I just collapsed, don't be so excited." Chen Tian was a little speechless, who didn't know he thought he was about to die. Hearing his words, Katie rolled his eyes at him and said in a good mood, "You are ashamed to say that you almost scared us to death yesterday." After speaking, the girl asked concerned, "How is it, West, is your body alright?" After setting up Chen Tian and Scott yesterday, Storm and the others summed up the battle. Among them, it naturally mentioned Chen, who ran wild at the end, and the terrifying golden power that Chen Tian erupted. Some knowledge of this Storm and Wolverine. After the Akalai Lake incident, the professor mentioned to them that this state of Chen Tian belongs to the secondary awakening of the X gene. Although it can temporarily obtain powerful power beyond the limit, it is at the cost of consuming life force. If it wasn't for Chen Tian's strong body, after the battle yesterday, he would not be weak and coma, but his body collapsed and his life force was exhausted and he died. There was a case in this case. Feeling the girl's concern, Chen Tian smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem, at most you will be weak for a while." "That's good." Katie breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Tian woke up, and soon, Storm and others came to the ward to care about his problems. Looking at Storm and the others, Chen Tian said weakly, "Don't worry everyone, this time I just consumed too much and my life is not in danger." 55. Seeing that he seemed to be really okay, Storm finally let go of his worries. At this time, Wolverine was concerned. "West, what happened to Chen in the end? Did that method succeed in bringing her back to life?" Chen Tian nodded slightly. "Successful. Senior Chen's consciousness has awakened and he has completely mastered the power in his body." "Really?" Wolverine's face showed surprise, and the others relaxed. Although last night's destructive power disappeared, everyone felt that Chen Tian should have succeeded, but at the moment after hearing his confirmation, a smile finally appeared on his face. But then, their expressions became complicated. Although as a companion for many years, JYN finally regained consciousness under the stimulation of Scott's death, and everyone was sincerely happy for her. But the fact that she killed the professor could not be changed. Storm's tone was a bit bitter, so, she left with Magneto and the others. 99. Chen Tian nodded. The crowd was silent again. Apparently, because of the killing of the professor, Jean couldn't face her current self, couldn't return to Mutant Academy, and finally left with Magneto. Roar! Storm sighed and cheered. "Okay, although last night's battle wasn't perfect, it's the biggest gain for everyone." 95. Especially West, you did a great job this time. If you hadn't used the second awakening power regardless of your life, everyone would have died there in the face of the runaway Chen. Speaking of this, everyone felt fortunate that Chen Tian had considered this issue before leaving yesterday. Otherwise, with just a dash of courage, everyone might be gone today. Chen Tian said modestly, "You don't have to be so polite, this is what I should do. After all, I am also an X-Man." Well, it's okay to say something. Although Chen Tian worked so hard, he just wanted to control the direction of the result and let the next things go according to his thoughts. But it is said that, but after this battle, Chen Tian's status in the hearts of everyone has risen rapidly. In the afternoon, with a plane slowly taking off, everyone left San Francisco. The Blackbird was destroyed, causing great trouble for the X-Men's travel. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, good for Wong, at Westchester Municipal Airport, a strange group appeared in the waiting hall, which attracted the attention of some people. In this team, Chen Tian was in a wheelchair, and Katie was behind him. No way, he is too weak, although he wants to stand up and move around is no problem, and when necessary, he can burst out with the power to kill everything. However, this was the unanimous decision of everyone, and it was useless for Chen Tian to insist. Well, it can confuse some people. In the middle of the line, a comatose Scott was also lying on the hospital bed, being pushed by Colossus. Soon the group came to the outside of the airport and boarded the long-awaited minibus to head towards the school. At the same time, news of X-Men returning to Westchester City spread, including X-Men West, who was seriously injured and weak and had to walk in a wheelchair. This news made some people who were afraid of him breathe a sigh of relief. When the CMB drove into the school, many students who had already heard the news rushed over, each with worry and anxiety on their faces. No way, since the Blackbird fighter jet left last night, there has been no news until today. This has rarely happened before. This made those mutant students very worried and apprehensive. I'm afraid that this time another X-Men will have an accident, or the teacher will die. At that time, for the Xavier School, which was already in a low ebb, it will undoubtedly make things worse. Among these people is Clarice, who is worried about Chen Tian. The first one, and more later. Zongba door opened and saw Storm, Wolverine, Iceman, Colossus, and X-Men come down, and looked uninjured. Happy smiles appeared on the faces of those mutant students. Teacher, you are finally back. Mr. Orlo, are you alright? Mr. Logan, did you defeat Magneto and the others this time? Just when a group of students gathered around Storm in front of them, excitedly asking all kinds of questions. Clarice's eyes were red, and she stared at Chen Tian, who was pushed down from the car by Katie and sat in a wheelchair. The black-haired girl held back her tears and came to Chen Tian with a crying voice. West, why are you like this? Does it hurt? From Clarice's point of view, Chen Tian must have been seriously injured when he had to sit in a wheelchair. Maybe, like Professor X, his lower limbs are paralyzed, and he has to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. 66.3. Facing the girl's miserable expression, Chen Tian was helpless, but he could only comfort him. Clarice, I'm fine, I'm just a little weak. 35. With tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, the black-haired girl was a little suspicious. Really, think about it, when did I lie to you? The black-haired girl thought for a while, and found that Chen Tian had never lied to her, so she couldn't help but feel relieved, patted her chest with her little hand, and blamed him. You scared me to death. 99. Chen Tian smiled. While Storm and the others were dealing with school matters or other matters, Chen Tian was pushed by Clarice and walked around the campus. Definitely, at this time, normal people are squatting in the room to blow the air conditioner, or find a place to cool down. After all, the weather is so hot in the afternoon. Only Chen Tian, who needs to bask in the sun, will run around at this time. It's still comfortable to bask in the sun. In the wheelchair, Chen Tian sighed comfortably. 603. One by one, only know how to fight and kill every day. What's the point? Can't you eat and drink well and enjoy life? He could clearly feel that with the sunlight, the body that had been depleted recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and powerful forces poured out from all directions. On Doomsday, Dacheo suffered a nuclear bomb explosion and was almost dying and drifted in outer space. Then, when exposed to sunlight, the whole person recovered at an alarming speed in an instant, and finally returned to the earth with a more powerful attitude. Definitely, Chen Tian at the moment can't be compared with Dacheo. At least his body didn't have the superpower that had been exposed to the sun for decades. But even so, Superman's terrifying stamina and recovery ability still appeared in him. West, are you really alright? Clarice couldn't help but asked in a low voice from behind the wheelchair. Chen Tian smiled and reassured the black-haired girl. It's really okay, Clarice, I'm the strongest, this time I'm just a little collapsed. Oh. Clarice snorted perfunctorily, and even pouted secretly, apparently not believing him this time. The black-haired girl was thinking, if you are really that powerful, why are you the worst this time? The other X-Men were all alive and kicking, but you came back in a wheelchair and almost scared her to death. Although she didn't look back, Chen Tian seemed to know what she was thinking, and hummed, Clarice, don't believe it, if it wasn't for me to turn the tide this time, everyone would be miserable. Yes, West is the best. Just when Chen Tian was being pushed by Clarice to bask in the sun, the outside world, along with Magneto and his party, made several connections and finally came to the south of Africa in the evening. Then the next day, a shocking news spread around the world, along with a video. I saw Magneto standing on the stage without a helmet, with his arms outstretched, loudly. Mutant compatriots, I am Eric, everyone outside calls me Magneto, you must have some impressions of me. The night before yesterday, I led a group of brothers to attack Devil Island in San Francisco, a former prison and now Worthington laboratory. Our purpose is very simple, to take away the experimental body that is the source of mutant's antidote and has the ability to inhibit mutant. But unfortunately, during the battle, mutant, codenamed Leech, was killed by the official combat weapon of the United States, a robot with the mutant ability. Yes, you heard it right, a robot that can use mutant ability, and even initially copy other mutant ability. Obviously, this is a killing machine developed by the United States to specifically target mutant, and from this point of view, we can see their hypocrisy. There used to be people who said they would not discriminate against mutants, saying that mutants have the same rights as ordinary citizens. But in the dark, they've been working on weapons against the mutant, and they don't even think about making peace with us. Their goal has always been to exterminate us, even exterminate us, just like the Indians once were. 39. We mutants are also human, and perfect human beings on the evolutionary path. So we have to fight. We can't just let others be slaughtered like this. Today, I have great news to announce to you. Next month on May 3rd, I will be in Narnia, South Africa, to establish the country of mutant. Here, no one will question you, discriminate against you, and all mutants can walk freely in the sun. Having said this, Magneto paused. Definitely, there will definitely be people who are worried about whether our country can be successfully established, and everyone here does not need to worry, because we have the strongest mutant, Phoenix Force. With that said, Magneto stretched out his finger and pointed into the distance. Immediately, the video camera opened, and it switched to a helicopter shot. Under continuous zooming, Magneto and others could be seen in a plain area. Below the high platform, thousands of local high-ranking officials and soldiers were crowded. At the same time, the video footage was switched to three of which were located on a desolate plain. The 3 shots are divided into 2 long-range missile launch vehicles, and Chen Tian, who is standing in the air with red hair and red dress, looking indifferent, like a god. With the camera switching, the 2 long-range missile launch vehicles slowly stood up. Then, in the shocking eyes of many people, 2 long-range missiles that were 8 meters long and 2 meters thick, almost comparable to intercontinental missiles, roared into the sky. In this video show, Magneto is clearly well prepared. Therefore, when the 2 long-range missiles were launched, there were continuous screen switching, and the pictures of the missiles crossing the sky were accurately photographed. Finally, the missile spanned dozens of kilometers and appeared in front of Chen. Under the gaze of countless people, Chen's expression in the long lens picture did not change at all until the missile approached her dozens of meters and exploded with a bang. Boom! In an instant, 2 dazzling fires with a diameter of tens of meters will illuminate the evening, and the shockwave generated by the explosion will disperse the clouds at a height of 1,000 meters. Even the earth below was shaken by the explosion, the airwaves rolled, the smoke and dust filled the air, and the 4 video images were shaking, and the momentum was astonishing. This is the weapon of war of modern civilization, and its power is terrifying. But at this moment, the explosion flame suddenly condensed in the picture, and then it continued to shrink under the shocking gaze of countless people, revealing the unscathed piano. And in her hand, she is holding a dazzling light ball, which is the energy generated by the explosion of the 2 missiles. At this moment, all those who saw the video lost their minds. Not only does it ignore the bombing of powerful missiles, it can even bind and compress the energy of the missile explosion. Finally, in Chen's hands, it turned into a beam of light entwined by red power, and landed on a hill several kilometers away. Boom! In an instant, the sky fell apart. The light like a nuclear explosion was rising on the ground, and the 3 pictures in the video disappeared in an instant, only the aerial view of the helicopter above Magneto and others. I saw the end of the earth in the distance, the dazzling light illuminated the sky, and the vibration of the earth could be felt from a distance. And the billowing smoke. What followed was a quiet time of more than 10 minutes. Then in the video, a picture was restored and turned into a far end, where the hill that was more than 100 meters high had disappeared. The place was a deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. The surrounding area was broken for several kilometers, and the ground was scraped off by a terrifying force. Such terrifying destructive power, in the case of ultra-high temperature shockwave and radiation, is almost comparable to a million equivalent nuclear explosion. This is the power a man can possess? Such a shocking picture made those who saw the video ignore what Magneto said later, and immersed in the power that destroyed everything. Such a big thing, X-Men naturally saw it. It's just that compared to the official United States and other countries, as well as the shock of the mutants around the world, Storm's response was a little dull. Even when the White House asked X-Men to send a representative to discuss matters about Magneto, it clearly refused. He also stated that unless the United States officials explain Sentry's affairs, X-Men will no longer participate in Mutant Brotherhood's affairs. For this matter, the official explanation of the United States is that they do not know about Sentry, and those military companies have studied it privately. Storm naturally didn't believe it. The disturbance of the outside world has no effect on Chen Tian. On the 3rd morning back, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Tian sat by the window of the library, basking in the sun, while quickly flipping through the biology book in his hand. Beside him, there are piles of books on biology and genes. A few days later, Chen Tian's strength was still improving under the sunlight, although due to the injury, the improvement was a little slow. But the punching power still reached the terrifying level of 1,000 tons. This is still due to the injury. After the injury recovers in a few days, the speed of strength improvement will skyrocket. And not only the power, but other aspects are also improving, such as the heat ray power has become stronger, as well as the biological force field and so on. But compared to these, another unexpected gain surprised Chen Tian even more. After the World War I on Devil Island, his spiritual power seemed to be affected by the sublimation of the power in that moment, and he could achieve the ultimate state of going deep into the cell. This change made him very excited. Because what he always wanted was to go deep into the cells, observe the evolution of krypton cells under sunlight, and the special mysteries of X gene cells. If he can master it and finally affect the genes of these cells, maybe he can modify the genes to obtain any ability he wants. just when Chen Tian was immersed in the microscopic world of the body, watching the tissue changes in the cells and analyzing the information. At the same time, in the basement, on the hospital bed, Scott, who had been in a coma for more than a week, moved his eyelids slightly. Open your eyes slowly. Scott's awakening made everyone very happy, which was a rare good news after Professor X's death. When Chen Tian, who was notified, came downstairs, Scott was already surrounded by people, including Storm, Colossus, Hank, and Iceman. Mr. Scott, your eyes. 35. As soon as Chen Tian came over, he noticed that Scott was not wearing glasses. At the moment, Scott was still a little weak and shook his head. When I woke up, I found that I could control Cyclops at will, so I didn't need glasses. Speaking of which, Scott himself has some doubts. From awakening ability to the present, Cyclops, who had been unable to control him for so many years, could be easily controlled after waking up from a coma. Seeing this, Chen Tian's eyes flickered slightly. He felt that Scott's change should be related to the power that Chen had put into him at that time. At this time, the bearded Scott looked at Chen Tian and suddenly laughed. West, I didn't notice that you are quite handsome. Presumably many girls in the school like you. 35. Because he used to wear special glasses, Scott's perspective is actually different from that of normal people, and the world is full of red light in his eyes. At the moment after returning to normal vision, he has been carefully looking at Storm, Hank, and the others around him just now. But just now, he accidentally discovered that the students who had gone to Mexico to pick them up seemed to be too handsome. The facial features are three-dimensional, the sword eyebrows and stars are not to be mentioned, the face is still very white and delicate, with clear outlines, and when he smiles, his eyes seem to glow, giving people a very clean and sunny feeling. Coupled with the height of 1.8 meters, he has a tall and straight figure like a male model. Tisk tisk. Facing Scott's scrutiny, Chen Tian coughed dryly and took a step back. Mr. Scott, don't look at me like that. I only like beautiful women. Psst. Chen Tian's performance made Storm and the others laugh. Just now, they were almost the same as Chen Tian, and they were a little hairy when they were stared at by Scott's eyes. But Scott didn't feel embarrassed, just smiled, and then asked, by the way, West is here too. Can you tell me about the piano 5? Senior Chen's situation? Teacher Arlo and the others didn't tell Teacher Scott. Chen Tian was a little surprised. Scott shook his head. No, I asked Logan and them earlier, and they all said that they will talk together when you come. By the way, I haven't seen the teacher for so long, isn't he at school? Scott looked at Storm and the others in confusion. Faced with Scott's questioning gaze, Storm had a wry smile on his face, knowing that he couldn't delay any longer. When Scott woke up in the front, he asked this question, but Storm and the others excused that things were a little troublesome, and they said it together when West came. In fact, it's mainly because they haven't figured out how to explain what happened recently to Scott. The most beloved teacher was killed by the woman they loved the most. Once the news was released, they were afraid that Scott might not be able to bear it. Noticing the wrong expressions on their faces, Scott wondered, what's the matter? Did something happen to Chen? Storm opened her mouth and sighed, knowing that she couldn't hold it any longer. Now Chen is fine, but the professor is dead and killed by Chen. Boom! In an instant, Scott's face turned pale, and the whole person was stunned. The news was as shocking as a thunderbolt to him. Unbelievable. How is it possible? Suddenly Scott said excitedly, you tell me quickly, this is not true. How can the teacher die, or Chen killed? 99. Seeing Scott, who was almost collapsed with excitement, everyone's eyes showed unbearable. Especially Hank, who watched him grow up, turned his head and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chen Tian sighed, Mr. Scott, this matter is actually very complicated. The professor is not so much killed by Senior Chen, but his own choice. Chen Tian's words, not only Scott, but also Wolverine and the others were taken aback. West, what do you mean? Facing the eyes of everyone, Chen Tian thought for a while and said, actually, when we went to find Senior Chen together that day, the professor on the road used his spiritual power to chat with me for a long time. He wants to help Senior Chen completely control the power in his body and become a true Omega mutant. Because mutant needs a strategic powerhouse that can deter the world, for this, even if he pays the price of his life. Next, Chen Tian picked up some information to tell everyone, such as the peak agreement, mutants situation, Sentinel plan. There are also consciousness transfer programs taught by professors. After finishing speaking, Chen Tian explained what happened after Scott was unconscious, and also answered him one by one, including the details of the Battle of Devil Island. Including the fact that when he stimulated Chen's emotions to the end, and still could not control Phoenix Force, the professor suddenly appeared, burning the power of the soul to purify her dark personality. Even Storm and the others didn't know about this, and Chen Tian didn't elaborate on it that day. When Chen Tian finished speaking, not only Scott, but also Wolverine Storm Hank froze in place, and their faces gradually showed shocking expressions. They never knew that Professor X had done so much secretly. What's more, there is so much information hidden behind the incident of Chen's runaway. Especially in order to let an Omega-class mutant appear in the mutant, deter the world, and the professor is even willing to die. At this moment, they suddenly felt that they were very small. This insignificance is not strength, but heart and courage. Compared to Professor X, who has been worrying about mutants' situation and has been striving to support the balance over the years, they have done too little. No, West, why did the professor tell you everything? At this moment, Shadowcat reacted and looked at Chen Tian strangely. Yes. Her words reminded everyone. Why did so many secret professors tell him? He has only been here for a month, and none of them have been at the school for many years. Especially Storm and Scott, who are the closest and most trusted people to the professor. And they don't know these secrets, but West knows. Is he really the illegitimate son of the professor? At this moment, this strange thought appeared in everyone's heart again. Chen Tian naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. Facing Shadowcat's doubts, he chuckled and said, probably the professor sees me as not only powerful, but also handsome. 6699. Whether West is strong or not, his face is indeed thicker than theirs, at least they can't say such boasting. Everyone at the moment was in a relaxed mood, including Scott, who was in despair just now. After knowing that the professor did not actually die, but prepared a plan to transfer consciousness, the sadness in everyone's heart had disappeared, and they naturally relaxed. It wasn't long before the smiles on their faces showed. Storm's face froze. West. Storm said in a trembling voice, you said just now that in the final battle, when you were all about to give up, the professor's spiritual consciousness appeared in Qin's body. The critical moment is that the professor burns the power of the soul and helps Qin to purify the dark personality, so Qin can finally successfully grasp the power in the body. Noticing her expression, Chen Tian sighed in his heart and nodded. Yes. Doesn't that mean that the professor who burned out the power of his mind and will, is really dead? In the last few words, Storm stammered almost every word. In an instant, the room fell silent, and the smiles on everyone's faces stiffened. They almost ignored this issue, or when talking about it, Chen Tian overtook it and let them focus on the issue of Qin's awakening. 0. And ignore the professor after burning the power of the mind. Let me ask, when a person's spiritual will is burned out, can he still live? Obviously not. At this time, Chen Tian said slowly, Teacher Orlo, in this case, it must be dead for others, but we must trust the professor. With the strength of teaching the world's strongest telepathy, I believe that preparations have been made, such as splitting consciousness or backing up consciousness. So don't worry everyone, maybe the professor has woken up. 35. Chen Tian's words seem to have played a role, at least the expressions on everyone's faces have eased a little. After talking about the matter, everyone dispersed one by one, and then began to train. Well, training. The Devil Island battle this time made these X-Men realize how weak they were, so weak that they had to rely on a student who had just entered school for a month. This is a big blow to Wolverine who has lived for more than 100 years, Storm who has been in the mutant world for decades, and Iceman who always thinks he is very strong. Therefore, after returning, they all entered the separate training room to study ability, to see if they could develop a more powerful power. And just in front, Chen Tian comforted casually, saying that the professor might have woken up. In a remote rural town in Britain, Canada, in a beautiful but unknown research room. On the bed in the room, an old man with a roar ventilator and tubes inserted into his body slowly opened his eyes. Initially, the turbid eyes of the old man were full of confusion, without the slightest fluctuation. Then, as time passed, the old man's eyes gradually became clearer, and then, the wise light belonging to Professor X appeared in his eyes. Click. At this moment, a woman in a white coat opened the door and walked in. Just when she was about to look at the old man's data as usual, suddenly, a faint voice came from the direction of the hospital bed. Hello, Mora. 99. The female researcher was stunned for a moment, then turned her head in amazement and looked at the strange yet familiar figure on the bed, especially those eyes full of wisdom. Charles. Mora's eyes widened in disbelief. Under the comfort of Chen Tian's remarks, although the X-Men were worried in their hearts, they still had a glimmer of hope for the resurrection of the professor. Therefore, for the next 2 days, those mutant students were surprised to find that the teachers' faces occasionally showed smiles, and they were not as serious as before. At the same time, the awakening of Cyclops Scott also lifted the spirits of those mutant students. However, these have no effect on Chen Tian. He has been squatting in the library for the past 2 days, watching information about biology, genes, and especially various cells in the human body. With a deep and microscopic consciousness, no other research, at least in the cognition of cells and internal material organization, no one can compare to him. Because no one has ever been able to intuitively perceive and see the picture inside a cell in the body. Visually see the activities and changes of microsubstances such as cell membranes, mitochondria, and Golgi apparatus in cells. Through this period of study, Chen Tian realized how complex the human body is, especially the tens of trillions of cells throughout the body, which are vast. There are more than 200 species. Among them, the largest organ of the human body, the skin, has the most comprehensive cells, including keratinocytes, granulosa cells, epidermal cells, and epithelial cells. At the moment Chen Tian was observing an invisible cell in the skin on his arm. In his conscious observation, countless tiny light point particles in the sunlight fell 6 and 7, penetrated the skin when irradiated on the body, and landed on those cells. At this time, the cell wall on the surface will wriggle slightly, revealing some gaps, allowing those purple, gold, and blue light spots to fall in. After those light point particles enter the cell wall, they will be phagocytosed and absorbed by red phagosomes, lysosomes, and mitochondria inside the cell. Then there is a wriggling. These light spots will be transformed into a special force to be spit out by the phagosome, the mitochondria, and then be transformed by the organism behind. The whole cell is like a fine factory, and those light spots are the raw materials, which are continuously processed and transformed, and finally transported to the nucleus. Then, a powerful and amazing golden light point appeared as the super energy of its own evolution. Nice, superpower. After being transformed into golden light spots, this energy has increased by tens of thousands of times in terms of fluctuation and intensity compared to the previous granular form. At the moment in the nucleus, the golden light spot emits an imperceptible light wave. Where the light waves pass, all the internal substances are undergoing subtle changes, some disappear, some expand, and some become another energy-like substance. Seeing this, Chen Tian's consciousness became blurred, which was a reminder of too much mental consumption. Although the mental power changes, it can reach the ultimate microstate, but entering this state is just like virtual battlefield training, which consumes a lot of energy. Accompanied by bursts of exhaustion, Chen Tian's consciousness exited the limit microstate, and then he rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Originally, he thought that after reaching the extreme microscopic level, he would be able to decipher the mysteries of life, master the evolutionary direction of krypton cells, and create various abilities at will. But the observations in the past few days told him that he thought too much. His current consciousness can only be extremely microscopic, that is to say, he can only see, cannot affect the autonomous evolution of those cells, and is just a bystander. In addition, the cells in his body are as numerous as stars and of various types, representing different functions and different tissues. The internal structure of each cell is different, and the changes that occur naturally under sunlight are also different. At the same time, in the internal structure of a single cell, the functions of each function of those biological tissues are also different, and it is extremely difficult to understand all of them. In addition, in this microscopic state, the consumption of spirit is huge. In the past few days, Chen Tian has only recorded the changes of more than 30 kinds of cells. Then these are like changes in movie playback, and they're useless after 2 days. Because these krypton cells have undergone dozens of evolutions in the past 2 days, many structural organizations have long since become completely unfamiliar. Therefore, it is almost impossible for him to record all the evolutionary laws of krypton cells in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Chen Tian pondered slightly, thinking in his heart, since krypton cells are not enough, we can only start with X-gene cells. In the past few days of observation, Chen Tian found that the X-gene cells in the body were relatively stable compared to the terrifying evolution speed of krypton cells. In the data of the Chris Institute, it has been recorded that most of the X genes in mutant will be stable after awakening and will not change much, unless the nature of power is found to change. This is also the reason why there are some artificial mutants in this world, because after these X genes are stabilized, the mysteries can be easily deciphered. From this point, the power and potential of krypton cells can be seen. West. At this time, Clarice, who was opposite Chen Tian, raised her head and pointed to an application formula in the book. I got the result of this formula, but the formula does not match during the mental arithmetic process. Chen Tian returned to his senses and glanced at the mathematical formula. Oh, this formula is different from the normal mathematical algorithm, you need to start from here. After spending a minute, Chen Tian explained the mathematical formula to Clarice in detail. After figuring out the problem, the black-haired girl nodded obediently, and then went back to studying. In the past few days, when Chen Tian had almost finished reading the entire library, all about biological genes and some miscellaneous books, Clarice was also studying hard. Under the guidance of Chen Tian, she showed extraordinary learning ability after getting started with mathematics and computer. At the moment, the mathematics content has been self-taught in high school, and I can also weave some small programs on the computer, and the progress is amazing. You must know that before she came to school, her math scores were in the 2nd and 3rd grades of primary school, and she was improved by Chen Tian's daily tutoring more than a week after she entered the school. And it's only been less than a month now, and it has progressed to this point. Definitely, it also has a lot to do with Clarice's efforts to sleep and eat every day. Especially in the front, Chen Tian said that learning mathematics is helpful to her ability. After learning computer hacking techniques, maybe he might help him in the future. He will work even harder, and he will not urge Chen Tian to draw 7 Dragon Balls. It seems that Clarice is very capable in learning. Maybe she can train it and become my experimental assistant in the future. Chen Tian thought thoughtfully. After possessing super brain power, Chen Tian's computing power and understanding ability have improved, so that he is no longer bound by the simple improvement of physical strength. In other words, he doesn't need to practice at all, and his strength will skyrocket just by basking in the sun every day. So next, his energy is ready to focus on research, studying the X gene, to see if he can get some of the abilities he wants in advance. Perfect the means of combat. Although he has become a silver superstar, he will naturally possess any ability he wants, and his strength is terrifying, surpassing how far the universe is. But the problem is, the ghost knows when he can become the silver superstar. Now he is still a long way from the peak period of bronze, and the source that can accelerate the evolution of the silver super has only accumulated 6 points. Plus this is the Marvel universe where danger is everywhere. So Chen Tian has always had a sense of crisis, and felt that he should add more ability to avoid danger when he has not yet developed. Like this Phoenix Force crisis. If it wasn't for him entering the second awakening and bursting with hundreds of times of strength in a short period of time, it would be a problem if he could get close, let alone stimulate her emotions. Chen Tian is very clear that he is actually not as powerful as he imagined. The pure 1,000-ton boxing force, moving at supersonic speed, is indeed very strong, but it is not strong enough to be invincible. Even in the Battle of Devil Island, he was able to burst into such a powerful strength because the strength in his body was materialized and turned into a substantial overbearing power similar to energy. Therefore, he was able to punch out substantial punching pressure with one punch, condensing his strength, and blasting everything. At this moment, Chen Tian's whole body cells vibrated slightly, and then a faint sense of satisfaction came from his body. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. Have you finally recovered? The outbreak of Devil Island was too bad for his body, so Chen Tian basked in the sun for 5 consecutive days before finally getting rid of the weak feeling in his body. Definitely, although he is in a weak period these few days, Chen Tian's strength has still improved a lot, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. If he went to Devil Island now, Chen Tian would be able to sweep everyone except Chen, including Magneto, without breaking into the first level ability. A person who hits a punch with a force of 2,000 tons, blasts a sonic boom punch, and can enter supersonic movement, just think about how terrible it is. At this moment, the black-haired girl on the opposite side raised her head again, pointed to a formula on the page, and asked softly, West, I don't understand this a bit. Let me see, this is simple, you start here. Next, in addition to occasionally answering some questions for Clarice, Chen Tian was distracted in the body, observing those X-gene cells. He didn't stop in his hands, he kept flipping through the book, his mind was divided into two and he was busy. He plans to spend time first to record all the internal information of various parts of the body and various X cells. Then there is the test, to test the difference between other mutant X genes and his X gene, and what cells represent power. And just when Chen Tian was studying and observing himself, Storm, who was processing documents in the office, received a call. Immediately, a familiar 4.0 voice came from the opposite side. Orlo, good afternoon. Storm suddenly stood up and said excitedly, Professor, you are really resurrected. 55. Resurrection, it was West who told you. The gentle voice of Professor X came from the opposite side. During this time, it's been hard for you. Through the news, I already know what happened recently. By the way, is Scott awake? Storm suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded quickly. Scott has been awake for 2 days, and we are all worried about you. Professor, where are you? I'll pick you up right away. I'm in Canada. Opposite, Professor X told Storm where he was. After a while, Storm and Cyclops found Wolverine, gave him a brief explanation, and left in a hurry. The new Blackbirds are still being manufactured, and they can only go to Canada by ordinary civil aircraft. P.S. The 4th 4D update has been completed, and it will continue tomorrow. Brothers, if you like this book, remember to vote for flowers to support it. Tomorrow the protagonist will leave the academy, start a new battle, and establish his own power. As for the protagonist who wants to stay in the academy to be a nanny, it is impossible for the nanny to be a nanny, but the front is only developed in the early stage of the academy. The sudden departure of Storm and Scott caught the attention of Chen Tian, who turned his head slightly and glanced at the direction of the school gate. Is it a professor? Chen Tian thought in his eyes. The current situation can alarm Storm and Cyclops. Chen Tian felt that there would be nothing other than the matter of Professor X. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. Although I don't know how Professor X accomplished the transfer of consciousness in that situation, these are not problems, it's enough to survive. Next, there are Magneto and Chen outside to attract attention, and there is a returning Professor X in the school, so he can ignore everything and concentrate on his research. Thinking of this, Chen Tian stood up and caught the attention of Clarice on the opposite side. Looking at the girl who looked up at her, Chen Tian smiled slightly, reached out, and touched her hair. You are reading here, I have something to do with the logistics teacher. Yeah. The girl nodded obediently. When he came to the school's logistics department, Chen Tian found the person in charge and said with a smile, Mr. Siltier, good afternoon. Sultan is a middle-aged white man with a fat body. He is also a mutant, but his ability is obesity, or he is fat. However, although Siltier is not very strong, because he has the appearance of a normal person, he is in charge of the school's logistics. Whether it is to buy ingredients in the city, or those office supplies, student clothes, etc., they are responsible for it. Seeing that it was Chen Tian, Siltier suddenly showed a bright smile on his face, and said with a smile, West, what else do you need to buy? In front of 21, Chen Tian bought the drawing board brushes from him. And because of what happened during this time, Chen Tian already had a great reputation in Xavier School. Definitely, the average mutant student is because he is the X-Man, and the author of Dragon Ball, and the school management no more. Chen Tian smiled and said, yes, I want to buy a new notebook, the previous one is broken. No problem, I'll bring it back to you when I go to the city tomorrow. I don't know what brand you want. The logistics supervisor responded. Then trouble Mr. Sultan, just buy the Alien X with the highest configuration on the market. The price is not a problem. Also, buy me a set of electronic drawing boards. 99. It is good. In the next research plan of X-Gene, Chen Tian needs to use a computer to cooperate, and is ready to weave a set of software for this purpose. so he went back to the library and found a dozen books on software programming to read. The sound of flipping the books attracted the attention of the surrounding mutant students. West started again. The few mutant students looked back and didn't care. This kind of situation, they have become accustomed to this period of time, and they all know that West has a hobby of flipping books. At noon the next day, Chen Tian got the notebook, so instead of going to the library, he went to the lawn outside the dormitory building and found a big tree to sit down. With his back against the tree trunk, feeling the warmth from the sun on his body, Chen Tian opened his notebook and first cleaned up at the elementary level. Then, both hands clattered on the computer. Because the speed is too fast, the 10 fingers can't be seen clearly like a phantom. Chen Tian plans to weave an intelligent software that integrates recording, storage, scanning, data comparison, big data deduction, and autonomous data analysis. It is mainly used for him to record the changes of the X gene every day, analyze and compare the daily changes, and the following gene test data. Just as Chen Tian started to build the software framework, a car pulled out of Westchester and drove towards the school. There was a smiling Storm in the driver's seat, Scott in the co-pilot, and a gentle-looking Professor X in the back. It's done. Beneath the big tree, Chen Tian, who had been busy for half an hour, knocked on the car and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Definitely, the current analysis software has only completed the framework, the function is not so powerful, and Chen Tian will need to spend time to fill it up in the future. After the software was written, Chen Tian linked the electronic drawing board to the notebook, pondered slightly, and quickly drew on the drawing board with his hand holding the electronic pen. At the same time, on the drawing software of the notebook, an oval pattern is perfected at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the interior is very colorful. It is a cross-sectional view of an X gene cell attached to the arm muscles in Chen Tian's body. A minute later, Chen Tian, who had drawn a picture, clicked to save, followed by the second picture. After Chen Tian's observation, there are more than 170 kinds of X gene cells in his body, scattered throughout the body. Although they are all X gene cells, their functions are different, so Chen Tian plans to draw all the X cells first, and then observe and compare the corresponding changes. Then comes the second step, the human experiment. The more he observed, the more Chen Tian discovered the greatness of life, and was mysteriously attracted by the complex cells, chromosomes, DNA, and genes in the body. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Tian had drawn more than 10 cross-sections of cells. At this moment, Chen Tian's eyes moved slightly, and then Shadowcat's charming figure appeared not far away, and some excited trotted over. West. What's the matter, Katie? Looking at the excited girl, Chen Tian had already guessed what was going on. Shadowcat said a little excitedly, Mr. Orlo called me just now and asked me to tell everyone to go to the school gate and the professor is back. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. Sure enough, Teacher Orlo and the others suddenly went out yesterday, and I knew it was the professor who was coming back. 99. Let's go. Having said that, Chen Tian packed up his notebook, drawing board, and stood up. When Chen Tian and the others set off, all the mutant students in the school were excited and ran towards the school gate. On the way, Chen Tian met Clarice who ran from the library. When the three came to the school gate, they saw that it was already crowded with people. Not only the students, but the entire academy was crowded there. Is it true that you said that the professor is not dead? One student was still in disbelief. It must be true, Teacher Orlo personally called back. I knew it was impossible for a professor to die so easily. He's the strongest telepathy in the world. When those people were excited, Chen Tian stood on the steps behind the crowd and looked at the end of the horizon. In his eyes, on the road more than 1,000 meters away, a car was approaching the school, with Orlo and Scott in front, and the familiar figure in the back seat. And just when Chen Tian's eyes fell on Professor X, the old man smiled gently at him, and then the voice sounded in his heart, West, long time no see. Hearing this, Chen Tian also showed a smile on his face, and his spirit fluctuated, Professor, welcome back. 99. Under the eagerly anticipated gaze of everyone, the black car slowly stopped at the door, then the door opened, Cyclops and Storm got down first. When they saw Scott pushing the wheelchair and lifting Professor X out of the car, all the students cheered roar and rushed up. Professor, Professor, you are really back. Professor, I miss you so much. 35. For a time, Professor X was surrounded by 3 groups of mutant students, 3 groups outside, and excitedly said that they missed the professor. As for Shadowcat, Colossus, Hank, and these X-Men, they stood outside the crowd smiling. Among the crowd, only Chen Tian's eyes were a little weird. Looking at Professor X who was still in a wheelchair, Chen Tian wondered if he had changed his body. Why is he still in a wheelchair? About an hour later, Professor X finished comforting the students, and everyone came to the conference room. Sitting in the previous chair, Professor X glanced at everyone with a gentle gaze, and said with a smile, I know, everyone has a lot of doubts in their hearts that they want to ask me. Yes, Professor. Chen Tian was the first to speak and said curiously, Professor, on Devil Island at the time, I saw you burn all your spiritual power with my own eyes. Why? 99. Having said that, Chen Tian stopped for a while. 610. I want to ask me, how did I not die after burning all my spiritual power, and my consciousness was successfully transferred? 35. Hehe. Chen Tian smiled, he was really curious about this question. And not just him, Colossus they too. The question is simple. Professor X smiled slightly and said gently, because the power of the mind is the power of the mind, and the consciousness is the consciousness. I achieved the separation of consciousness a long time ago. Others looked bewildered. And Chen Tian's eyes are a little weird. I said it casually, but I didn't expect you to be able to separate consciousness. Professor X explained, or you can understand consciousness as the soul, and psychic power, which is the power produced by the soul, another kind of spiritual power. Although this time I will burn the mental power that I have exercised for decades, but before that, I have already stripped my soul out. Definitely, the situation is definitely not as simple as Professor X said. For example, how he can separate the soul from the body and separate the power of the mind, spirit, from the soul, these are difficult to know just by hearing it. After all, for most people, let alone the soul, not even the spiritual power can specifically perceive it. At this time, Chen Tian asked a second question, Professor, now that you have shifted your consciousness and changed your body, why are you still in a wheelchair? Speaking of this, Professor X smiled bitterly, because this body has been using drugs to maintain its vitality for many years, and asked people to massage the muscles. But unfortunately, the reason for the lack of activity for decades is that the nervous system of the lower body has already withered. So, well, this is a really sad story. It seems that Professor X is destined to be unable to get rid of the wheelchair prop. Next, Professor X spoke to the crowd for another session before disbanding. Finally left Chen Tian. It's fortunate that you are here this time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. In the school corridor, Chen Tian walked side by side with the professor. No, one should be walking and the other is in a wheelchair. On the way back, Professor X asked Storm in detail about everything that happened after his death. Therefore, Professor X was very emotional. He didn't expect that this move, which was originally just impossible, was finally completed by the freshman West to help him. By the way, West, I heard Arlo say that you have hacked into the White House internet, so you can know the sentry ambush plan in advance. Yes. Chen Tian nodded. Professor X was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to use internet technology so well, West. Chen Tian smiled and said, Professor, just talk about hacking technology, there are no outsiders here anyway. 99. Actually, I'm not very proficient in hacking technology. I just took the time to study it that day, and then tried it. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Regarding Chen Tian's words, Professor X smiled and said nothing. If the White House internet can be hacked so easily, the United States will have no secrets to the world. After saying this, Professor X said gently, next, the eyes of the whole world will be on Eric's side, and the school can finally be quiet for a while. West, is there anything you want to do next, or need? Obviously, Professor X is ready to meet some of Chen Tian's requirements as a reward for his time for the school. Chen Tian thought for a while. Next, I'm going to study the mutant gene ability in depth to see if it can help me master secondary awakening. 39. Professor, didn't you say that you obtained some information when you destroyed those mutant laboratories? Can you show it to me? That's it. Professor X was a little surprised. Chen Tian nodded, that's all. Although he heard what Professor X wanted to thank him, Chen Tian thought about it and found that he didn't really need it. Strength? He only needs to bask in the sun to quickly become stronger, without the help of others, and no one can help him. Right. Does Mutant School have this thing? Money? Rescue Scott in front, go to Jean Grey's house, and fight at Devil Island. 3 times Storm gave him a mission, and he had already paid $300,000 on his card. So for now, he is not short of money for the time being. As for the beauty, forget it, there is nothing to say about this. So after all, he didn't need anything at all, and Professor X couldn't give him anything, so he might as well open up those materials to him. Although X-Men has some permissions, Professor X has sealed away the bloody research materials collected deep in the core of the base, mainly because they were afraid that Shadowcat and the others couldn't stand it. At the same time, he did not dare to stray outside, allowing some ambitious people to gain some evil paths from it. As for destruction, this Professor X also thought about it. But when I think of these data, it was obtained from those mutants who were tortured to death. If they were destroyed, wouldn't it mean that their death was in vain? Therefore, for these materials, the professor is actually very confused. Destroying it is not, it is useless to keep it. After all, it is impossible for him to do those bloody experiments. After hesitating for a while, Professor X still agreed to Chen Tian. This time, Qin Neng successfully mastered the power in his body, and he finally relied on his secondary awakening ability. If those materials were helpful to his second awakening ability, it would be considered a causal cycle. The two went all the way to the depths of the underground base, and after passing a few levels, they came to a room outside. I've put all those materials in it, you can see if you can find useful information. With that said, the door of the room slowly opened as Professor X entered the 32-digit password, revealing an empty small room and a shelf in the middle. There are some old things like USB sticks, CDs and tapes on it. In the decades since World War II to the present, the capture of mutants experiment has been happening all the time, so all kinds of experiment recording equipment are available. Next, Chen Tian started a closed state. Sunbathe outside during the day to improve strength, and at the same time construct more than 170x gene cell maps in the body, and record the daily changes of these cell maps. At night, he stayed in the underground base to watch and study the experimental data. In the outside world, with the news of Professor X's resurrection, all parties were shaken. Many people did not expect that Professor X, whose body was destroyed, could actually be resurrected. Is it because of ability? Or something else? If it is resurrected through ability, doesn't it mean that no one can kill him? Many people are thinking about this question for a while. Certainly, some people are sad and some are happy. For example, Magneto, who is far away in Africa, is busy building a mutant country, so he made a special call. Although no one knew what they were talking about, the professor came out with a smile on his face. The next day, someone from the United States officials arrived. In the office, visiting Nick looked at Professor X sitting in a wheelchair, and said with admiration, "Charles, as expected of you, your spiritual ability has become so powerful that you can come back from the dead." Seemingly affirmative to Nick, but actually testing whether he could be resurrected through ability, Professor X smiled slightly, did not answer, but said slowly, "I don't know, as the SHIELD director, you came here in person, do you have anything to do with me?" Seeing that Professor X didn't talk, Nick's eyes flickered slightly, and he said solemnly, "Yes, this time I am here to represent the President and ask you X-Men how to deal with Eric's affairs." "Deal with it? What to do with it?" Professor X frowned slightly and asked in reverse. "Eric is now the president of a country, and the X-Men have no right to do anything to him without a crime. According to the agreement that year, X-Men's responsibility is to fight against mutant criminals and maintain world peace, rather than meddling in other countries' government affairs." "That's right, Chief Nick." 35. Nick took a deep look at Professor X and said slowly, "It seems that X-Men is not ready to intervene in this incident. Or, Eric will build the country, and you mean it." Professor X did not respond to Nick's words, and said lightly, "As for this question, I think you should give me an explanation. What happened to the robots that used the mutant ability in the Devil Island incident? I saw Raven's ability on it." No one knows what Professor X and Nick talked about in detail, only that the official from the United States looked a little dignified when he left. On the 5th day of Professor X's return, in the early morning, Chen Tian came out of the underground base. As he walked towards the cafeteria, he frowned, as if he was thinking about some problem. He didn't even notice when someone called him when he passed by the corridor. Chen Tian came to the dining table and grabbed 2 hot dogs, 5 poached eggs, a piece of bread, and a glass of milk. Came to the old seat with a plate and sat down. West. Oh, what's the matter, Clarice?" Chen Tian, who was holding the bread in his hand, returned to his senses and looked at the black-haired girl opposite. Looking at Chen Tian who was not here, the black-haired girl blinked and said curiously, "West, what are you doing recently? You haven't been back to your room for a few nights." 35. Chen Tian said casually, "Oh, I'm researching some materials at the underground base." 35. Research material. Clarice whispered, "West, can I help you?" Noticing the girl's caring eyes, Chen Tian smiled slightly, "It's okay, I've done my research, and I've already made some discoveries." 99. Dotto. Seeing this, the black-haired girl replied obediently, and said nothing. After breakfast, Chen Tian did not return to the underground base, nor did he go to the classroom. Right now, he was basically busy with his own business, and he hadn't been to the classroom for a long time, so Storm and the others had no problem with it. Coming to the back of the dormitory building, watching the rising sun slowly rising in the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun falling on his body, Chen Tian slowly exhaled, then squat down slightly. In an instant, the terrifying power in Chen Tian's body was released from his muscles and concentrated on his legs. Boom! The ground shattered within a few meters, and countless soil and vegetation were flying. Under the powerful anti-shock force, Chen Tian instantly turned into a black shadow and rose into the sky, rushing to the kilometer in one breath. Arriving here, Chen Tian felt a huge amount of pulling force under his body, which came from the ground below, and at the same time, the speed of his body's ascent began to slow down. But this time, Chen Tian didn't fall down, but with a thought, the biological force field in his body that was dozens of times stronger unfolded. Invisible's biological force field fluctuations spread out, neutralizing the magnetic field between heaven and earth, and Chen Tian's body suddenly stopped in the air. Immediately afterwards, under Chen Tian's somewhat jerky control, the biological force field adjusted its fluctuations, and a powerful repulsive force erupted from below. Bang! Air blast. Chen Tian burst out like a bullet, flew upwards rapidly, the wind roar whistled in his ears, penetrated the sea of clouds and appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The strong wind was blowing here, blowing Chen Tian's sleeves, and his hair was dancing madly. Wangda's. Sure enough, it flew. Above the boundless golden sea of clouds rendered by the sun, Chen Tian, who was suspended in the air, showed excitement on his face. During this period of time, his strength has been skyrocketing, and his strength has doubled every day. Currently, his grip strength has reached 2,000 tons, and his fist strength has reached a terrifying level of more than 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons of power, gathered in an area as large as a fist, one punch is enough to blast everything. In addition, Chen Tian's strength in all aspects has also gained the same increase. The temperature of heat ray exceeded tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, and the burst of energy and impact it contained also skyrocketed dozens of times. There is also the strength of the body, and the strength of the biological force field, which has been neglected, has also skyrocketed. Just this morning, when he came out of the underground base, Chen Tian had a feeling that he could fly. Then I tried it just now, and sure enough, he flew into the sky. In this way, he is no longer afraid of rainy weather, and the big deal is that he will fly over the sea of clouds to bask in the sun. It's just easy to fly, but it's a bit conspicuous if you fly like this often. Speaking, Chen Tian thoughtfully said to himself, I don't know if I can control the force field and distort the light to achieve the purpose of stealth. P.S. For the second update, there are still more. Brothers, if you like this book, remember to vote for flowers to support it. By the way, I would like to thank Li Haisheng, EEAA, Flying Little Emperor and Quirt for their support. Just when Chen Tian stood above the clouds, enjoying the sunshine. In the mutant school below, there is a new student. No, it should be said that they have joined the school for more than half a month, and now they have completed the treatment and can live and study normally outside. It was a young girl with bright red hair, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of many people. Because she is so beautiful. In the corridor of the teaching building, I saw a girl with a height of 1.75 meters and wearing a black slim lady suit walking happily. The girl walked around and looked around, as if she was curious about everything. At the moment it happened to be the break time after class, there were many students in the corridor, all of them stopped when they saw her, and their faces were amazed. Even some female students are attracted to teenage girls. The facial features on the fair-skinned face are exquisite, with the three-dimensional depth of Westerners and the delicate whiteness of Asians, it seems that they are also mixed race. Her lips were as bright as blood, and her beautiful eyes were as bright as rubies. On the forehead, the pair of small red horns with a length of 5 centimeters, like a devil, not only did not make people feel scared, but added a bit of charm. On her, she is obviously just an ordinary girl suit, but she wears the feeling of a supermodel on the runway. On the upper body, the white inner shirt was propped up high, and the long legs on the lower body were straight and slender, making people want to reach out and touch them. Behind the girl, many mutant boys followed, all attracted by her invisible charm. Unlike the reserved East, the Westerners are more open-minded, so among the students behind, a handsome blonde boy quickly chased after them. Approaching the girl, the blonde boy showed a handsome smile on his face, and said actively, Hi, hello, my name is Warren Worthington, nice to meet you. 95. Saying that, Warren extended his right hand very gentlemanly, wanting to shake hands with the girl. As for being approached by someone, the red-haired girl didn't turn her back thousands of miles away, with a smile on her beautiful face, she nodded and said, Hello, my name is Edith Lace. However, although she did not refuse to strike up a conversation, and there was a smile on her face, the girl did not intend to shake hands with Warren. Although the handshake was rejected, Warren did not feel embarrassed, with the same smile on his face, complimenting, You have a beautiful name, Edith Lace, as beautiful as you are. 99. But for this kind of praise, the girl seems to have long been used to it, and said casually, Really, thank you for the praise. Seeing that Warren was able to strike up a conversation at once, the mutant students behind him couldn't sit still, and all of them rushed up. Edidials, my name is Seth, the ability is to walk on water, can I get to know you? 55. My name is Elude, Edith Lace, and I find the little horn on your head very cute. In the face of these compliments, the red-haired girl looked dignified and nodded in response. At this time, among these students, a tall and handsome boy said enthusiastically, Edidials, my name is David, can I be your friend? Just when he thought that the girl would not refuse, the smiling red-haired girl's lips moved slightly, no. Suddenly the boy's face froze. The red-haired girl ignored them and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Warren and others quickly followed, leaving the boy standing there awkwardly. In the back corridor, Shadowcut leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, glanced at the red-haired girl who was embraced by everyone, and then glanced at Colossus beside him, grinning. Peter, would you like to meet me too? 5. Is a little. The silent and honest Colossus nodded without concealing, no way, she is so beautiful, as long as men want to get to know her. Speaking of this, even Shadowcut can't help but feel a little envious. Although she is also pretty and cute, but at the moment, when I see a red-haired girl with a tall and hot body, and a beautiful and charming face, I can't help but feel envious. Definitely, just envy, not jealous. At the same time, both of them were a little shocked. They didn't expect that mutant, who was covered in blood that night, looked like Shura's god of killing, and that mutant was actually such a beautiful girl. Just when many mutant girls were envious, the red-haired girls in the corridor seemed to be looking for someone, and they would look around when passing those classrooms. Then left disappointed. Seeing this, Warren took the initiative and said, Edidials, are you looking for someone? The red-haired girl nodded, well, I'm looking for someone, but he doesn't seem to be in the classroom. Warren volunteered, do you know what it's called? Although I've only been here for 10 days, I know most of them, and I can help you find them. The red-haired girl paused and shook her head, I don't know. Although she fought with that person that night and was rescued by him in the end, but after thinking about it at the moment, she unexpectedly found that she didn't know his name. It seemed that someone who had heard him called him, as if it was called something special, but he didn't hear it clearly at the time. At this point, the red-haired girl added, but I saw him in the morning, he must be at school. 99. Warren thought for a while, then continued to ask, then is the person you're looking for a man or a woman? How old is it? We might know each other. 95. Male. When they heard Edith Lays say that the person she was looking for was a man, Warren and the others froze, and then showed envy on their faces. But just being a man can't explain anything. So Warren didn't give up. After all, it seemed that Edith Lace was unfamiliar with him and didn't even know his name, so he enthusiastically said, "Then do you know how old he is, or about how old he is?" "Okay." The girl frowned slightly and thought, "He is probably 16 or 17, no, he should be in his 20s. Although Chen Tian's actual age is only 15, but with a height of 1.8 meters, mature eyes, and a resolute acting style, he actually looks much more mature." Therefore, Edith Lace was not quite sure of his age, feeling that he should be in his 20s. After all, the X-Men that went with him that day were all big, and one of them even had a beard. At this time, Edith Lace added, "By the way, he's an X-Man with black hair." X-Man, in his 20s, with black hair. 35. Warren and others thought about it and found that among the X-Men whose age meets the requirements, SPI, there are only Colossus and Iceman, but with black hair, it seems that he is the only one. For X-Men, it can be said that all the mutants in the school know very well. Therefore, not only Warren, but the other students at the moment also vaguely guessed who Edith Lace was looking for. Thinking that the other party was looking for the dazzling figure who turned the tide in the school crisis, everyone sighed in their hearts, knowing that they had no hope. The boy named David said generously, "Edidiles, you should be looking for West." But even though he's an X-Man, his grade is 15, not 20. West. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Edith Lace's eyes showed surprise, and she couldn't help nodding. "Yes, it's him. Do you know where he is?" The boy named Seth scratched his hair, shook his head and said, "He is different from us. He hasn't come to the classroom for a long time. I heard that he has been staying at the underground base lately at night." 99. In the daytime, he likes to bask in the sun. You can go outside the classroom, and maybe you can find him in sunny places. Edith Lace suddenly said, "So that's the case. No wonder I searched all morning and didn't see anyone. Thank you all." When they got the news they wanted, the red-haired girl waved to them, put her hands behind her back, and ran out of the classroom briskly. As for the appearance of the red-haired girl, Clarice, who was soaking in the library, had no idea. In the endless cloud sea, Chen Tian stretched his arms, and the powerful biological force field in his body unfolded, exuding invisible gravitational force, attracting the rays of the sun around him. Under the sunlight, the strength of his body increased at a terrifying speed. On the attribute page, the strength is even increased in units of tons, and the speed is far beyond that. The explosive increase is indescribable. Feeling the increasingly terrifying power in his body, Chen Tian showed a smile on his face. "Sure enough, if I expected that, the stronger the strength, the faster the improvement speed will be." In fact, Chen Tian has always wanted to be quiet, improve his strength, and go out to enjoy life after he develops to a certain extent. In the early stage, he didn't want to pay attention to so many things. But because of Mutant's identity, he was entangled with Xavier School and X-Men when he crossed, so he had to shoot. Because helping them is like helping yourself. For example, now, with Magneto outside to attract attention, and Professor X at school, he can finally live the quiet life he wants. Next, he plans to improve his strength and learn knowledge with the help of Super Brain. Be prepared to be a knowledgeable person and do some interesting research. With a happy mood, Chen Tian floated on the clouds and slept until the sun sank before opening his eyes contentedly. Calling up the properties page, a bright smile appeared on his face when he saw his grip strength soared to 2,700, and his fist strength increased from 12,000 to 17,000 tons. The strength of 700 tons of growth in one day is almost equal to the sum of the first month before him. Boom! In a good mood, Chen Tian burst out in an instant, blasting a hole in the thick cloud layer, falling downward at a speed of 200 meters per second. Because flight relies on the biological force field, which is different from the ground on the ground, Chen Tian's speed did not enter supersonic speed. But even so, it was already very fast. The sound of the wind roar whistled in the ear, and the strong hurricane blew in the face when it fell rapidly, and then was blocked by the body surface force field. At the moment in the school, many people saw the figure falling from the sky, and their eyes couldn't help showing envy. Behind the dormitory building, Chen Tian chose an empty space to fall. Boom! The gravitational force and the impact force were not counteracted, so the moment Chen Tian landed, the earth within a few meters was like an explosion, countless mud splashed, and smoke filled the air. As for the anti-shock force that is enough to shake ordinary people into flesh, it is impossible to shake Chen Tian. Just when the spotless Chen Tian came out of the pit, he sensed a figure behind him and rushed towards him. Because there was no malicious perception, Chen Tian did not evade, and then a Nephrite Jade Wangxiang's body lay on his back, and his neck was wrapped by a pair of arms. There is also a kind and excited girl's voice, "Darling, I finally found you." At this moment, Chen Tian was a little confused. What was the situation? Wait, what's going on? Chen Tian's body shook, and he broke free from the girl's restraint in an instant. His figure flashed a few meters away, and then he could clearly see the appearance of the person who came. "Idis Lace, it's you wake up." The bright red dazzling red hair, the red horns with hair strands, made Chen Tian recognize her at a glance, which was a bit unexpected. And unlike the profile photos Chen Tian once saw, the real person is more beautiful, exuding amazing temptation. Well, I woke up, darling. The red-haired girl nodded lightly and looked at Chen Tian with fiery eyes. What's the matter with those eyes full of love? There is also darling's name Roar, which makes Chen Tian a little confused and puzzled. Edith Lace, why do you call me darling? The red-haired girl definitely said, because I like you the most, so I call you darling. Looking at the girl with long red hair, the pair of small red horns on her forehead, and darling's name Roar. This appearance reminded Chen Tian of an anime character he once watched, National Team 02. Edie Lace, I have something to do now, goodbye. After saying that, Chen Tian blasted the air instantly, setting off a piercing scream and disappearing in place. The girl whose long hair was ruffled by the strong wind was left behind. Looking at the direction in which Chen Tian disappeared, the red-haired girl tilted her head with a charming smile on her face. It seems that darling was scared by me. But it's okay, you are mine, and no one can change the result. After getting rid of Edith Lace, Chen Tian, who couldn't stand the fiery eyes, went to the underground base and found Professor X in the research area. Professor, what's up with Edith? Professor X looked up from the pile of materials and looked at him gently. West, what's the matter? Chen Tian told Professor X about Edith Lace's strangeness. After listening, Professor X nodded slowly. I understand what you mean, but I'm wondering the source of Editha's special affection for you. Chen Tian nodded. Yes, my contact with her was only for a few hours that night, and she has been sleeping and dormant since then. 95. Even if I am grateful to me for saving her, at most I have a good impression of me, and I shouldn't have that kind of passionate feeling that seems to have liked me for a long time. 99. Chen Tian knew very well that although he was handsome and charming, but this little charm is not big enough to make a girl who has only met once, like him so much. After listening to Chen Tian's words, the professor couldn't help laughing and said gently, I think I already know the problem. Professor, why? Professor X did not answer, but said, when you brought them back that day, I found that Edith Lace seemed to be the least injured, but she was actually the worst. Her injury is not only physical, but also spiritual. Under repeated and inhumane experiments, her spirit has broken the limit again and again, and while she has become very powerful, she is also very broken and fragile. It's like a canvas that leaks everywhere, and there is a possibility of collapse at any time. In addition to the endless resentment, anger, and tyrannical extreme emotions accumulated in the heart under the torture of those experiments, it is difficult to suppress. 35. So when she was dormant in the life capsule, I used ability to guide her into a deep sleep state, and stimulated the best memory in her memory. You know, the human body has great potential. In this state, she will fall into a beautiful dream, and her soul will emit special spiritual power to repair her broken spiritual consciousness. Wake up until mental awareness is restored. 35. I originally thought that her best memory would be her childhood, but I didn't expect. Speaking of which, Professor X paused. And Chen Tian also understood what he meant. No one thought that the most beautiful memory of Edith Lace was the moment when she was saved by Chen Tian. Then in the deep sleep dream, her beautiful dream must be related to Chen Tian, such as two people falling in love, getting married, and spending many years together. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Tian felt a little pain in the a. He doesn't mind if he is liked by a beautiful woman, or a beautiful woman. After all, as long as a man likes beautiful women, unless he is abnormal. But making Chen Tian the bearer of a memory is not what he wants. At this time, Professor X asked, West, have you read those research materials recently? Did you gain anything? Chen Tian nodded, not intending to hide. There are some gains, but they are all theoretical. Next, I want to do some experiments to make some guesses. Over the decades, X-Men has destroyed dozens of mutant laboratories, or private research institutes in file size, and obtained various materials. Some of these experimental data were obtained by dissecting mutant, some were just simple stimulation experiments, and some were derived from mutant's ability. Many experimental contents are helpful to Chen Tian, and many speculations or theories are even more whimsical, but not impossible. So next, Chen Tian is going to start some formal experiments to verify some of his inferences. Professor X pondered slightly. The experiment is okay, because research is a process of demonstration, and you can use the laboratory at the base. But West, you have to remember that you must not step over the moral bottom line. In this world, in the beginning, there are no absolute good people and no absolute bad people, and often the difference between good and bad is just a matter of position. And with some people, they abandoned the bottom line in their hearts again and again, and finally they became bad people in the true sense. For West, Professor X is very optimistic, and his expectations for him even exceed Scott and Storm. So I don't want him to go down the wrong road at a young age. Facing Professor X's warning, Chen Tian nodded. Professor, rest assured, I understand what you mean. After leaving Professor X, Chen Tian went to the data room. He still had some conjectures and doubts in his heart, and he was going to take a look at those documents. And this is one night. It was not until the next morning that Chen Tian came out of the underground base yawning. Darling. As soon as Chen Tian stepped out of the elevator, a young girl shouting dearly sounded beside him, and he suddenly woke up and reached out his hand in an instant. Boom! Eddie Lace, who rushed over, was held down by Chen Tian on her forehead and stopped 1 meter away. Looking at the beautiful girl, Chen Tian had some headaches. Ida Lace, you should be clear in your heart. We just got in touch that night. If you have a good impression of me because I saved you, I understand, and I am very happy to be liked by such a beautiful girl. But your feelings for me now are because of the dreams you had when you were sleeping during this time. The truth is that our feelings are not that deep. So you can stop calling me darling as soon as we meet. It's stressing me out. Facing Chen Tian's rejection, Edith Lace nodded generously. I know, you and I have only known darling for a few hours in the outside world 5. And I also know that what happened in the dream is fake, but that doesn't prevent me from liking you. Darling, I really like you. If there is a reason, it is no reason. I like you anyway. After speaking, the girl looked at Chen Tian with a smile on her face. Her eyes contained a strong feeling of liking, and she looked generous. Like is like. 66:99. Chen Tian didn't expect that one day, he would be blocked by a young girl with the same words. He remembered that he had said to Clarice earlier that being nice to someone doesn't need a reason. Ugh. Facing the firm-willed and persistent-eyed Edith, Chen Tian sighed in his heart, and then calmly said, Edit, liking a person is indeed a matter of one person. But if two people want to be together, they belong to two people. I admit, you're beautiful and thank you so much for liking me so much, but your current love is stressing me out. Because I don't know you at all. I don't know your character, I don't know your hobbies, and I don't have time with you. So I think, we can now maintain a certain distance, like above friends. In the future, if I think you are very good and I like you, then I can feel at ease and accept your feelings with joy. 99. Do you think it's okay? Chen Tian didn't reject her explicitly, which made Edith very happy, so she responded without thinking, no problem, darling. 39. 0. That's good. The girl was very talkative and reasonable, which made Chen Tian heave a sigh of relief. By the way, can you stop calling me darling first, just call my name. No problem, darling. 66:99. Edith Lazy put her hands behind her back, looked at the speechless Chen Tian, and said enthusiastically, darling, let's go have breakfast together 5. Okay. Chen Tian nodded with some headache. Walking on the campus side by side with Chen Tian with her hands behind her back, at the moment, Edith Lace was very happy, and even her steps became brisk. Occasionally turning her head to take a look at the handsome profile face, the young girl couldn't help showing a fiery look in her eyes, and then her eyes flickered, restraining her emotions. The two came to the cafeteria like friends, each brought some food, and came to the corner where Chen Tian often sat. But the strange thing is that today Clarice, this made Chen Tian slightly relieved. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Clarice and Edith Lace would fight. Although the black-haired girl has always been well-behaved and quiet, Chen Tian could feel her special affection for him. As for monogamy, love only one? Don't be funny, Chen Tian, who has experienced life and death, doesn't care about this at all. In his view, capable men throughout the ages will have many women, which is the instinct of human beings to transmit high-quality genes to the next generation deep in the DNA. For Chen Tian, the woman he likes must stay by his side, or should he let other men go? After breakfast, Chen Tian flew above the sea of clouds again, basking in the sun to improve his strength. In the afternoon, when Chen Tian was still basking in the sun above the sea of clouds, a car stopped outside the school gate. The door opened, and an old man in a decent suit with a serious look and neatly combed white hair stepped out of the car. Arriving outside the school, thinking of the rumors about this school in the outside world, the old man showed a hint of fear in his eyes, then took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. After a while, a middle-aged man appeared and stood in the door. Hello, this is Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. What's the matter with you? The white-haired old man said politely, Hello, I'm here to find my young master. His name is West. The middle-aged doorman showed a warm smile on his face, opened the door and said, Please come in first. The appearance of the old man surprised Storm at the reception, and also brought bad news. West's family is dead. Is it 3,500? As the sun sets, the sea of clouds is rendered golden red again. Standing above the sea of clouds, Chen Tian squeezed his palm slightly, the air was squeezed into substance, and then, boom, a transparent shockwave exploded in Chen Tian's palm. At this moment, Chen Tian's whole body's muscles oscillated, and the power that shook the heavens and the earth exploded in his body, turning into golden rays of light and converging on his fists, and he punched out. Boom! In an instant, the sonic boom roared, and the terrifying power penetrated the body, forming a substantial fist to press and blast the air, forming a vacuum channel hundreds of meters long. Bang! The power erupted, and the sea of clouds below the slanted explosion exploded, forming a tens of meters of empty space, and the momentum was terrifying. Just one day later, Chen Tian's grip strength skyrocketed by 800 tons again, and his fist strength reached a terrifying level of more than 20,000 tons, which was even more astonishing. Chen Tian's strength at the moment, compared to the Devil Island battle 10 days ago, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the strength skyrocketed by more than 20 times, but also the movement speed, body strength, and endurance recovery speed have been improved in all directions. And this power is just the beginning for Superman. When his grip strength reaches 1 million tons, he will reach the peak of the Bronze Age. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. Come on, at this rate of increase, go to 617, it will take 2 or 3 years to reach the peak. There has been nothing to do at Xavier College recently, and all eyes are on Magneto, who has only half a month to establish the country. So under normal circumstances, no one can disturb during this time. What? My family was all killed. The relaxed Chen Tian just fell from the sky and returned to school when he was informed of this unexpected news. Yes, it was an accident. After all, he is no longer the original West, and the consciousness that dominates this body is Chen Tian from another world. It was just at this moment that a strong killing intent erupted in Chen Tian's heart, like a substance, so strong that the temperature of the entire principal's office plummeted. Professor X in a wheelchair quickly reassured, West, calm down, first listen to what Mr. Chen Rong has to say. Yes, West, don't get excited. Katie also spoke quickly. You calm down first. In the office, all the X-Men who were training or busy rushed over because they heard something happened at his home. In addition, there is Clarice who heard the news. At the moment, everyone hurriedly comforted Chen Tian, fearing that he would be impulsive. Clarice, who was behind Chen Tian, reached out and gently pulled his sleeve, with concern in his eyes. Chen Tian let out a breath, suppressed the killing intent caused by the memory of the original body, and said solemnly, Everyone, don't worry, I'm very calm. After finishing speaking, Chen Tian looked at the old man standing beside him, who was also the housekeeper of Chen Tian's house. Elder Chen, what's the situation at home now? What exactly happened? Although the Chen family moved to Mexico for 100 years, they still maintain certain Oriental traditions, such as name, and the family members have both Huxia and English names. Usually at home, the titles are in Huxia, only when they are outside will they use English names, so as to integrate into the local area. Chen Tian's English name is West Chen, and coincidentally, his Huxia name is still called Chen Tian. The old man in front of him is the housekeeper of their family, responsible for handling the family's file-size affairs, but he is not very familiar with Chen Tian. Because Yuan Shi and his grandmother lived in an old house in a small town since he was a child, guarding a small farm and staying away from disputes. Facing Chen Tian's inquiry, Chen Rong showed sadness on his face. It started more than a week ago when a man named Bronsky came that day. Under the words of the old man, everyone knew what happened at Chen Tian's house. More than a week ago, a man named Bronsky came to the door and asked the Bloody Hand controlled by the Chen family to join forces with another force to help them find someone in Pochut City. The pay is $100,000. If they were simply looking for someone, the Chen family would not refuse, but they would not be able to join forces with another force. Because as one of the two major forces in the local underground, the Chen family and that force have always had friction and fights over the years, and even a lot of people have died because of it. The two sides can be said to be enemies. It was impossible for them to join forces with the enemy for $100,000, so Bronsky was rejected. Then, within a few days, Chen Tian's family was attacked by premeditated attacks one after another. Accidentally, Chen Tian's parents, his eldest brother in college, and two uncles all died, leaving only his grandfather alive. This was a planned attack, which made Grandpa Chen Tian very rage, and on the same day, he mobilized all the gunmen in the family, as well as the subordinates of the Blood Hand Society, to prepare to fight against Trunk. But on the same night, a strong man attacked the Chen family manor alone, killed more than a dozen armed men, seriously injured his grandfather and left. In the end, before his grandfather died, Chen Rong asked Chen Tian to go back to inherit the family business, and then died. The main characters of the Chen family who were in control of the Bloody Hand Society died at once, and the Bloody Hands would be leaderless. Under such circumstances, in just a few days, Trunk subdued many small gangs that were attached to the Bloody Hand Society, and their power expanded to the point where they could compete with the Bloody Hand Society. Bronsky? 9. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, Old Chen, what is the name of the person this person is looking for? Banner, Bruce. Banner. Hearing this name, Chen Tian immediately understood. No wonder he felt that the name Bronsky was a little familiar. Sure enough, it was him, hated. However, at present this person should not have become an abomination, just a super soldier who has played the Superman serum, so whether it is strength, reaction, agility is far beyond ordinary people. Looking at the silent Chen Tian, Professor X said gently, West, what are you going to do? Because the whole family was killed, even Professor X did not have any plans to persuade Chen Tian, but asked him what his plans were. Chen Tian said lightly, killing for life. Although subjectively, the relationship between Chen Tian and the Chen family is not too deep, but there is a direct relationship between cause and effect. And it was said that he had become Wester Chen through time travel, but because of the integration of consciousness, Chen Tian of at the moment should be said to be a combination of the two. This is also the reason why there is a strong killing intent in his heart. Those people dare to kill his family, then all those involved must die, otherwise what is the use of him having this power? Isn't it just for the sake of having good ideas, living the life you want to live, and doing what you want to do? And it just so happened that the experiments that Chen Tian wanted to do were not very convenient. Maybe it was time to leave the Xavier school. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Chen Tian's mind, running wildly, thinking about the next thing. Feeling the strong killing intent from Chen Tian, Professor X nodded slowly, West, in this matter, I just hope that you can try to avoid hurting innocent people. 5. Chen Tian nodded, don't worry, Professor, I'm not a devil either, I'll kill anyone if I don't see it. West, I'll help you. Katie volunteered first. Colossus also stood up, and me. In addition, Iceman, Storm, and the others also had some thoughts, and they were about to speak. But at this moment, Chen Tian stretched out his hand to stop them, shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but this matter is my private matter, don't bother you." 99. The most important thing is your X-Men's identity. If you intervene, the nature of this matter will change, and it will be easy to be caught. After all, our school is also at the center of the storm during this time. This. Chen Tian's words made Shadowcat hesitate. Indeed, while the school seemed quiet during this time, that was nothing but an illusion. As the leader of the pacifist faction, Magneto, the mutant rebels, is about to establish a country, the United States officials and many people want him to stand up. Stand up and stop Magneto. The reason is that Magneto's thinking is very dangerous. If he is allowed to establish a mutant country and gather those mutants with great power, it will bring disaster to the world. Yes, it was so shameless and self-righteous, so I was rejected by Professor X. The reason is that the mutant led by Magneto did not cause trouble, did not kill indiscriminately to cause chaos, and establishing a country is not a crime. I will go with you. At this moment, Edith Lace's voice sounded outside the door, and the red-haired girl strode in, excitedly saying, "These people dare to hurt Darling's family. They all deserve to die." 99. Darling, I'm going to help you kill them all. Edie Lace. Looking at the red-haired girl, Chen Tian was also about to refuse, but then his eyes moved slightly. Because he remembered that Edith Lace has an ability, that is, it can absorb a certain vitality of the Slayer and strengthen itself. This is a very terrifying ability. If the absorption conversion rate is very high and there is no upper limit, maybe an invincible killing god will be born. Looking at the brooding Chen Tian, and the excited Edith Lace, Clarice felt a sense of crisis inexplicably, and could not help but pull his sleeve. "West, I'll go too." Kr. Chen Tian shook his head slightly, reached out, and touched her hair. "Clarice, you are not very good at controlling space ability 4.0, so don't go this time." 55. As for Edith, your strength is not weak, but if you only deal with some ordinary armed personnel, it is not very dangerous. Saying that, Chen Tian looked at the professor. "Professor, can I take Edith Lace out?" Professor X looked at Edith Lace, who had a look of anticipation, then looked at Chen Tian, and said slowly, "In the Xavier Gifted School, mutant students are just studying here, not prisoners. Normally the requirement not to go out casually is just because they are afraid that they will encounter danger. If something happens, they can leave the school at any time. And Edith Lace is not an X-Man, she can go out with you anytime she wants." Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on Edith Lace's face, while the dark-haired girl's eyes darkened. However, although she was rejected, she understood that Chen Tian was afraid of her accident, so the well-behaved Clarice didn't say anything else, quietly watching Chen Tian and the others discussing the itinerary. It was not too late, so Chen Tian decided to leave early tomorrow. Soon, Professor X, through his relationship, helped Chen Tian and the others book their air tickets for tomorrow morning. P.S. The first update, there is more in the back. If you like this book, brothers, remember to vote for flowers to support it. Strange 13,688 brother, why can't I open the post you posted? It seems that it was deleted by the official people? Trigger the task condition, the main task is now released. In order to master the idea, please kill the abomination, the task completion reward, 2 points of origin 5. Just when Chen Tian decided to return to Mexico, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Is there still 2 points of origin reward for killing abomination? Chen Tian was thoughtful. The cafeteria, or the corner table. But today it's not just Chen Tian and Clarice, there's Edith Lace next to him, and Shadowcat on the opposite side. Surrounded by 3 beauties of file size, Chen Tian's treatment made the surrounding mutant students envy, but he could only envy. Picking up a pizza, Shadowcat asked, "West, how long will you be away this time?" "How long?" Chen Tian thought for a while. "It may be a long time. After dealing with those enemies, I have to take over the family business. After all, it is the accumulation of the Chen family for 100 years, and it is impossible to leave it alone." In fact, Chen Tian's real purpose was to set up a laboratory by himself after going back, because some of his next experiments might not be tolerated by the professor. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to do that experiment, but he didn't expect this to happen in his hometown. Chen Tian's words made the atmosphere quiet. On the opposite side, Clarice, who had bowed her head and was eating quietly, also raised her head suddenly, opened her mouth in surprise and said, "West, are you not coming back?" In the eyes of the black-haired girl, there was a deep reluctance. Chen Tian smiled slightly and comforted, "I shouldn't be back in a short time, but don't worry, technology is so advanced now, you can call me anytime you want. And it may not be long before 21, there will be mobile phones that can video chat, and it doesn't matter how far apart." It's just that Chen Tian's words didn't play a big role. The black-haired girl on the opposite side became very depressed. She lowered her head to eat silently, and stopped talking. Chen Tian could only sigh at this. He couldn't have stayed at school for Clarice after all. For the current him, being in school or not in school will not affect his strength improvement, and with his current strength, he does not need the protection of Xavier School. On the contrary, continuing to stay in school will restrict some of his ideas and plans. As for taking Clarice away, Chen Tian gave up after thinking about it. Her current strength is too weak, and even the space door cannot be opened at will. Following his words will not only be of little help, but will become a small drag, so let's wait for her ability to stabilize. Unlike the 13-year-old Clarice, Shadowcat, who has experienced a lot, looked very open, nodded and said, "That's right, communication is convenient now, just call if you have something. West, go back and work hard, when I have time, I will come over for vacation, remember to treat me well." Chen Tian smiled and said, "No problem, I will definitely not let you down when the time comes." When the three were talking, the red-haired girl on the side was full of smiles, because after leaving this time, she and West were the only ones left. Thinking of this, Edith Lace glanced at the black-haired girl who was no less than her face. From her, Edith Lace sensed some threats. This threat is not strength, nor appearance, but the other party seems to be very familiar with West and has a deep relationship. After dinner, Chen Tian was called by the professor. The two walked on the campus in the evening. Professor X said slowly, "West, with your strength, I'm not worried about your safety. But you have to pay attention, there are still some hidden powerhouses in this world. 99. Some of these people are super ability people with genetic mutations, some are magicians who have mastered ancient magic, and some have the power of different dimensional demons or evil gods. In addition, there are some hidden aliens who also have more or less powerful ability, or technological weapons that surpass the Earth. In the face of them, don't be careless. As a strong mind, and with the help of brainwave amplifiers, there are few secrets in this world that can cover Professor X." Although he was talking about using an amplifier, it was just to search for the injured mutant kids. But it's not really only these, only he himself knows. For example, now, Chen Tian knew that Professor X must often squat in the underground base, eavesdropping on all kinds of secrets around the world, otherwise how would he know about it? Facing Professor X's warning, Chen Tian nodded. "Professor, rest assured, I will not be conceited that I am invincible in the world. As long as those people don't provoke me, I will not bother to pay attention to them. If they really meet those people, they will be killed instantly by thunder." Seeing that Chen Tian at the moment was still so calm and rational, Professor X couldn't help but nodded gratified. As for Chen Tian's murder, Professor X didn't care. Although he expected peace, he was not the virgin who everyone wanted to save. When necessary, he will still make some moral choices. For example, this time, occupy the body of the compatriot's vegetative brother to resurrect. At this time, Professor X said again, "By the way, there is one more thing, about Edith Lace. Is there any problem?" Chen Tian was a little surprised. "She's different from those mutant kids, she's special." Professor X said slowly, "At present, her mental state seems to be stable, but it is only superficial, or she is similar to Chen at the beginning. There are two states. One is what you're seeing now, and it's acting very normal, just like a normal 15-year-old girl. But in the depths of her heart, I also saw another picture, filled with endless blood and slaughter, and the killing intent was as strong as a hell demon. It's like she divided her personality before and after the age of 15. But the good news is that unlike Jean, she can now control both sides of herself, but I don't know how long this balance can be maintained. So I want you to pay attention, try not to let her be in a state of killing, so as to avoid killing intent from eroding normal consciousness." 35. "I see." Chen Tian nodded thoughtfully. "I just said, how did her mental state recover so quickly? It turned out to be a segmentation shield. Under normal circumstances, when a person has suffered so many cruel experiments, even if he does not collapse, he will go crazy, such as the tyrannical chaos that happened to Edith Lace at that time. But at the moment has only been about 20 days, and after a sleep, it has returned to normal. Obviously something is wrong. After all, the children she rescued with her are still in a somewhat unstable mental state. For example, Xiao Wei is afraid when she sees people in white clothes." Next, Professor X warned some things to be careful, and the two separated. After separating from Professor X, Chen Tian met Storm again, followed by Scott, Iceman, Colossus, and Wolverine, Hank. Obviously everyone knew that he was going to be away for a long time. Although they have only been together for more than a month, they have established a deep friendship in many battles. He is very recognized for his daring and wise companion. The next morning, at the gate of the school, Chen Tian was carrying a backpack in his hand, standing next to the old housekeeper, and Yudi Lace, who was holding a long knife with excitement. "Farewell Chen Tian today, all the X-Men are here, and Clarice is also standing by." Looking at these familiar faces, Chen Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There is an old saying in the East, it is called sending you 1,000 miles, and you have to say goodbye at the end, so let's send it here 5. Then, Chen Tian's voice changed. "This time I leave, I don't know when the next meeting will be. I hope everyone will make some progress by then. For example, Mr. Logan, when you meet next time, I hope you have already thought of a way to restrain Magneto, otherwise you will be thrown around like a ball every time you meet him. And Teacher Orlo, your ability is to control the weather, don't always melee with others, or just throw mines in a monotonous place. You directly control the atmosphere, and there are dozens of tornadoes that destroy everything. No matter what enemies are in front of it, you will directly blow a city away. And Senior Bobby, your ability is so high that it freezes all water molecules. Why do you have to create ice to attack the enemy? Can't it burst into force in an instant, freezing all water molecules in the range of 100 meters or even kilometers to form an absolute zero field? And Peter, your ability can not only temper yourself, but also temper other people or objects, with infinite power. Why do you have to fight with your fists like a gangster when you fight? Don't you know how to pick up the lamppost on the side of the road and smash them to death? And Mr. Hank. 617? Just when he was about to talk about him, Hank hurriedly coughed twice and interrupted, West, I'm just a researcher and I don't like fighting, so I don't need to say it. Faced with the suddenly old-fashioned Chen Tian who educated them one by one, Iceman also retorted, that is, West, I'm not a god, how can I freeze everything in the kilometer range? Storm folded his arms and shrugged, yes, West, flying a city or something is too exaggerated. 35. Wolverine smiled wryly, my skeleton is adamantium, which is overpowered by the Magneto ability, no way. 35. Chen Tian shrugged and said indifferently, how do you know if you don't try? However, being interrupted by him like this, the sentimental atmosphere of parting disappeared immediately. After saying this, Chen Tian looked at the black-haired girl in the corner and said, Clarice, when I'm not here, if you have any questions about your studies, you can ask the teachers. Also, remember to eat more, you are too thin. The black-haired girl pursed her lips and hummed softly. Don't worry about the development of ability, mutant will have a growth stage after awakening ability, and it will improve with your age. Okay. The story behind the 7 Dragon Balls, I will draw some later if I have time, and I will send it to you when the time comes. Okay. Besides, at this time, Chen Tian was like an old mother, telling the uneasy black-haired girl. She kept talking for a few minutes before she stopped reluctantly. After the exhortation was over, Chen Tian waved to the crowd, and then got into the car. However, just as the vehicle started slowly, the black-haired girl who had been quiet rushed forward with red eyes, looking at the starting car and shouting, West, I will come to you. When the car window was about to go down, Chen Tian reached out and waved at her, smiling, I'm waiting for you, Clarice. 35. Watching the sedan leave slowly, for some unknown reason, everyone suddenly had the illusion that the world would be in chaos. It's like the one who left this time is not a mutant student, but a terrifying dragon, about to enter the sea and stir up the wind and clouds. Above the sea of clouds, the plane is flying at subsonic speed. In the first class, only Chen Tian, Edith, and the old housekeeper were seated, or in other words, there were only 3 passengers in the entire plane. Yes, this time Chen Tian returned, and the old housekeeper chartered the plane. Sitting in the plane, Chen Tian's body exudes invisible fluctuations, forcibly taking in the sunlight outside, and his strength increases at an alarming rate. With the growth of strength, after the biological force field became stronger, cloudy and rainy days had little restriction on Chen Tian. Because the biological force field he emits is very strong, it can forcefully absorb the sunlight energy above the clouds, although the process is a little worse than standing above the sea of clouds. Feeling the increasingly terrifying power in his body, Chen Tian predicted that after today, his grip strength should be increased to 45,000, and the power of sonic punches would reach 30,000 tons. Now he has come to a period of soaring strength. With the passage of time, the speed of power increase will become more and more terrifying, and finally surpass hundreds of millions of creatures. Looking at the red-haired girl sitting by the window and looking at the sea of clouds outside, Chen Tian turned his head slightly and looked at the old housekeeper. Old housekeeper, tell me about the situation over there. 35. Our family's power structure, family industry, and information about Trunks' hostile forces. Although Chen Tian integrated the memory of his original body, because he lived in the town for a long time and was still a junior high school student, he knew very little about the situation at home. They only go back to the city during Huxia New Year and festivals. They only know that their family lives in a large manor with many servants and security guards. The old butler respectfully said, yes, second young master. In fact, when the old housekeeper went to mutant school this time, he didn't report any hope at first, he just hoped that someone would go back to stabilize the situation. In his impression, the second young master has an introverted personality since he was a child, does not like to fight and kill, and has never been exposed to information about the Grey Way. The route arranged for him by his family is to manage some ordinary businesses after finishing university. Who knew that an accident suddenly occurred, and the main characters of the Chen family were all targeted and attacked, and almost died, leaving only him. However, after coming to the rumored, somewhat terrifying mutant school, the old housekeeper saw some hope for the family. Because those X-Men, who were said to be terrifying, attached great importance to the attitude of his young master, and at the same time Chen Tian also became calm and sophisticated, giving him a feeling of a superior. Coupled with some information found in the school, the young master said to be very powerful mutant power should be able to support the Chen family. Yes, hold on. He never thought that when the young Chen Tian returned to the Chen family, he would be able to turn the tide and suppress everything, as long as he could support the family and not collapse. Then it will develop slowly. The current family structure is mainly divided into 2 parts, namely the White Road and the Grey Road. 35. Baidao is mainly a family-controlled worst group, which is involved in finance, real estate, aquaculture, banking, and other occupations in Pochut City. Grey Dao is an underground power controlled by the family. It has more than 300 core members, all of whom are armed with combat experience and are proficient in the use of firearms and fighting. In addition, it also controls more than 1,000 peripheral members, mainly engaged in flower, gambling, entertainment, and other industries, and has a perfect personnel training mechanism. In Pokot City, the Chen family united 3 Huxia families and 4 local families to form the Blood Hand Society. Thus, although the Bloody Hand will be dominated by the Chen family, it is not the Chen family who have the final say. Currently, the total assets of the family are more than $1 billion, and the total assets of the entire Blood Hand Society exceed 10 billion. At present, with the death of the Patriarch and the Old Patriarch, the 7 major families at the moment are not thinking of avenging the Patriarch and the others, but are instead fighting for the control of the gang. Among them, the Li family in charge of Bai Dao, the Hong family in Grey Dao, and the said family all respect the will of the old family owner and support the young master to go back to inherit the family business and become the new president. The Zhang family is also in charge of Bai Dao, and the Terradogang family of Grey Dao remains neutral and does not express their attitude, which seems a bit ambiguous. 99. The rest of the Grey Dustry family, the 2 local families of Raydal, are said to have ties with Trunk. At several gang conferences, they stopped the Li family's proposal to avenge the family first and then determine the new chairman. And the Trunk gang is different from the Bloody Hand Council. It is a new force, established by a group of Mara who smuggled in, and the leader is called Trunk. In just over 20 years, the more than 100 Mara people led by Trunk dared to fight and work hard, and absorbed many local small gangs, and the current number of gang members is nearly 2,000. Mainly engaged in the grey business, flour, smuggling, entertainment, casinos and other industries, ruthless. Under the detailed introduction of the old housekeeper, Chen Tian finally had a general understanding of the situation of his family, and the assets of more than $1 billion surprised him. He did not expect that he was actually a rich second generation. More than $1 billion, according to the exchange in 2006, is equivalent to more than 10 billion RMB. However, this asset is an asset, and it may be a bit difficult to come up with a working capital of $100 million, but this does not prevent his family from being rich. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect my family to be so rich. If I had known that my family was so rich, how could I have been tempted to pay $100,000 a month for X-Men's mission? At this moment, Chen Tian was instantly filled with a sense of substitution for this home. Seeing Chen Tian pondering there, the old butler thought that he was afraid of the Trunk gang, and could not help comforting him. Second young master, please rest assured. Although the Bloody Hand Council is currently scattered, the Chen family still has the greatest power, which is enough to protect the young master. At present, there are at least 100 core armed personnel loyal to the Chen family in the Blood Hand Society. These people used to be all orphans and homeless people. They were trained by the Chen family since childhood and are proficient in the use of fighting firearms. In addition to some relationships between the family and local officials, and the support of the Li Jiahong family, who is also a Huxia family, the young master can safely inherit the family business. When the time comes, the young master will take action to slowly unite the Blood Hand Guild and become the guild leader, and then he will be able to avenge the old clan master and the others. In terms of positive strength, the Trunk gang is actually not an opponent of the Bloody Hand, but this time it was accidentally ambushed. At this moment, Chen Tian said lightly, "Old housekeeper, their attack was not an accident, but a premeditated attack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to know their travel route so accurately, as well as their protective power. You also said that the family has been operating in Pokot City for 100 years, and it is impossible that there will be no support around at the moment of the accident, or support will be late. It's clear that this is a conspiracy that should be both inside and outside." The old butler was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. So the young master has already guessed it, and the old master also guessed that there is a ghost inside. It's just that he was assassinated by that person before he could find out. Before we go back this time, I have informed the Chen family's subordinates to bring a group of people to meet the young master at the airport to prevent this from happening again. 5. Chen Tian's eyes were cold. "No, butler, this so-called ambush is useless to me, but I think you should release my news. When you wait, you can call over there and convene a meeting of all the family leaders in my name. As long as the inner ghost is among those people, I can identify him." 35. "This, young master, will it be too risky?" The old butler hesitated. "Adventure," Chen Tian said indifferently. "For me, apart from those few people who can pose a threat to me on this planet, there is no risk. Don't worry, I'm measured, you can do as I want." "Yes." Facing the confident Chen Tian, the old butler thought about the rumors he had heard in mutant school, and finally did not insist. Although under normal circumstances, it is not possible to make phone calls on the plane, but this problem does not exist for people who are on charter flights. When the old housekeeper went to call, Chen Tian was also pondering. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, thinking about the next plan. Although Superman's performance has always been a horizontal push, his mental will is actually very terrifying. As his body is strengthened every day, his mental power is also growing. At present, Chen Tian is not yet able to mental impact reality, but the powerful mental power hypnotic ability, or perception of a person's thinking and mood swings is very simple. As long as he thought about it, ordinary people had no secrets at all in front of him. Pokot is a coastal city linking Mexico and Mara, Savoy and other countries, so the population has reached more than 2 million, which is relatively prosperous. The overall forces are divided into official, military, and local gangs. Yes, in Mexico, the strength of the Grey Dao gang can even be compared with the official one, equipped with various light and heavy firearms, and even armor-piercing rockets for armored vehicles. There are often gun battles on the street, or attacks on police stations, which are very arrogant. Here, flour, gambling and selling are almost on the surface, very chaotic. When Chen Tian crossed more than 4,000 kilometers and came to Pochut City, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was raining lightly, which seemed to indicate something. At the airport, there was already a fleet of 2 armored vehicles, 7 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles, and an extended Rolls-Royce luxury fleet waiting. As the passenger plane slowly stopped, the hatch opened, and under the bridge, more than 20 bodyguards dressed in black suits, white shirts, and bulging waists stood respectfully. In front of these people, stood a sturdy short-haired mixed-race man, and a smiling white youth in a tuxedo, Wang Dezhao. Standing at the door of the cabin, looking at the picture below that could only be seen in movies before, Chen Tian couldn't help feeling a little emotional about the power of the Chen family here. Inside the cabin door, the old butler smiled and said, "Young master, let's go down." "Yeah." 39 Chen Tian nodded lightly. Led by Chen Tian, the 3 walked off the bridge, and the bodyguard next to them hurriedly held umbrellas for them. "Master, this is stood." The old butler pointed at the short-haired mixed-race strong man and introduced. Before, he had been in the Central African battlefield as a mercenary. After the owner of the house had an accident, he was specially transferred back by the master to take charge of the security work of the Chen family. The mixed-race strong man looked at Chen Tian and said solemnly, "Stood has seen young master, please rest assured, I will absolutely guarantee your safety." Chen Tian nodded slightly and didn't say anything. "Master, this is George sighed, and my cousin." "Cousin?" Chen Tian was a little surprised. The white youth smiled and said, "Cousin, don't worry when you come back this time, our family will always support you and the Chen family." This is not a place to talk, so after a few chats, everyone got on the bus, and the convoy made its way out of the airport under the watchful eyes of many people. As for Yudi Lace, at the request of Chen Tian, she wore a red headband on her forehead, and the pair of red horns just caught in the middle. Therefore, in the eyes of George and the others, this red-haired girl is not only stunning because of her beauty, but also likes to wear strange headgear like a child. Noon. Inside the building base where there were armed men everywhere, in the hall, the burly Trunk with a stern look was sitting on the sofa, shirtless. As the leader of one of the 2 largest forces in Pochut City, Trunk can be said to be life and death for ordinary people. But at the moment, with a smile on his face, Trunk looked at the middle-aged man leaning on the sofa on the left. "Mr. Bronsky, I have found the person you are looking for." "Oh." Bronsky raised his brows with a stern look. Bronsky, a special commando who has served in the army for more than 20 years, is powerful and has been carrying out the task of capturing the Hulk these years. In the original first capture mission, he was seriously injured and dying by the transformed Hulk. Finally, in order to heal the body and gain more powerful strength, he agreed to inject the Superman serum developed in the new Super Soldier program. And the result makes people happy. Not only has he successfully integrated the serum, his body has recovered, and he has 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. Whether it is strength or agility, he is far more powerful than he was once an ordinary person. Therefore, in the following actions to capture the Hulk, he was more active and wanted to let the monster try how powerful he is now. Naturally, he, who had never seen true power, was kicked away by the Hulk again. Most of the bones in his body were broken, and he was severely injured and hammered to death. In this case, he applied to the mission leader, General Ross, to inject a second super serum. After the second injection, he succeeded in integrating the serum again, and his body evolved, gaining 20 times the physique, strength, and agility of ordinary people. At the same time, because of the influence of serum power, he became more conceited, tyrannical, and full of desire for power. At the moment when he heard Trunk's words, Bronsky raised his brows, looked at him sharply, and said solemnly, "Where?" Train 617 grams beckoned, and suddenly one of his men came over respectfully and handed a document to Bronsky. When Bronsky looked through the documents, Trunk introduced with a smile, "My people not only found the target called Banner, but also found out his purpose. This person brought a woman and came to meet a doctor named Samuel Stern from Twist. This Dr. Stern originally lived in New York and came to Pochut a month ago to work with Caloris Pharmaceuticals on a new drug. It turns out, no wonder." Bronsky looked at the information in his hand about Banner's place of residence, activity track, and other information after he came to Pochut City. His eyes narrowed slightly. Originally under his tracking, Banner booked a plane to New York more than a week ago, but who knew that the plane suddenly turned and flew to Mexico on the way. Then he lost track, catching him off guard. It turned out to be because the Mr. Lan who contacted him was in Mexico. "Very good, Trunk, it's really a good choice to work with you." With a sneer on Bronsky's face, he closed the document. Seeing that Bronsky was about to get up and leave, Trunk said quickly, "Mr. Bronsky, you are so powerful, I don't know if you are interested in mutant." "Mutant?" Bronsky narrowed his eyes. "Yes, mutant." Trunk smiled and nodded. 4 days ago, after Mr. helped kill the patriarch of the Chen family, the butler of the Chen family left overnight and went to New York. According to what that person told me, this afternoon, the only surviving direct descendant of the Chen family will come back and inherit the Chen family. Although he is only 15 years old, He is a mutant. After awakening ability 2 months ago, he was transferred to a school called Xavier by the Chen family. Bronsky raised his brows and said with some interest, do you know what he did when he was, awakening ability? With the injection of Superman serum, his strength increased, and Bronsky, who followed General Ross, also came into contact with some secrets. At the same time, I am also a little interested in mutant, and I want to try whether those mutant abilities are stronger, or whether he is stronger now. Trunk nodded. Yes, I asked someone to ask at the school in that small town. It is said that when he was awakening, his whole body erupted with air, and his strength became very strong. With just a casual throw, a person was thrown more than 5 meters away. What about the rest? Bronsky asked. Trunk shook his head. No. Hearing this alone, Bronsky couldn't help being a little disappointed. From the description, this is just a normal Delta mutant. Ability should be a type of strength strengthening. With average strength, you can kill him with a few machine gunners. With that said, Brunsk, who had lost interest, got up and was about to leave. If the mutant was stronger, like the Hulk, he might be interested. But it's just a mutant who is stronger than ordinary people. He has no interest in killing him. The matter of tracking down the Hulk is more important. Tronk regretted. In that case, don't bother Mr. Bronsky. In this world, there are many mutants, but it is rare to be scattered all over the world. Coupled with some malicious propaganda from the media, these ordinary people have a perception that mutants are monsters, and each has a strange ability. For example, in the video circulating on the internet, the woman who destroyed a mountain with one blow is mutant. The terror of power is simply terrifying. Therefore, when Trunk knew that the housekeeper of the Chen family had retrieved the mutant direct descendant, he felt very dignified as he was facing a formidable enemy. Therefore, I want to borrow Bronsky's hand to deal with him. However, at the moment, after knowing that mutant was not very powerful, he watched Bronsky leave, and Trunk showed a sneer on his face. It turned out to be so weak, which made me worry for a long time. Want to come back and get revenge on me? Humph. This time I will not only eat the Kudo district, but also swallow the entire Bloody Hand Guild. After finishing speaking, Trunk looked gloomily at the man with scar on the left. Go, I want to get to the root of the Chen family's return. I want to prepare a big gift for him. Yes, boss. On the way to the city, sitting on the sofa in the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Chen Tian asked, Old butler, have you informed me? The housekeeper nodded. Master, according to your request, I have notified the heads of several major families to hold a meeting. Speaking of this, the old man hesitated and persuaded again. Master, you just came back and you are not familiar with those family leaders, so would you be in a hurry to hold a meeting? In a hurry. Chen Tian said lightly, it's just a group of ordinary people. In your opinion, they may be very powerful, but in my eyes, they are just a group of ants. This time back, I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't have time to play games with these people. Looking at the black-haired boy with a strong attitude, the old man who knew he couldn't convince him couldn't help but smile bitterly. Beside Chen Tian, Edith Lays was curiously looking at the scenery outside the window, and nodded in agreement when she heard him say that those ordinary people were just ants. For her or Chen Tian, ordinary people are indeed no different from ants and can be killed at will. It's just that George, who was drinking wine on the opposite side, looked stunned. He didn't know what happened to this cousin, and his tone was so loud. At this time, the convoy was approaching the city and was about to turn right at the intersection ahead and enter the road heading west of the city. But at this moment, Chen Tian said indifferently, Steward, inform the team to stop after turning right ahead. Master, what's the matter? The old butler was taken aback. 50 meters after entering that road, there is an ambush in the woods on the left. What? The housekeeper was startled and a little suspicious. Because at the moment they are still a few hundred meters away from the intersection, not to mention there is still a distance after entering the road. How did Chen Tian know that someone was ambushing? However, although he was surprised, the old butler still said solemnly, Did you hear it? The young master said that there was an ambush behind the intersection in front of you, and immediately notify the team. Yes. 35. The driver of the car picked up the walkie-talkie in surprise. Head, the young master said that there is an ambush in the woods on the left after 50 meters of the intersection ahead. Ambush. On the armored vehicle at the front, Stud's expression froze, and he said solemnly, Ask the young master, should we change our route and go back first, or kill them? Although Stud did not know how Chen Tian knew there was an ambush, he did not question, but asked for his opinion. Inside the walkie-talkie, the driver's voice came. Young master said to follow the original route, but stopped at the intersection after turning the corner. Yes. 55. Stud, who thought that Chen Tian was going to strike first, answered in a deep voice, and then notified everyone on the walkie-talkie, especially the machine gunner on the armored vehicle. At the same time, the rockets of armored vehicles and cars also keep firing at any time. Squeak squeak. Under the order of Chen Tian, the team suddenly stopped after turning into the intersection. Inside the car, Chen Tian looked at Edith Lace and said with a smile, Edith Lace, do you want to do some activity? Edith Lace was eager to try. Darling, can I make a move? Chen Tian nodded. I brought you here, just to let you kill people. Let's go and get off. 35. Having said that, Chen Tian opened the car door and walked down, and immediately Edith Lace grabbed her long knife excitedly and got out of the car. Seeing this, the old housekeeper and George looked at each other and followed. At the same time, the doors of other commercial vehicles of the convoy were opened, and those in combat uniforms, armed with submachine guns, and riflemen all got out of the car and relied on the vehicles to guard. On the armored car in front, stood, also wearing a combat uniform and holding an AK-47, walked over quickly, and said solemnly, "Master, why did you come down?" "Definitely come down to kill," Chen Tian said indifferently, "then you will defend in place. As for the enemies in ambush in front, leave it to me, I am going to warm up in advance." "What?" Stood, the old housekeeper, and George were all taken aback. "Why, worry about my safety?" Chen Tian glanced at them, and instantly his palm moved slightly, and the pistol attached to Stood's waist appeared in his hand. Then, before they could react, the safety was opened, and a shot was fired into the palm of the left hand. Boom! The sudden sound of gunfire shocked everyone, almost pulled the trigger subconsciously, and quickly looked around. In the middle of the team, Stood and George opened their mouths and looked at the shape-shifting bullet in Chen Tian's left palm in shock. Still handing the gun to Stood, Chen Tian said lightly, "Don't worry, these weapons pose no threat to me. Next, just watch." After speaking, Chen Tian walked forward with Edith Lace. He was about to see Edith Lace's ability to devour vitality. The update is completed today and will continue tomorrow. Brothers, if you like this book, remember to vote for flowers to support it. Thank you Big Brother for your support of Sleep for 10,000 years, and thank you for your monthly flower ticket. Is crushing fun? Definitely fun. Although evenly matched enemies are very happy to fight, there is another kind of refreshing feeling in crushing trash fish, just like opening a matchless lawn. The drizzle was still falling in the sky, and while the men of the Bloody Hand Society were nervous, there were also armed men in ambush in the distance. Chen Tian and Edith Lace were like a couple walking along the road without any haste or slow. That relaxed demeanor didn't look like he was going to kill at all. And when the rainwater is close to Chen Tian's half-meter range, it will be blocked by an invisible force field, unable to approach, forming a vacuum zone. The red-haired girl licked her red lips, a bloodthirsty red light appeared in her eyes, and said softly, "Darling? Wait, will you shoot first, or me?" Chen Tian said indifferently, "Let me first attract the firepower from the front. Although your strength is not weak, you still have some deficiencies in defense. It is more suitable for a side attack." The red-haired girl turned her head to look at Chen Tian, with a happy smile on her pretty face. "Darling? Are you caring about me? I'm so happy dash. This is a normal tactic." Chen Tian was speechless. No, it's a concern from darling." The red-haired girl fluttered her long hair proudly, and held the scabbard with her hands crossed behind her back. She walked briskly and seemed to be in a good mood. In the woods dozens of meters away, more than 50 armed men lurked, scattered in a long line of more than 20 meters, and surrounded that section of the road. In their hands are submachine guns, machine guns, rifles, grenade guns, and several rocket launchers against armored vehicles. The firepower of the local police is simply incomparable. It can only be fought by pulling the army over. This is the gray way of Mexico. It was just at the moment that the ambush-armed men were a little surprised, looking at the convoy parked at the intersection in the distance, as well as the two men and women who walked away from the convoy. Seeing this scene, the fierce man who led the team said solemnly, "Chad, what's going on? The news of our ambush leaked." Lying on the ground, the thin man in charge of intelligence was also a little puzzled. "Head, I don't know either. It stands to reason that the people over there can't betray us. But..." With that said, the thin man took out a photo, which was a student photo of Chen Tian, but compared to the current him, he looked much younger and naive. The thin man's face showed excitement. "Head, that person is our target." "You mean that the man who came over is the only surviving direct descendant of the Chen family?" "Yeah, our target this time is him. I thought it was not easy to succeed under the protection of the team, but I didn't expect him to get off here and walk towards us." Speaking of this, both their faces showed surprise and excitement. As leaders this time, both of them knew the target was a mutant. But according to the boss, this mutant would have more strength, and it would be fine to deal with a dozen ordinary people who were not robbed, but he would be robbed and beaten to death in the face of them. And at the moment, the target actually took the initiative to deliver to the door. Thinking of this, the fierce Torrid turned his head and whispered to his opponent, "Give me a notice, and when the two people are close to 20 meters, they will start and aim at the man 5. Yes. And just when the people in ambush looked at the two people who were getting closer and closer, they were about to start. In the convoy behind, Stood couldn't sit still, looking at the old butler and said solemnly, "Old butler, you are sure to leave the young master alone, in case." The old butler also looked solemn and hesitated. "This is the decision of the young master, and you also saw the power of the young master just now 5. But Stood, you got everyone ready. If the situation is not right, immediately rush over to cover the young master's retreat. Any of us can die, but if the young master is gone, you will also become homeless dogs in Pochut, and no one will want to protect the master's subordinates." 35. Although Chen Tian had previously shown a defense that could not be damaged by a pistol, the two still did not dare to be careless. After all, he was too important to the Chen family. Stood looked solemn. "I understand. They are different from those outside members, as armed personnel trained by the Chen family since childhood. This time, rushing back from the battlefield, if they can't protect the safety of the head of the family when they are prepared, then they will lose their existence value. No one dares to trust them with their own safety, so even if they go to other forces later, they are only peripheral members of the cannon fodder." With Chen Tian's perception and hearing, whether it was the ambush in front of him or the conversation behind him, he could hear it all in his ears. Sure enough, you need to show some strength to deter you, otherwise these people's cognitive horizons are too low, and it will be inconvenient to manage in the future. In the faint voice, Chen Tian and the two also approached the ambush circle 20 meters. In an instant, a group of armed men who were wrapped in bullet chains and armed with submachine guns stood up, looked hideous, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, the sound of gunfire was loud, and countless bullets burst out, and the air was torn by those bullets. Looking at the slow-flying bullets, Chen Tian didn't even bother to hide, just motioned for Edith Lace to stand behind him, and then remained motionless. Dang dang dang! Hundreds of bullets landed on Chen Tian in an instant, making a sound of hitting the steel plate, and the flames splattered for a while. At the same time, the surrounding ground was also splashed by the flames of countless bullets, the cement residue splashed, and the smoke and dust were smashed, and the momentum was astonishing. Behind Chen Tian, Edith Lacy put her hands behind her back, smilingly watching the expressions on the faces of those in the distance, not worrying about getting hurt at all. In the woods, the expressions on the faces of the armed men who stood up slowly changed from hideous to shocked, and then from shock to horror and fear. With the firepower of their guns, even a car has been shot into a hornet's nest under the salvo fire of more than 50 people. But at the moment in the middle of the road, the young man stood there as if nothing had happened, his expression did not change in the slightest. Even the clothes are under the protection of the unknown power, and there is no damage in the slightest. It was only at his feet that more and more bullets were smashed into shape-shifting under the strong impact. In less than a minute, all the bullets in the magazines were fired, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Only the smoke and dust around Chen Tian were still talking about something. At this moment, not only Trunk's subordinates lost their minds, but everyone in the team behind also looked there in shock. Those subordinates never thought that the head of the family they wanted to protect would be so terrifying, with such a strong body that they could ignore dozens of submachine guns and rifles. At this time, Chen Tian moved. I saw him reach out and take the shape-shifting bullet that was stuck in his hair, and a faint voice sounded in everyone's ears, "Is it over? You guys also try my punch." Saying that, Chen Tian clenched his right hand, and the terrifying power in his body gathered, and he punched out from a distance. Boom! In an instant, a force as thick as a landslide erupted, and the terrifying force blasted the air ahead, forming a transparent passage spanning dozens of meters and falling into the forest. Boom! Under the violent force, all the trees that passed by exploded, and everything within 10 meters was destroyed, including the 7 shrouded armed personnel, screaming in agony. Their bodies in midair exploded under domineering power, and countless blood dyed the surroundings red. Such a terrifying force, such a domineering might, instantly awakened all the armed personnel who were in shock. For Flowers 0. Strange, monster. Ignoring thousands of bullets capable of piercing 1 centimeter of steel, with a random punch, it spans more than 20 meters and destroys a 10-meter range, blasting several people. This kind of terrifying power is completely beyond the cognition of those people, without the courage to fight, and instinctively wants to escape. Just when the armed men stepped back and wanted to escape, Torrid looked grim, took down the grenade gun on his back, and said frantically, "I don't believe that there are people in this world who can't be killed. If there is, it's just not enough firepower." 99. Bum him to death. Bang 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 bang. With that said, Torrid pulled the trigger and fired a howitzer towards Chen Tian. At the same time, the fierce gangsters around Torrid who followed him to death also looked ruthless, picked up the bazooka prepared for the armored vehicle, and aimed. Whoosh whoosh! The 3 rockets roared and flew towards Chen Tian with fiery flames. At the same time, more than a dozen howitzers also landed in front of Chen Tian, only to see him reach out and grab a grenade. Boom boom boom! One after another grenade-like fire burst out, rushing several meters high, setting off a fiery shockwave to drown Chen Tian. 0. But at this moment, 2 fiery beams shot out from the fire, and precisely swept the 3 rockets that came. Boom boom boom! The 3 rockets exploded in the air, and the shockwave that exploded sent the surrounding vegetation flying. The smoke filled the air, and the ears of everyone who was shocked were buzzing. Dead, dead. In the woods, those people all looked nervously into the distance, where the smoke and dust filled the air, making it difficult to see what was inside. In the convoy behind, stood George, the old butler, and his subordinates all looked nervously into the distance. At this time, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away the smoke and dust, revealing the unscathed Chen Tian, as well as the 3 small pits that were blasted by rockets on the road in the distance. This is the horror of the body of steel. The stronger the body, the stronger the defense, and the hard-connected howitzer is unscathed. If it wasn't for the fear that Edith Lace behind wouldn't be able to stop the shockwave, Chen Tian would not be ready to destroy the 3 rockets, and wanted to use it to test his body defense. Torrid finally collapsed, shouting frantically, "Run!" Those who had been shaken to the point of fear all of a sudden dispersed, and ran frantically towards the back of the woods, where their armored vehicles and vans were parked. These people were all terrified, very embarrassed, and wished they had more than 2 legs. "Go, are you gone? Do it." Accompanied by the indifferent voice, a red light flashed behind Chen Tian, and a figure burst out at a ghostly speed, rushing into the woods. In an instant, a scream rang out again. At the same time, the ground under Chen Tian shattered, and the whole person soared into the sky and took off to a height of 100 meters, with red light shining in his eyes, and 2 heat rays with the highest power roared out. Boom boom boom! Under the heat ray that has reached more than 10,000 degrees Celsius and contains strong energy and shockwave, the air evaporates and the trees burn. Then there is an explosion. The heat ray swept across the sky, plowing flames through the forest, and finally landed on a vehicle parked on the side of the road more than 100 meters away. Boom boom boom! The vans and armored vehicles were melted by the hot heat ray, shot through the car body, detonated the fuel tank, and exploded violently. The scene was horrific. Chen Tian, who was flying in the air at this moment, was like a Mephisto, reaping the lives of those mortals at will. Unstoppable, unstoppable. This is power. In the woods where explosions and fires were burning everywhere, those gangsters who had murdered without blinking an eye were fleeing frantically, panicking. From time to time, someone was swept by a beam of light from the sky, and was torn in half in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the corpse burned into coke under the high temperature. At the same time, behind these people, there is a ghostly red figure that keeps flashing. Whenever the red figure swept past an armed person, a sharp knife flashed in an instant, and that person was instantly turned into a pile of minced meat and scattered on the ground. Even the rifle in his hand was chopped into several pieces by sharp weapons, and the picture was terrifying. With such a terrifying scene, the armed men running behind were so frightened that they had a nervous breakdown, and the slowest 3 turned around and shouted, "Ah, monster, I fought with you. Da-da-da." I saw a red shadow flashing by in the distance. The 3 armed men fired wildly, but the bullets had no effect at all except on the trees they shot. The bark burst and the branches scattered. At this moment, a red light flashed from the left side of the 3 of them, and Edith Lace appeared beside them at a speed unseen by the naked eye, with a long knife in her hand. Psst! Under the integrated adamantium, which was 1 meter too long, and looked like a katana and a seedling knife, the 3 bodies were instantly shattered like building blocks. After killing 362 people in an instant, Edith's figure flashed again, disappearing in place at a terrifying speed of more than 200 meters per second. Bang 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 bang. The moment Edith Lace disappeared, the place where she appeared just now was submerged by dozens of bullets. Torrid in the distance put down his gun with an ugly face and shouted, "Go, those 2 mutants are too powerful, we are not opponents." At the moment Torrid just wanted to scold his mother. It's just a normal mutant. It's just a little bit more powerful. Just a few shots can be fired. In the face of thousands of rounds of bullets unscathed, a terrifying body that is fine with a dozen howitzers, and a ray that instantly destroys rockets and tears everything. If it weren't for the real world, he would have thought he had met the Superman in the comics. At the moment, not only Torrid, but everyone in the team behind also looked at the figure in the sky with a shocking look, whose eyes shot out beams of destruction. Stood swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Butler, isn't our young master mutant, but Superman?" No way. At the moment Chen Tian's strength is too similar to Superman. In the Marvel Universe, DC Comics are very popular, so many people know Batman, no Superman, no Joker characters. However, because mutant, superhero, and super ability are real, these comic characters are not very popular. At the moment, not only stood George, but also those armed men, when they looked up at the figure in the sky, they all had the illusion of seeing Superman. The old butler slowly shook his head. The young master is not a Superman, it should be that his awakening's mutant ability is somewhat similar to Superman. After staying at mutant school for a long time, while waiting for Chen Tian, the old man also inquired about his young master from some people. And when those people knew that he was from the West family, they naturally knew everything, so he knew that his young master was very powerful, more powerful than many X-Men. But this kind of power, he didn't have a clear feeling until he witnessed Chen Tian's power with his own eyes. At the moment, seeing Chen Tian, who is invincible and pushing everything horizontally, the old housekeeper couldn't help but burst into tears because he knew that the Chen family was saved. The pressure that had been suppressed in my heart could no longer be tolerated. As an old man who grew up in the Chen family and served for most of his life, the old housekeeper has an extremely deep affection for the Chen family and dedicated his life to the Chen family. Boom boom boom. Under Chen Tian's heat ray, the entire mountain forest was surrounded by raging fire for a while, and thick black smoke rose into the sky, which could be seen from a distance. When Torrid and a few of his life-threatening men rushed out of the dead place, what they saw was the armored van that had been destroyed by heat ray long ago. In an instant, several people's hearts were ashes. Roar! Just then, the leaves swayed behind them. Then a girl with red hair dancing without wind and holding a long knife appeared. Her dark red eyes were full of tyrannical murderous intent, and her body was surrounded by blood, like a Hellshura. Especially the pair of ghost horns with hair on her forehead, which made her even more hideous in this state. This appearance of Edith Lace is completely different from the cheerful and beautiful girl in front of Chen Tian. Devil, devil, you are the devil. An armed man looked at Edith Lace in horror and kept retreating. The look of fear made Torrid and the others feel chills all over. Go. Suddenly, the armed officer who was still terrified just now had a ruthless expression, and he raised his gun too. But at this moment, Edith Lace's figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared in front of several people at a speed that exceeded their reaction, and cut out a long knife in her hand. And at the moment when Edith Lace swung the knife out, the half-meter-long invisible power on the blade exudes a sharp edge that cuts everything. Puff puff! In an instant, the 5 people turned into dozens of pieces of flesh and blood, and the fiery blood dyed the surrounding earth red, exuding a strong bloody smell. At the same time, the leaked knife energy left a trail of knife marks 2 meters long and half a meter deep on the ground, cutting and tearing the ground within 10 meters. Standing among the corpses on the ground, Edith Lace, who was surrounded by blood, looked cold and slowly retracted her knife. At the same time, undetected forces emerged from those corpses, and then they were attracted and floated to Edith Lace, where they were absorbed by her. With the influx of 5 weak energies, Edith Lace's aura suddenly strengthened a little, and the strength of her body was also strengthened. Feeling that her body became stronger again, the red light entwined Edith Lace showed satisfaction on her face, and the murderous aura in her dark red eyes became more intense and more tyrannical. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion of sound in the air, and Chen Tian instantly appeared in front of Edith Lace. Not caring about the tyranny in her eyes, Chen Tian's attention fell on her, perceiving her aura and the power fluctuations emanating from her body, and nodded thoughtfully. More than 50 people, killed more than 30 people, after absorbing their vitality, your body strength has increased by about 1/2. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Tian's face. This absorption conversion rate is not bad. Edith Lace, these mutants are not him. As long as he basks in the sun, his body strength will increase at a terrifying speed, but it is very difficult for mutant to increase his strength a little. This has only increased in strength control since Cyclops became a mutant for decades, but it can be seen that the overall strength has not changed much. Likewise, decades ago, Professor X was able to perceive the world through a brainwave amplifier, and it still does. Even if many mutant abilities have become stronger, it is only an improvement in the development and application of abilities, and the upper limit has long been fixed. On the contrary, it is very rare for Edith Lace to be able to absorb the vitality of the enemy with the beheading, and it is very rare to kill more than 30 people to increase the physical strength by half. This half-time improvement is not as simple as a half-time increase in strength for her. Under the same circumstances, her speed, strength, and explosions have all increased, and her combat power has increased by at least several times. When Chen Tian's perception of Edith Lace changed, the girl's gaze instinctively fell on his neck. Her eyes were murderous, full of tyranny and madness. But at this moment, Chen Tian glanced at her. Suddenly, the tyrannical killing intent seemed to be frightened, and he remembered the memory of being questioned, but every sentence would usher in a fist. I saw that the red light in Edith Lace's eyes began to dim, and the tyrannical bloodthirsty killing intent slowly dissipated, returning to those clear and bright eyes that were like rubies. At the same time, the red light surrounding her was also withdrawn into her body. The whole person's temperament changed suddenly, from Hellshura to a beautiful young girl, with a happy smile on her face. Darling, I'm amazing. As for her change, Chen Tian had already anticipated it and nodded. Yes, it saved me some time. Hee, they are very happy to be able to help darling. At this moment, the girl's smile was like a flower, making it hard to imagine that she was the devil who made those armed men feel fearful. Let's go out. Okay, darling. 5. Following behind Chen Tian, the girl held a knife with both hands behind her, and stepped on the leaves briskly, looking like a couple walking in the woods. And behind them, there are blazing flames and corpses all over the place. On the side of the road, Stood and the others had already driven over, so everyone got out of the car and looked at the two who came out of the forest with awe and fanatic eyes. Within a few minutes, he killed more than 50 armed personnel with heavy firearms like a destructive force, destroying a mountain forest, but he was unscathed. This kind of strength is simply a god to these ordinary people. Master. The old housekeeper was a little excited. What did he want to say about 4.0? Chen Tian waved his hand and said lightly, get in the car first, don't let those people and traitors wait for a long time. Yes, master. Studra said respectfully. Everyone get in the car and go back. 39. Yes. A group of teams started again, only this time with a great momentum. At the same time, the accident here has also attracted the attention of many people, especially those passing vehicles. After all, in the rainy weather, the thick smoke rising into the sky was too conspicuous, and at the same time, the raging fire in the forest gradually became smaller under the rain. It didn't take long for the fire truck's siren to sound, and there were many police cars. P.S. In the second update, there is still a chapter ahead of time. It is wrong here and can't be corrected. Please refresh it tomorrow. By the way, I would like to thank the book friends, Dead Leaf J, Follow Me and Patients with Secondary Diseases for their support. P.S. Let me say here that some book reviews in the book review area will be officially deleted after my author number is replied. For example, yesterday and the day before yesterday, some brothers posted in the comment area, saying that there was a book similar to mine plagiarized me, and then I found that it was deleted after replying, which is disgusting. The title of the book, the introduction, and the first 2 chapters are very similar to mine. It has been reported, and I don't know if it will be dealt with. Pochut City, the western suburbs of the city. Covering a vast area, the building is full of Western European style, and it integrates the Oriental elegant manner. It is heavily guarded, and there are people with guns everywhere. At the moment, the front yard of the manor is full of luxury cars of all kinds. At the same time, on both sides of the street outside the manor, there were also some bulletproof vehicles parked, surrounded by people with fierce expressions and weapons on their backs. In this extraordinary period, these family leaders are very careful when they go out. After all, the Chen family's lessons were there, and they thought that they would sit back and relax after running the city of Pokot for hundreds of years, and go out without enough bodyguards. At the moment in the main building villa, in the conference room hall of more than 100 square meters, there is a long mahogany table 10 meters long in the middle. On both sides of the long table, there are 9 chairs, and at the moment they are all full of people. These 9 people represented the heads of the 7 major families of the Bloody Hand Council, the head of the Blood Wolf battle group who was transferred to fight, and the head of the peripheral members, the head of the Blood Fox. Behind these people, there were dozens of subordinates standing, all with sullen faces and murderous eyes. Those who can get out of the chaotic Mexico have blood on their hands. Among these people, the bald white man who was sitting first on the left had a stern look and said with a sneer, "I called us, but I haven't been there for a long time. Has this heir of the Chen family already regarded himself as the president?" On the opposite side, the gentle-looking middle-aged Huxia smiled slightly. "Salada, those who have made a big deal should calm down, just wait for a while, don't worry about it. Just when we give face to the heir of the Chen family. After all, we have been able to send 21 exhibitions to this point over the years, and we have relied on the Chen family a lot. Now there is only one successor left in the Chen family. We should help each other out." As soon as the middle-aged Huxia finished speaking, the bald white man had dark skin underneath, and the young man of South American ancestry nodded in agreement. "Chad Lee is right. 35. Our 8 major families have grown from a group of homeless people from other countries to where they are today, relying on the unity of these years. Otherwise, in this city where people eat people, it is impossible to have the current wealth and status, so as long as there is still one person in the Chen family, we will fully support him." Speaking of this, Mora, who represented the Stray family, changed his voice, "But now the death of the president and theirs will cause a great shock to the Bloody Hands." 99. In addition, Tronk has been expanding during this period of time, recruiting people, and may launch an attack at any time. Therefore, the position of the president must be determined as soon as possible to unite the forces, so as not to be caught by surprise when the sand is scattered. 99. I propose that when the heir to the Chen family arrives, we will discuss this matter and determine the candidate for the chairman. Presumably Wester Chen called us here. That's what you mean. What do you think? After speaking, the shrewd young man smiled and looked at everyone. On the opposite side, the person in charge of the Zhang family, who is also Huxia, nodded slowly. This issue is indeed urgent. Under the peeping of hungry wolves, a group of dragons without a leader is the only way to die. 39. It's just right. The people of the Chen family will come back immediately. After the president is elected, they will attack Tronk to avenge the 2 generations of presidents of the Chen family. We won't be able to deter those little gangs anymore if we don't kill Tronk, or maim him and drive him out of Pochut City. After all, we can't take revenge for the death of the president, who will fear us. Good. I agree. In the mouth of the old steward, 3 of the 7 major families are peeping at the position of the president. The Li family, the Hong family and the Said family support him, and the Teradogang family is neutral. And among the 7 major families, someone was an inner ghost who betrayed the Chen family. But at the moment, on the surface, in the face of the proposal of the head of the Stray family and the Zhang family, everyone has no opinion, including the Blood Wolf directly under the chairman's jurisdiction, and the person in charge of the Blood Fox. After that, the hall fell into silence again. Some people looked contemplative, some people smiled, and some people looked at the drizzle outside and pondered. Suddenly, a woman in a suit trotted in and came to the left in front of a sexy and beautiful blonde woman in her mid-30s, whispering something. Immediately, the blonde woman narrowed her eyes flickered with cold light, and she waved slightly to the woman in the suit. After waiting for the woman to go down, Lucia Hong, who is of mixed Eastern and Western blood, said indifferently, "I just got the news that West's returning convoy was ambushed." "What? Someone leaked his whereabouts. Who is it?" In an instant, the hall was in an uproar, and the heads of the 7 major families showed anger and surprise, and looked at everyone with sharp eyes. As for the leader of the Blood Wolf battle group who had been quiet all along, the mixed-race brawny man with a full beard stood up angrily. "I knew there were traitors, otherwise the president would not be ambushed so easily." Saying that, the strong man who looked like a black bear showed killing intent in his eyes, and said word by word, "Don't let me know who it is, or I will definitely smash him into meat sauce." After speaking, the mixed-race strong man looked at the bald white man. "Humph?" Salada snorted coldly. "Aldous, what are you doing looking at me like this? Do you think I'm a traitor? Although I, Salada, are interested in the position of the guild leader, I'm not willing to sell the Bloody Hand Society." "Humph?" Aldous also snorted coldly. "Salada, if you say no, there is no, then how do you explain that these days, your people have frequent contact with Trunk's people? You are checking me." The bald head narrowed his eyes, and the cold light flashed inside. "What about you? I've long suspected that the president's death was betrayed, let alone you. I'm checking everyone in the Blood Hand Society." Saying that, Aldous glanced at everyone fiercely, and the smell of gunpowder was a little strong for a while. At this time, the blonde woman spoke slowly. "Aldous, don't worry, West and the housekeeper are all fine, they are rushing here now." "Fine." Aldous paused, the anger on his face dissipated a little, and said solemnly, "That's good, it seems that stud is still useful." "Humph." The bald white man snorted coldly. Next, because of the attack on the Chen Tian team, the atmosphere in the hall became more solemn. Many people's eyes are flickering, and they don't know what they are thinking. Half an hour later, everyone turned their heads and looked outside, only to see that the gate of the manor was pushed open by the servants 100 meters away, and a convoy drove in. The lengthened Rolls-Royce headed by it drove all the way outside the steps of the villa before stopping. The servant on the steps hurried down and opened the door respectfully. Then the old butler got out of the car first, and then the excited George. Behind the two of them, under everyone's attention, a black-haired boy with a tall and straight body, dressed in white casual clothes, got out of the car. It's just that from him, I can't see the childishness of a young man. It is better to say that he is a young man, and it is better to say that he is a powerful person. When he came down, everyone felt an invisible oppression oncoming. When those black and white eyes that were as bright as stars swept across, no one dared to look at them. All instinctively turned their eyes away. At this moment, everyone looked solemn, felt something was wrong, and automatically ignored the red-haired girl who finally got out of the car. The old butler respectfully said, "Young master, welcome home. The heads of the 7 major families, the leader of the Blood Wolf battle group, and the head of the Blood Fox department are here. Well, let's go in." Chen Tian nodded slightly, and walked towards the hall with one step. Behind him followed the old butler, Edith Lace, and Stood, who was chasing after him with a few men. Under everyone's attention, Chen Tian came directly to the head of the conference table, and the old butler showed a smile and said, "Everyone, this is my Chen family member, West Chen, 35. Then, the old housekeeper explained to Chen Tian, "Master, this is Lucia Hong, the head of the Hong family, this is the head of the Li family." Every time the old housekeeper introduced a person, that person would show a smile on his face and nodded to Chen Tian. At the moment, no one dared to peek into this legend, a teenager who had never been in contact with family affairs and lived in a small town with his grandmother most of the time. After the old butler finished introducing, Chen Tian glanced at these gang members who were not good people at first glance, and said lightly, "To invite everyone to come today, mainly for 2 things. The bald Salada said solemnly, "I don't know West, you invited everyone to come over, what do you want to discuss?" Chen Tian shook his head and said lightly, "You guys made a mistake, it's not a discussion, it's a notification. First, from today onwards, the Chen family will continue to serve as the president, which is me. Secondly, those who betrayed my parents and their information and colluded with Tronk stand up for themselves, maybe I can consider leaving a whole body for you." In an instant, the hall fell silent, and everyone looked at the black-haired boy in the main seat with stunned expressions. "I wonder if I heard it wrong. So 633 domineering, directly, do you think everyone is a fool? Or did he think he had comedic abilities and was joking?" At this time, the dark-skinned, thin and lean middle-aged man on the right slowly said, "Patriarch Shen, are you kidding us? This person's name is Dragon, and he is a neutral Teledogan family, whose family members have the blood of the thralls." After Dragon spoke, other people's faces also showed strange colors. Chen Tian turned his head to look at him slightly, and said lightly, "Do you think I'm joking?" After speaking, the corner of Chen Tian's mouth rose slightly, showing a cold meaning, "And I didn't expect that the traitor is actually you, who has always been neutral, or the Teledogang family." Speaking of this, the terrifying spiritual power in Chen Tian's eyes flowed and looked at Dragon. "Why betray the Blood Hand Society?" Just as Gang was about to speak, he was stunned by Chen Tian's consciousness, and subconsciously said, "Because I want to be the president of the Blood Hand Society." His words surprised everyone, and at the same time, red light flashed in Chen Tian's eyes, and 2 fiery heat rays burst out. Boom! What? In an instant, Dragon let out a shrill scream, and was directly penetrated by the fiery heat ray in his chest. Boom! After heat ray penetrated Dragon's chest, it tore a subordinate behind him into 2 pieces of coke, and crashed on the wall behind, causing an explosion. Crack crack! The sudden change shocked everyone, and the heads of the other major families hurriedly fled from their chairs, looking in horror at Chen Tian, who shot a fiery beam in his eyes. And the remaining 3 men of Dragon even took out their guns, opened the insurance and aimed at Chen Tian. Their expressions were terrified. Boom! At this moment, the light in Chen Tian's eyes disappeared, and he punched the 3 at the same time. Boom! In an instant, the sound exploded, and the violent and domineering force blasted the air, and the bodies of the 3 gunmen who were more than 10 meters away exploded, and the fiery blood drenched many people around them under the strong wind. "Careful! Stop! 5. Stop! Stop! Put the gun away, do you want to die?" The heads of the several houses all reacted and shouted in horror, barely suppressing the situation that was about to explode. In the messy hall, the atmosphere is tense. Everyone looked at the black-haired boy in amazement. These people were all shocked by the powerful strength and domineering methods he just showed. No one would have thought that Chen Tian would strike at a disagreement, directly using that ray power to kill Radagon, blasting 3 gunmen with a punch more than 10 meters away. The tough South African youth Mora looked at Chen Tian with a solemn expression. Is this the power of mutant, so strong? At the moment, the heads of the other 5 families are similar, and they are all in shock. Before they came, they all knew that the only living second young master of the Chen family was a mutant, an ordinary mutant with more power. As a large family of dozens of hundreds of years, they are different from Trunk, and they know more about the mutant group. For example, they know that not all mutants are strong, but most mutant ability is weak and can be killed by any gunman. Many mutants are even more physically mutated, ugly in appearance and unable to see people. Only a few mutants can maintain the appearance of normal people and are powerful, and this kind of person is almost only 1% of the mutants. But, didn't the information they get said that he was just an ordinary mutant with more power? At this moment, several people in charge have scolded the guy in charge of intelligence to death. Their mood was similar to that of Torrid, who was ambushed on the road by Chen Tian and was run over by him. There was a feeling of being deceived. A simple analogy is that it is a bit big, but harmless dolphin, who knows that it is a human-devouring devil whale when it emerges from the water. At this time, George, who came back with Chen Tian, said solemnly, "West, how could Salada be a traitor? He just..." This question is also what other family members want to ask. Dragon represents the Pterodo gang family and has always remained neutral. Even if it is a traitor, it should not be him. Instead, it is Stray and Raydal that are more suspicious. After all, after the main members of the Chen family were assassinated, these two families had always been ambitious for the position of president. Chen Tian said lightly, "It's very simple, because I can perceive what he is thinking." What? In an instant, everyone's expressions changed, instinctively took 2 steps back, and looked at Chen Tian with alert eyes. Everyone has hidden secrets in their hearts, and no one wants to expose their previous privacy to others. Noticing their vigilance, Chen Tian said lightly, "Don't worry, this ability has a lot of limitations, you need to think in your heart, and you can sense it only with strong thoughts 5. For example, just now, when I asked who the traitor was, he had strong emotional fluctuations in his heart, and my susceptive perception got him what he was thinking. So this is a..." Lucia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if you just need strong thoughts, you can still accept it, you just need to keep calm when facing him in the future. But just when these family leaders, including the old housekeeper, believed Chen Tian's words, Edith Lace's eyes were a little weird. She is very clear that Chen Tian's mutant ability is physical strengthening and explosive energy, and it does not involve the ability of telepathy at all. But at this moment, when they heard that Chen Tian could perceive what they were thinking, and the loyal Blood Wolf team leader shown earlier, Aldous' footsteps moved. Just when he just took a step back, he saw Chen Tian look at him indifferently, and said lightly, "I remember you, your name is Aldous." Aldous put a forced smile on his face, "Yes, sir." 35. Chen Tian calmly said, "The old housekeeper told me about you, you are the person my grandfather rescued from the Mara border, a small gang who trafficked people 5. I have nurtured you since I was a child, and I have a lot of trust in you. I took the position of the team leader of the Bloody Hand Club, and the money I get every year reaches more than $1 million. So tell me, why did you betray my Chen family?" Immediately, everyone's expressions changed again, and they all looked at Aldous in amazement, not expecting that he was also a traitor. Just now, he looked like he was loyal to the Chen family and wanted to avenge the Chen family. Could it be that he was just pretending? And at the moment when Chen Tian said that he was a traitor, Aldous suddenly drew his gun, grabbed the person in charge of the Li family beside him, and watched Chen Tian growl, "Don't move, or I'll kill him." 99. At the same time, the 3 subordinates that Aldous brought in also decisively raised their submachine guns and looked at the people around them on alert. Crack crack. In an instant, the people behind the family leaders all drew their guns and aimed their guns at the Aldous 4, and the atmosphere became deadlocked. Chen Tian still looked calm, and said lightly, "You haven't answered me yet, why did you betray the Chen family?" "Why?" 35. Aldous' simple and honest face showed a hideous smile, "It's very simple, I want more money and more power, and these trunks are willing to give me. He promised me that when he swallows the entire Bloody Hand Society, I will be the 3 chiefs after he dominates the city of Pochut." Chen Tian nodded knowingly, the desire for power, sure enough, people are greedy, and there is no permanent loyalty. Then Chen Tian said indifferently, "Cut off their hands, don't kill them." Whoosh! At the moment when Chen Tian's voice fell, Edith Lace, who had been watching the play with a smile on his side, disappeared instantly, and then the sword light flickered, and several shrill screams sounded. I saw Aldous and his 3 subordinates, their arms and hands were all cut off, hot blood spurted from the wounds, and they rolled wildly on the ground in pain. Clang! At this time, Edith Lace, who was standing beside the 4, put the knife into the sheath, and everyone reacted. All looked at the beautiful girl with fearful eyes. They originally thought that Chen Tian's strength was strong enough, but they didn't expect that the girl standing beside him was so terrifying that the fast eyes couldn't see it. If it were them facing this woman, they might die before they could react. So scary, is this the power of the mutant? And the person in charge of the Li family who was just kidnapped also had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Because just now, he felt an incomparably fierce, severing knife light flashed in front of him, faintly smelling the breath of death. If the knife just went a little too far, maybe his head would have been chopped off along with Aldous' hand. Looking at the weak and screaming people on the ground, Chen Tian calmly said, "Housekeeper, let someone take them out and report their crimes." 95. Then Ling Qi in front of everyone, told them that this is the fate of betraying the Chen family and the Blood Hand Society. 33. "Yes, young master." The old butler responded excitedly, looking at Aldous and their eyes showing strong hatred. Even he did not expect that the real traitor was the one who was trusted by the family owner. No wonder Tronk's killer knew the whereabouts of the owner so well, and why was it a little late when he rushed to the rescue? At this time, the head of the Hong family, Lucia said, "Wait, West, shouldn't we interrogate first? Maybe we can get some useful things. At that time, it may be beneficial for us to deal with Trunk." Chen Tian glanced at this beautiful and mature woman and said lightly, "No need, because after tonight, there will be no more Trunk gang in Pochut City." In the hall that had been tidied up, Chen Tian sat on the main seat, flanked by 6 clan leaders with complicated expressions, and the head of the Blood Fox department. Behind them, there were still those bodyguards standing, but at the moment everyone looked serious and put away the arrogance on their faces. In other words, these people were very cautious at the moment, and whenever Chen Tian glanced over, these people would feel terrified. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any opinion on me taking the position of chairman?" At the moment, Chen Tian showed a smile on his face, but the terrifying coercion emanating from his invisible body became heavier, and everyone who was so heavy couldn't breathe. There is an illusion that the person sitting in front of them is not a person, but an ancient giant beast. In fact, the so-called imposing coercion is just Chen Tian letting go of some biological force fields on his body, exuding some physical strength aura. You must know that with his body density at the moment, it is at least tens of thousands of times that of ordinary people. Once such a terrifying body density is released, it will even cause a black hole effect. Definitely, the power is definitely not as exaggerated as a black hole. At the moment, no one dared to underestimate Chen Tian, or in other words, since he appeared, no one dared to underestimate him. It's just that no one thought that he was actually domineering, strong, and the power he mastered was even more frightening. Seeing that they all acquiesced, Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, now let's discuss the next thing. First of all, after the betrayal of Aldous, the leader of the Blood Tiger battle group was vacated. I am going to let Stu to serve as the leader." "I have no opinion," Lucia said first. "I don't mind either." Everyone nodded and had no opinion. Originally, the Blood Wolf battle group was the confidant of the president, and mastering these 100 elite armed personnel was the most powerful force in the Blood Hand group. Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction, and continued, "Cousin George, as well as Salada, stood, you must immediately gather the people in your hands." 35. While the news of at the moment was blocked in the manor, before the Teledogang family received the news, I pacified this family, including Aldous' family. "Wang Hahao, I want everyone to know the fate of betraying the Blood Hand Society." "No problem. Clear." "Yes." Feeling the blood in Chen Tian's words, the 3 of them nodded with different expressions, then got up and left. Then, Chen Tian looked at the blonde woman again. "Lucia, I remember that your family is mainly in charge of intelligence. Let me know. Everyone will gather in Taiwo district where Trunk is located before evening." 35. When you get there, don't act immediately, wait for the order, and first expand the circle for me to surround those people. "Yes, President." After nodding in agreement, Lucia hesitated. "Just like this, will it be a surprise to Trunk to prepare in advance?" Chen Tian calmly said, "What I want is to scare the snake, and let him concentrate all his strength around the food factory in Taiwo district, so that he can annihilate in one fell swoop." 35. After speaking, Chen Tian said again, by the way, let me check. That man named Bronsky, I want to know his current whereabouts." After suppressing everyone, Chen Tian issued a series of orders, appearing to be resolute. Tonight, he is ready to solve everything at once, and has no interest in wasting time with these ordinary people, including hatred. This is the benefit of strength, suppressing everything with absolute power.